This is the Boulder City Council meeting of October 1st, 2019. Lynette, will you call the roll?
Councilmember Brockett,
Present.
Carlisle,
Here.
Jones,
Here?
Morzell, Nagel,
He's in there.
Weaver,
Here.
Yates,
Here.
Young.
Present.
We have a quorum.
Great. We have two things before we delve into open comment. We're going to flip the order. We are going to start out with an update on the syringe exchange and disposal issue. So I'm going to turn it over to Kurt. Thank you. We good?
Yeah, I'm just waiting
Oh.
for the presentation.
Great, cool.
So, good evening. I'm Kurt Fernhaber, Director of Housing and Human Services. And we're up here tonight to respond to community feedback that we've received over the last couple of weeks, particularly around concerns of needles in public spaces. I'm here this evening with Carol Helwig from Boulder County Public Health, who will be doing the majority of the presentation. We've tried to keep it concise. However, it's gotten a little bit longer in responding to some of the questions we heard from City Council, but we'll try to keep this tight. Okay. So I don't have to wait for the slides. So we're going to give a brief overview of substance abuse issues, both locally and nationally, and trends. The needle exchange program called the WORKS program, we'll have a brief overview of that. And then finally, we'll talk about the cleanup efforts that we do within the city. So the Boulder isn't alone in this challenge. Nationally, there's been an increase in injection drug use, so we're experiencing that here as well. The City of Boulder, and understanding the roles that we play, the City of Boulder funds various organizations in the community that work on substance abuse issues. However, Boulder County Public Health really is the lead player in this work. This program that we're hearing about tonight falls under Boulder County Public Health. There's also currently an assessment that's going on through this year that will be presented in October, actually, in a couple of weeks. An assessment of the behavioral and health issues around injection use and mental health issues, and really looking at what the programs are in the county and how can we best align those to the needs. So with that, I'm going to hand it over to Carol.
Thank you. I'm Carol Helwig. I'm the Communicable Disease and HIV Prevention Coordinator at Boulder County Public Health. I am an epidemiologist, and I am also board certified in infection prevention and control. I've been at Boulder County Public Health for the past 12 years, and I've overseen the WORKS program for the past 10, which is only a third of the program's tenure. The WORKS program is a syringe access program, is it? Sorry about that, there. It's a syringe access program. It's founded on the principles of harm reduction with the goal of preventing diseases such as HIV and hepatitis C. Syringe access programs are best practice. The efficacy and safety has been conclusively and repeatedly proven for more than 30 years. I apologize that this visual is not very exciting. It's actually a very old summary of 8 efficacy studies conducted from 1991 to 1998. I've in the past formatted this to look antiqued because I wanted to drive the point that the science has been clear for a very long time. If I'd had the graphic design skills, I'd redo it to make all the studies that have happened in the 20 years since this pop up so that everyone could see how much research there is behind it. Every major health institution or research organization that tends to put out a position paper or publish peer-reviewed research or reviews of research support syringe access programs. The Centers for Disease Control, the American Medical Association, the American Public Health Association, the World Health Organization, the National Academy of Science, and I could go on, but I know you don't want to be here that long. All the literature supports syringe access programs as effective in reducing bloodborne pathogens and as not increasing drug use or crime. Need to remember the clicker. So participation in our program seems to have leveled off. Does this have a laser on it? Or, okay, so if you look at the last 3 years, it looks like it leveled off since 2017, but you'll also notice that this leveling off is at 12 times higher than 2010 and prior. Participation in our program increased concurrent with the state and national opioid crisis. Opioids are highly addictive and have been overprescribed for many years. Many people addicted to heroin today started with prescriptions from their doctors. Then, once they could no longer obtain those through prescription, they shifted to heroin. Changes regarding prescribing practices today are going to stem the tide of people becoming newly addicted, but that ship has already sailed. Many people are already addicted and struggling. We see an increasing number of individuals injecting other drugs, such as meth. Most program participants report polysubstance use, meaning they use a combination of substances, meth and heroin being the most commonly injected ones, and among non-injected substances, alcohol and marijuana, benzodiazepines. But some good news about this leveling off is that it coincides with increases in locally available treatment options. So perhaps more people are entering treatment, but we can't draw those conclusions from just this data.
Hey, excuse me,
Yes,
is that slide just from Boulder County?
this is the WORKS program participants across the entire county. Yes, all of our sites. Yeah, it's not specific just to the city.
But Boulder County.
Yeah, it's all Boulder County. County of residence information is available for about 1,200 of our participants across the whole county. Previously, about 80% of our participants reported residing in Boulder County. Our most recent analysis determined that 70% of our participants are locals. Participants come from counties without syringe access, such as Adams, Broomfield, and Weld, and counties with programs, such as Larimer, Jefferson, and Denver. And last year, we even served 13 people from out of state. And this is a picture of syringe access providers from across the state. There's currently 11 different programs in 8 different counties across Colorado. Yeah.
That previous slide, 70% of participants reside in Boulder County. Do you have that broken down as well as the previous graph, the leveling off graph, broken down by city within the county?
I don't, but I can break it down for you. Yeah, I can break it down to just well, yeah, I could pull the 3 sites in the city and run that demographic data.
That would be helpful.
Yeah, sure. So we were here. Most of our participants are housed, and these figures have remained very consistent over the past 10 years. The average from 2008 to 2016 was also 49% of our participants housed. Most of our participants have health insurance. Our services are provided through collaboration with 2 other organizations, Mental Health Partners and Boulder County AIDS Project. The Mental Health Partners location is the only one in our county, or actually in the state and possibly in the country, that provides services on evenings, weekends, and holidays. Many of our participants access this site and our other sites. BCAP started providing services in 2013 to help us meet the increasing demand for our services. We're grateful that both BCAP and MHP partner with us to increase our community capacity to provide services. Without these 2 partners, our agency would not have enough resources to meet the demand across the 3 municipalities that we serve. Our programs improve health. We provide supplies that prevent disease. We provide testing for HIV and hepatitis C, and we link people to medical care and supportive services if needed. Our agency provides immunizations, including hepatitis A and B. We provide education and linkage to supportive services. With the advent of many different treatment providers, including medication-assisted treatment and Boulder Community Hospital's new programs, we've been able to link more people to treatment in recent years. We provide hundreds of referrals for treatment and supportive services every year. The CDC frequently completes those comprehensive reviews of the literature and everything related to syringe access programs. We wouldn't be able to measure this type of information locally because we don't have that funding for that type of scientific research, so we rely on their peer-reviewed literature. In one CDC report, people who use syringe exchange programs were found to be 5 times as likely to enter treatment for substance use disorder and more likely to reduce or stop injecting than people who don't use syringe access programs. Our program is effective at preventing overdose death. Overdose deaths in Boulder County peaked in 2013 at 57 deaths. Since then, we average about 30 to 35 overdose deaths per year. At the end of 2013, the year of the peak, is when our program started distributing naloxone through the WORKS program. In 2015, Boulder Police Department also adopted naloxone, and since then, all law enforcement agencies across the county have followed their lead. Walgreens will ship naloxone overnight free to people who have Medicaid. Naloxone can be obtained without a prescription at many pharmacies, and our website has more information about how to obtain naloxone if anyone is interested. So far this year through August, we've distributed 251 naloxone kits, and 54 overdose reversals have been reported to us by our program participants. Compared to the state of Colorado, Boulder County has lower rates per 100,000 population of both HIV and hepatitis C. Our HIV rate on the left is exactly half of the HIV rate for the state. And on the right of the graph, you see the hepatitis C rate. And our hepatitis C rate in Boulder County is 43% lower than the state. This data really tells us that our syringe access program is working. We've been able to maintain these rates even through that large increase in the number of people who are injecting substances. Going into safe disposal, there are many options for safe disposal of sharps in our community. The WORKS program has 5 disposal locations across Boulder County. These include the Longmont Community Hub, which is available 24 hours, our newest location in Lafayette, and we have 3 locations here in Boulder, including Boulder County Public Health, BCAP, and a 24-hour disposal at Mental Health Partners located on Airport Road. The data we collect on syringes returned is limited to our individual encounters with program participants. We know that 60% of the syringes we provide are returned during one of these encounters. We also know that individuals can return sharps to our 24-hour disposals or wall-mounted disposals at the library, grocery store, municipal buildings, or recreation centers. When we first initiated the 24/7 disposals in 2016, we had the support of an intern who worked to monitor the implementation during the first 6 months when they were piloted. The containers were measured back then on a weekly basis, and over those first 6 months, there was an average of 51 gallons of sharps collected, which conservatively equals about 5,000 syringes per week. And so there are lots of different disposal options in our community. On a one-on-one basis, our staff speak with each participant about their disposal practices. They inform them of all the safe options available in our community. We're also implementing a new initiative in response to what's been brought up. Our new initiative is to label sharps containers and syringe packs with safe disposal messaging, such as please ensure these are disposed of safely, and also providing information about the Colorado laws that protect both syringe access participants and non-participants from paraphernalia charges should they encounter law enforcement. In partnership with BCAP, we are conducting outreach twice per month in Boulder and in Longmont to engage people who may not be accessing our services. We target outreach to locations where syringes discarded in public has been reported. And since the concern regarding safe disposal intersects with homelessness, our program is now also part of the management board of Homeless Solutions for Boulder County, which is comprised of all the local agencies and partners who touch the issue of homelessness. And so our program has been serving people from all walks of life for over 30 years. We serve people who are housed and maintain full-time corporate jobs, and we serve people who have chaotic drug use, co-occurring mental illness, and are chronically homeless. Many of the people that we serve are being stigmatized and marginalized by our community. We treat every single person with dignity and respect, and sometimes we're the only ones in our community who treat them with dignity and respect. And we recognize addiction as a health issue and substance use disorder as a disease, not a choice. The Works program meets people where they're at and focuses on improving health. We support each person to ensure they have an opportunity for a healthy life and well-being. And I'm going to close with a quote from the Boulder County Public Health Director from 30 years ago. His name was Dr. Federico Cruz Uribe. He stated in an editorial published in April of 1989, "We hope that the people will judge our program using the basic values of our community and by our program results." Thank you.
Thank you so much for coming here.
So to close the, presentation, thank you, Carol. So I wanted to recognize the employees of the City of Boulder who do clean up on a regular basis and really focus on our public spaces. The city has increased its investment in hazardous cleanup, including syringes, by 250% between 2016 and 2018, with resources often diverted from routine maintenance. Cleanup operations are often coordinated with the police departments, or private security employees have had special training, protective equipment, and vaccinations to reduce the risk of disease or transmission through their work. Over the last several months, an assessment has been conducted by Omni to look at programs throughout the county that address behavioral health and substance abuse. This will be presented later this month, as I indicated earlier. From this, options will be presented to the county on how best to support and enhance behavioral health in the broader community. We will be reporting back to you as a council in early 2020 on that report. That concludes our presentation. If you have any further questions.
Okay, thank you very much. I think we have Cindy, Aaron, Lisa.
Thank you. Excuse me. Thank you for the presentation. I think it's a great program, and the numbers really speak for themselves. Regarding education, however, there's a lot of chatter on places like Nextdoor, and it seems some of the education needs to go towards the community itself so that they have a fuller understanding of the numbers. And I wonder if anything is being done in that regard.
Our communications manager has offered to community members who contact us to provide presentations or group gatherings. So far, there's not been any uptake on that offer.
However, there's 7 different programs that the City of Boulder funds, both through the Y, the county, and the school district, where we have programs there that address drug use generally. So that would also be covered in some of those programs.
And mostly it's the needles that are left that are discarded. And so how do we get that information, that this kind of program works rather than contributes to the problem? How do we get that to the people on the street? In the houses, I should say. To our community members, to the people who read things such as Nextdoor.
In my tenure in this program, I would say that it's only been over the past 2 years that I have heard concerns from our community, and it's come from a very small handful of people. And I think the majority of the people in our community do understand the value and do support it. And I think that the few people who are opposed may not be open to hearing about it, is what I feel from my experience. But we are always, anyone who would like to hear about our program, we would love to have an opportunity to speak about it.
Maybe we could put this on one of our websites, the city could, and maybe Sarah Huntley, who works as a neighborhood liaison, might post it wherever she posts things.
Great.
Thank you.
Aaron?
Yeah, well, I was going to say, ask almost the same thing. Thank you so much for coming and for the work that you do with this program and other ones, because clearly the harm reduction is striking. It's a great program. So just the one thing, maybe I can put a request in, whether it's the city or the county, that if there were just a one-page website that we could point folks to, so that there was some information out there when somebody emailed, we're getting a fair number of these emails, and when they say, why do you do this? We could say, oh, look at this website. You know, it has all the facts about the program and all the great work it does.
Yeah, our communications manager did, in response to the recent concerns, edit our current website recently. It's bouldercountyworks.org, and it is primarily geared towards people who would use the program, but we've modified it a little bit so that at the top it has information about harm reduction and it links to research. But we can continue tweaking that and improving that so it's more of a community-facing.
Yeah, I mean, you might, I'm not to give you extra work, but you might consider a page that's devoted separately to that, because of course people who are interested in participating have, it's a
Yeah.
different audience than folks who are, why do we have this program?
Of course.
So maybe that could be a separate page.
Of
Anyway,
course.
Thank you.
Lisa? So I would echo my colleagues' comments, but there is still the syringes that are left out on the street. And so what do you propose to do about those? And I know, having these syringe disposal kits in the library and different public places, that's a great program. And it's not just for substance abuse users, it's for people of all different types who need to inject different kinds of drugs. And so I find that really helpful, and it protects the people who are cleaning in those facilities. So do you have any proposals, though? In your presentation, you said you think 60% of those are brought back, but that leaves 40% of syringes on the street. And we have now had this email from somebody whose 4-year-old or a 4-year-old was pricked by a hypodermic needle that he found on Bear Creek bike path or greenway, and now this child is going through all of this treatment. So how do we address that? How do we address that the Works program is a great program, but that there are issues with hypodermic needles, and we need to keep them as much off the street as possible?
Absolutely. One thing that we can point out is that communities that have syringe access programs have less syringe litter occurring in the community.
No, I've read that, yeah.
Yeah, so our program does do that. I know that we mentioned how we bring back 60% during our one-on-one encounters with people, but we have the 24/7 disposals that are available to our community that can collect up to 76 gallons per week, and we're not counting those, like we're not opening them up to count how many needles are in there or trying to figure that out. And those public wall-mounted disposals. I would have to say that it's not that 40% of the needles we give out are in the streets. I would say that if I tried to add up all the needles I've heard reported in public places, it amounts to a few thousand, not like, 2,000 or so, not 60,000 or anything like that. But we are doing a lot of different initiatives, as I mentioned on this slide. I think that the biggest impact we could have would require more resources, and that would be to have a dedicated outreach worker who tried to engage people living in encampments and who are homeless, living street, outdoors, or in their car, because I think those are the folks who are going to be more likely to have chaotic substance use and mental health disorder and need more support in their lives. And so an outreach worker dedicated to engaging with that population would help support them to prevent needle litter.
And that makes me wonder, sorry, that makes me wonder if we do have some navigation personnel for homeless people in our court system, and I'm sure they're kind of maxed out in terms of what their current obligations are, but I wonder if we might work with them to sort that out. 2,000 is too many to have on the street, and and I think Aaron's comment about having a one-page site, it should not be just on the county site, it should be on the city site, because I think there's a lot of confusion between the county and the city, and we should have duplication of some things. But thank you again for this program and for your work in doing that.
Of course, sure.
Thank you.
And we do work with Linda Cook from the court very closely.
No, and she's great,
Yeah.
and the people she has working with her are great as well, so.
Sam?
So, again, I think this program is very effective. It's very clear. And you have a new audience who's looking now, who probably wasn't engaged before, so this is probably not people who have traditionally been against a program like this. It's people who have concern for the safety of their children in playgrounds, I would put at the very top of the list. So I really do feel like focusing on what we can do in education and public space is really important. So every place that has potential contact with populations that may be using should have some kind of signage just reminding them about safe needle disposal. And I think we may need to up the level of patrols that we do in the places where we find the most syringes. So I feel like this concern has got a new audience that it didn't have before, and so I think we need to address that concern, because it is not okay to have children having these accidents, but we don't want to take away a program that's successfully helping people navigate their lives. So
And cutting down on syringes.
and cutting down on syringes, yeah. Thank you.
Yeah, definitely.
Mary?
So I will agree with what my colleagues have said, and I want to thank you as well for your presentation tonight and all the work that you've done on this over the years. I had a question regarding the one slide that you had where you had, the title is most participants are housed.
I can go back to that slide.
And what I'm wondering about, my question is, does your data show that any one group shown in this pie chart accesses the Needleworks program at a higher rate than another?
I don't have the data for that, but in general, folks who live street out or outdoors and have to carry all their possessions are going to collect fewer needles from us at a time because they can't have as many. And people who are housed and can have a 2-gallon biohazard bin container in their home collect more syringes and come less frequently than us. And I don't have data for that, but just the dynamics of being homeless, like they can't carry 300 syringes around with them. So they come in and they'll get like 20 or 30 at a time, and then dispose of those and come and get more.
And are there any disposal bins in the places that the folks who are homeless are discarding them at the present moment? I mean, it seems that they may be less accessible to those folks than the other folks.
Yeah. So I know, and I know Allie Rhodes is here too, and can probably answer better to some of this, but there are public disposals in, for example, alfalfas. They chose to put them in there because they had a high occurrence of folks flushing them down the toilet, and they wanted to protect their plumbing, so they put those in. They're also very supportive of being there for people who use substances. And I know they're in other different buildings, like King Soopers, every bathroom has them there as well. Yeah, folks will use those. And then I did hear about something that was piloted maybe last year with putting portable toilets with syringe disposals in them, but it's my understanding that they didn't work out.
We have somebody
Oh, there you go. Yeah, yeah, you know better about those
Yeah.
than I do.
Thanks, Carol. Ally Rhodes, Deputy Director for Parks and Recreation. Carol's correct. 2 years ago, when we did the pilot along the civic area to reduce or provide support services and restroom services for people, we did have tamper-proof Sharps containers. They were tampered with, they were vandalized, and so we removed them. We are still looking for tamper-proof containers that will work in unsupervised outdoor spaces. Colleagues in New York and across the country are also dealing with this. We just haven't found something that we think will work based on the experience we had a couple of summers ago.
Thank you.
Okay, well, in summary, thank you again. It sounds like a fact sheet that sums up the merits of this program and how it contributes to decrease of syringes out in the public would be useful. I would caution us not to use your estimate off the cuff about 2,000. Let's not repeat numbers that creates weird rumors. So we'll just note that we should all be informed by the statistics that you have presented, and I think it would be useful for a city to figure out what's the best way to kind of educate us all on that. And then I think to the extent that the city feels like we need additional resources to make sure that the public areas, especially ones where we know there's a lot of people, a lot of kids running around, or people barefoot, for example, along the creek, that you will let us know, and we'll continue to put our best foot forward on trying to address this one. Okay, great. And thanks again to the county for coming and for your good work. Okay, we're going to go back and do a quick announcement that we were starting the evening off with. I'm going to turn it over to Councilman Sam Weaver.
And I will be joined tonight by our Electric Utility Development Director, Steve Katnack. Hey, Steve. Good evening. So the occasion tonight is that October 2nd, tomorrow, is recognized nationally as Energy Efficiency Day 2019. And so I'm going to read a declaration now. Energy efficiency is the art of getting the same or better performance using less energy, all while saving money. Reliable, affordable energy is vital to our economic prosperity, and energy efficiency is a productive and cost-effective way to meet our energy needs. Smarter energy use reduces the amount of electricity we need to power our lives, which helps avoid power plant emissions that can harm our health, pollute our air, and warm our climate. Energy efficient transportation reduces air pollution and improves the health of all Coloradans. The City of Boulder has declared a climate emergency and is committed to acting quickly in a way that is broad-reaching, replicable, and inclusive, and that is framed around equity and resilience. The City of Boulder is a leader in climate action, adopting clean energy and energy efficiency programs, and has pledged to reduce greenhouse gases. Implementing clean energy policies and programs helps boost economic opportunities and job creation while moving towards a just transition and sustainable future for all. The National Network of Energy Efficiency Organizations estimates that cutting energy waste saves U.S. consumers billions of dollars on their utility bills annually, up to $500 per household from appliance efficiency standards alone. Consumers can save $3 on their utility bills for every $1 invested in energy efficiency. More than 2.3 million Americans work in the energy efficiency sector in local, good-paying jobs. Increased efficiency will create more of these jobs, including more than 32,000 in Colorado. Boulder residents and businesses can contribute to energy efficiency efforts by participating in the community's climate action efforts, learning more about energy efficiency, and practicing smarter energy use in their daily lives. A nationwide network of energy efficiency groups and partners has designated October 2nd, 2019 as the National Annual Energy Efficiency Day. The City Council of the City of Boulder declares October 2nd, 2019 as Energy Efficiency Day and urges residents to join us in supporting and implementing our clean energy goals now and in the future. So thank you. Steve, you want to say a few words?
Absolutely. I'd just like to applaud all of those people that devote their careers, their time to running programs and helping everybody save energy. and especially would like to thank everybody that has participated and done something from small actions in your home to changing out the light bulbs to very big actions in your homes and your businesses. It's because of the work that everybody does that we've been able to achieve the goals that we have. Thank you all very much.
Thank you.
All righty, thank you all for that. Now we're going to go to the part of the evening where we don't clap or boo, but we all feel free to express our opinions, and that would be open comment. So as most people know, you are free to speak to us about whatever topic, except for the matters for which we're having public hearings a little later in the meeting. You sign up separately to go speak about those. Those topics are the 2020 budget and the community benefit issue. We also already had public comment on Alpine Balsam, so we hope you're not coming to talk to us about that either. Okay, so with that, we're going to start. Each person has 2 minutes. If you'll start with your name and address, or at least what part of Boulder you're from, that would be helpful, or if you're not from Boulder. We're starting with Lynn Siegel. And if Gina can be ready to go.
Lynn Siegel, Mountain Heights. I think it's impossible to not talk about all the subject. These are all intersectional. They all interrelate. So maybe I should just say nothing.
Sign up to speak later.
No, I'm serious. I'm serious.
I'm
Everything is
also
interconnected. So you can't just separate things out. Just saying. Okay. One thing I was going to bring up tonight is the newspaper article. Staffers, council, the executive folks, and the public are all at odds. It's like a chaotic situation here. And this is just $217,000. And hey, I would have taken the $217,000 to tell you, it's not working for so long. It's so hard to hear this, like the obvious, stating the obvious. The process is perfectly exemplified with the Alpine Balsam project and the fact that the larger area plan was taken out from the city-owned property. And that, as you saw from my letter, the 30,000-foot view of planning in Boulder needs to be, from the start, from when that hospital was changed to move out to another place, that's the point at which you decide how you're going to shift things around. There's only one hospital in the town. It's like a university. Things need to be positioned properly. So that's a big concern. Rocky Flats, I wanted to bring up. This should be coming up in the council candidate forums. And Section 16 and the issue of the trade-off of Jefferson Complex there being avoided. That's very nice, but as a result, we can't say anything about Jeffco Parkway. And that's just not okay. I know it's a trade-off, but we've got to have win-wins.
Thanks, Lynn. Gina? And then if Nicole Perelman could be ready.
Good evening, Council. My name is Jenna McAfee, and I am here to speak about the BI issue. I did want to update you about something that happened since we were here 2 weeks ago, and that is that we did receive an email from Jock Waldo, who is the Executive Vice President of BI, last Friday at the end of the day. And he indicated that they are ceasing further communications with our coalition of community members and immigrant advocacy groups. He cited events in Aurora over the past month as a reason they were cutting off communications, actions that were actually not organized by us. In fact, not very many of us were even in attendance. But they were organized by people to speak out on behalf of immigrants who had been abused and neglected at the Aurora Geo facility. This occurred after the ACLU report called Cashing In on Cruelty, which I sent to you. Mr. Waldo implied that further communicating with our Boulder Coalition threatens the safety of their employees. In our minds, there's really no question that they are choosing to do this because we continue to hold them accountable for the physical and psychological abuses that have been reported by immigrants in the care of BI employees. Over the last 10 years, these reports have continued to surface over and over across the country. BI has not taken responsibility for nor taken any actions to prevent this abuse. And now I wonder if they ever will. City Council has a choice to remain silent about these abuses being perpetuated by employees of a company headquartered in Boulder, or to take a stand in support of humane treatment for all people. Thank you.
Jenna?
Gina?
Yes.
I have a question over here.
Yes,
Were you in communication with them before?
Yes,
Speaking?
Right. Yeah, we had a meeting with them on August 8th, and at that time, we presented a list of issues that we had heard from immigrants. They responded with a letter where they were only providing suggested ways to respond to 3 out of 12 of those. And so we responded again saying, well, what about these other ones? Because those were really the ones that we had where, primarily the abusive treatment of immigrants is the main concern that we had. And so they chose to respond by basically saying, we're not going to communicate with you anymore. So.
Thank you for that.
Thank you.
Thank you. Nicole Perelman, and then Patrick Murphy.
Hi, my name is Nicole Perlman, and I'm a resident of North Boulder, and I'm pleased to follow up on what Jenna was talking about because I, too, was in the meeting with BI Inc., just to catch everybody up to speed. We're all familiar, because we see it on TV every day, about GEO Group and the detention of immigrants, but lesser known is that when folks get out of detention, oftentimes they go into the Intensive Supervision for Appearance program. It's an electronic surveillance program. They wear ankle monitors that tracks their every move. This is the technology that's not only made, but the program that's also administered by BI. Now, at first blush, everybody thinks, okay, what's the big deal? People are wearing ankle monitors. The thing is, these people aren't criminals, and this is more than technology. These people have to check in with case managers, and people like Jenna have done the painstaking work of meeting with area attorneys and gathered over a dozen stories of people who've reported time and time again when they check in with their BI case manager, that person is abusive, that person is homophobic, that person is demeaning, that person makes their children wait outside for hours while they talk to the immigrant that they're questioning. So in a sense, you have a company that's a for-profit prison company that's gotten into the business of detaining immigrants and monitoring immigrants, but this isn't a prison population. This is a population of asylum seekers. So to catch everybody up to speed next, we have tried to meet with them. We have brought them these stories directly. We have said, can you improve your training for employees? Can you improve your employee oversight? Can you do audits? Can you bring in an external organization to do audits and training? And they got back to us with, we'll have an anonymous complaint line for people. And we'll throw out some T-shirts, so if people are dressed inappropriately, which was another concern, they can throw on a T-shirt. These were their, their big saves. And then, as Jenna said, they got back to us with this email that was basically, well, we can't have any further communication with you guys because middle-aged moms that live in Boulder are so threatening. So the question is, what are our elected officials going to do about this? How are we going to hold these guys accountable? They won't talk to citizens groups. They won't talk to advocacy groups. They won't talk to immigrants' rights groups. What are you going to do?
We're going to talk about this later, but thank you very much. Patrick, and then Lisa White.
My name is Patrick Murphy. I live in Boulder. The planet burns and floods while Boulder fiddles and repeatedly fails with the Muni. It'll be 5 more years before the Muni could even possibly begin, and 2 more years before we can even vote on it. Hopes that we can vote by next year are ridiculous. Muni supporters like to blame Excel for our sophomoric missteps. We waste 8 years and millions of dollars trying to take shortcuts, and we're crushed repeatedly. We make mistakes twice and get crushed twice. The Muni propaganda makes promises with no price tags and repeatedly blames the evil Xcel. Xcel is not committed to coal, but to the accelerated shutdown of coal, the accelerated inclusion of renewables, and accelerated carbon reduction until the conversion to 100% renewables is complete. In fact, since 2011, the current annual carbon reduction of Xcel is equivalent to more than 10 times the carbon generated by Boulder's electric usage. Those tons of carbon that Boulder still generates by pursuing the Muni, rather than direct and real carbon reduction, rests on and should crush the lungs of Muni supporters. We don't have a Plan B, and Boulder needs one. Here's approved text to an initiative I'll be pursuing after this election to be voted on in 2020, before the Muni vote ever happens. Shall the municipal utility effort be terminated and the existing City of Boulder occupation tax be repurposed for solar incentives, wind incentives, a renewable energy certificates broker, and programs that promote energy use reduction. The repercussions and immediate value of this I'll discuss next time. Have you got a Plan B? We need one.
Thank you. Hey, our fire code doesn't allow people to stand in the aisles, so sorry about that. Lisa White?
Good evening, City Council. My name is Lisa White, and I'm a concerned resident, and I'm here because I care about immigrants. The perpetuation of a culture of abuse and mistreatment of immigrants at BI Inc., a wholly owned subsidiary of Geo Group that is headquartered right here in Boulder, bothers me greatly. This company has been operating in an atmosphere that is shrouded in secrecy for over 10 years. Their check-in office in Greenwood Village is in an unmarked building. The racist culture of this Trump administration has resulted in some of these secretive programs coming to light. The fact that a company right here in Boulder is apparently condoning abusive, racist, and transphobic treatment of innocent immigrants is appalling. I urge you, City Council, to help us hold BI accountable to their stated mission of treating immigrants in their care with dignity and respect. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up is Nick Martin. Is Nick here? Okay, Leslie Glustrom.
Thanks, Dan. Evening, Council. Leslie Glustrom. I live in Boulder, and I'm here to thank you, as always, for caring about climate change and for all the programs the city has. We did meet our climate goals, our 2020 goals 3 years early. And tonight I really wanted to start by focusing on the event that happened last Thursday. Mayor Jones was there, as well as far as we can tell, over 400 people. I got there a few minutes after it started. The parking lot was completely packed. And this was the Climate Mobilization Action Plan meeting, and staff really just did a magnificent job. Now, I understand that it's not easy to work for government, and it's especially not easy to work for the City of Boulder, for sure. But the energy and climate and efficiency staff team just were magnificent. They were all there. It was a 3-hour event, and it was still buzzing when we all walked out the door 45 minutes after it was over. So just really kudos to staff. No, it's not easy to work in this community, but hey, we're Boulder, and that's the way it is. The other kind of comment I wanted to make was with respect to our leadership, there are different ways to lead, and one of the ways that I think Boulder has led is really in line with this quote from Lao Tzu. When the best leaders' work is done, the people say, we did it ourselves. I was at 2 events in Denver last week, 2 different parts of Denver, 2 very different groups, and in both, and neither group knew that I was there or who I was, that I'm pretty involved in Boulder and a whole lot of other things. And the conversations were, frankly, very much about Boulder's leadership. Some of it was explicit, some of it was implicit. On Saturday, I was in a group with a whole lot of young people who were like, We are really following Boulder's progress. We really care about democratizing energy. And our staff has also been really good about this. They don't go out and ask people to say, oh, Boulder helped you figure your efficiency programs out or whatever. They just let the community find their way, and we're seeing these impacts. And I just really wanted to thank council and also staff for this incredible work over so many years. So thank you.
Thank you, Leslie. Madeline Goldstein, and then if Michael Lazio could be ready.
Good evening, City Council and staff. My name is Madeline Goldstein, and I'm a resident of Southeast Boulder. When I was very young, the main story that I was raised with was how my grandparents came to this country and kissed the ground when they got here because they were running away from the pogroms in Europe. And now when I see what's happening in this country right now, especially with immigrants, it's really quite a shame and heartbreaking and alarming to see what's going on. And as a resident of Boulder, I find it very awful that the city of Boulder would have anything to do with this company, BI, that's abusing and harassing immigrants and people that are just seeking asylum in this country. And also many large banks, I think JP Morgan, Chase, and Wells Fargo, and a number of other banks that are funding GEO are now withdrawing all their funds. And if these big banks can do what they're doing, then it seems to me that the City Council can do everything possible to support all of us citizens that are working so hard, that are putting ourselves on the line to help the people that are suffering greatly by what BI and GEO is doing. And I would call on the City Council to do everything possible to support the effort of so many people, because we're making history right now. And where does Boulder want to stand at this time in history? And what do we want to tell our children and grandchildren of what we did, of something of what's happening right in our own city right now? So I would urge you as members of the City Council to help us hold BI accountable to their stated mission of treating immigrants in their care with dignity and respect, which is something that is not happening right now and absolutely needs to change. Thank you.
Thank you. Michael, is Michael here? Okay. Lindsay Loberg. And after Lindsay, we have Rebecca Boone. Becky Boone. Hey, and holding up signs is fine, just as long as the people behind you can still see, sir.
Hi, City Council and staff. My name is Lindsay Loberg. I'm here as a concerned resident and because I care about immigrants. So we have collected stories that document pervasive issues with how BI Inc., a company that is headquartered in Boulder, runs their ISAP program. This includes installation of ankle shackles on asylum seekers who have committed no crimes. The secrecy of the ISAP program is alarming. BI does not allow attorneys or advocates to attend any check-in meetings with immigrants they are monitoring. Why is this? What are they hiding? One of the complaints from immigration attorneys here in Colorado is that BI employees give incorrect legal advice to immigrants. This issue could be solved by allowing attorneys to attend these meetings. We urge you, City Council, to help us hold BI accountable to their stated mission of treating immigrants under their supervision with dignity and respect. Thank you.
Thank you, Lindsay. Becky, and then Charissa Poteet.
Bex Boone, Old North Boulder. So I'm also a concerned resident. I'm here because I also care about immigrants. And so when community members met with GEO Group representatives on August 8th, they also included representatives from BI. At that time, we brought up various issues about inadequate medical care for immigrants detained at the GEO facility in Aurora. Subsequent to that meeting, the ACLU prepared the report called Cashing In on Cruelty, which you've heard mentioned several times. That documents death, abuse, and neglect of immigrants held at the GEO detention facility in Aurora. The medical issues we brought up on August 8th remain unaddressed. We asked BI to respond to these concerns, and they have now cut off all communication with us. We're very concerned about ongoing mistreatment, both by BI and GEO. And we urge you to develop policies which will hold BI accountable to their stated mission of treating immigrants under their supervision with dignity and respect. Thanks.
Thank you. Teresa? What did I say?
Good evening. My name is Sharisa Poteet, and I live in the Ponderosa. Problems with the Ponderosa annexation. Number one, the Housing Division created and approved the plan. A traffic study was not conducted. Traffic from 3 neighborhoods, a park and a school, all will filter down 10th and Cherry at the intersection in front of the school. Number 3, illegal side setbacks are used on the west side, adding 11 more units. A letter sent from the city, from you guys, last February stated that approximately 69 units will be built. Now the number is 74. That's 6 more. Approximate means 1 to 2, maybe 3, not 6. The plan did not go through open space approvals. Plan organizers state the Habitat for Humanity price is low and would not exceed 40 to 50% of the incomes. The handout that I gave you came from the Weekly. It's titled Housing and Justice. If you spend more than 30% of your income on housing, the federal government says you are a cost burden. You are paying too much, according to a recent report by the National Low Income Housing Coalition. At community meetings, I questioned the $200 community fee. Both Danica and Crystal said, oh, maybe we could get the city to pay for that fee. When I asked about it at our last meeting, they had forgotten about that. I remember it. I take notes and document everything they say. Why hasn't the last community survey been released that the city conducted? 95% of the residents polled wanted private homes and private yards. The plan calls for a 3-foot tall fence. I know you're getting close to a deadline and want to push this down our throats. This is an imbalance of power. It threatens our American dream. It's a property grab on Boulder's poorest residents. Thank you.
Thank you. Mark Gilband.
Hey, Jane. Hey, Tom. Mark Gilband, 505 College Avenue. So Mirabai dislikes density, but wants buildings that look more like Europe. Another council brilliancy, incongruency. Amsterdam, Vienna, Florence maybe, places with 4 times plus Boulder's density, and we're wondering why city staff is downtrodden, leaving in droves when Mirabai cites her deep volunteer firefighter experience while questioning the city's interurban wildfire expert, or writes on Hotline that council doesn't need to hear from city staff or experts. Maybe we officially make Pomerantz czar. Let him keep quoting white supremacist Garrett Hardin with his tragic Commons debunked crap, or Cindy 5G complaining NIMBY is a pejorative, while serving us conspiracy theory websites and endorsing Susan Peterson and her unironic candidate timeline, picturing and quoting Niwot as if some rich white Boulder single-family homeowner is the continuum of Niwot's legacy. Shivington and Goebbels are proud of her genocide, of this racist, classist, arrivalist bullshit. Maybe RAB and city public works staff should be psyched that Weaver debunked years of work on CU South, made himself an instant culvert capacity engineer, squashing Variant 2, and any hope of life-saving action for affected constituents. How about this recent smug rant about the facts on density social equity and alternative transportation. Local Trumpism is running wild, and let's not forget Zaid Atkinson, or the council's ersatz concern and tiny violin listening concerto, and the ridiculous conclusion that no racial slur was used, so there was no racial slur, no racial profiling. But then again, this September 6th, on the 500 block of Euclid, a racist retired police officer profiled my friend, my employee, my former colleague, for being brown in Boulder, lied to dispatch that her fiance ran into a house and a burglary was in progress. Police repeatedly lied to Ms. Taylor, the victim, and we are now trying to use this situation like, look how much we've learned. It's embarrassing.
Thank you. Karen? And after Karen, Wade Green.
Good evening. My name is Karen Orona, and I'm a concerned resident. My family migrated to Boulder County from Mexico over 40 years ago, but places like BI Inc. make us feel unwanted. BI Inc. installs ankle monitors on immigrants, many of who are women and who are asylum seekers. Often these ankle monitors are painful when they are first installed. When we met with BI on August 8th, we told them about this issue, and they said that they would look into it. As you know, they ignored our suggestions and did not come up with any other ways to resolve the issues, and now they've ended communication. Could City Council consider using your authority to pressure BI to respond to the issues we brought up on August 8th and in a subsequent email in September? This is one way you could hold BI accountable to their stated mission of treating immigrants in their care with dignity and respect. I hope the council realizes the urgency in the situation, as people in Boulder County and in the state are suffering under BI's ISAP program daily.
Thank you. Wade, and after Wade Green, we have Elizabeth Black.
Hello, I'm Wade Green, and I have the 4-year-old son that pricked himself with a needle. I've been a resident in Boulder for 30 years now, and 7 years ago, started a family in Park East here in Colorado. I have a 7-year-old and a 4-year-old. We've had lots of issues with homeless over the years, and it was no surprise when back in August, a neighbor of ours came to us and told us that he'd no longer be going to the playground at Park East because they found 2 needles there and he didn't feel it was safe anymore for his kids. We should have listened closer, because just 2 days later, a nanny, a very trusted friend of ours that we've known for 7 years, she watches our friends' kids. She came to see if our son wanted to do a play date with her 2.5-year-old that she was watching. They went out for an hour, came back, and my wife asked, "What do you have in your hand?" She said, "Oh, it's his pH meter." And my wife could recognize that it was not his pH meter. It was a hypodermic needle. Fortunately, our pediatrician lives across the street. So he examined our boy. It's hard.
Yeah, take your time.
And asked him if he'd been poked. He said he hadn't, but upon inspection of him, he had 2 needle pokes in his hand, and asked, where did he get those? And our boy pointed at the needle. So we spent the rest of the day on the phone with infectious diseases. Sorry.
It's okay.
It wasn't this emotional when I practiced, but
It's totally fine.
it's at ya.
Yeah.
So we had to decide whether to put him on prophylaxis for preventing HIV and what the course of action was. So we decided on abstaining from that because it has serious side effects. So we opted to just do a baseline test the next day. He had a 6-week blood draw, and he has to undergo a 3-month and 6-month blood draw yet to make sure that he's not HIV or hepatitis C positive, both which are lifelong diseases. I just asked the council to strongly consider the safety of our children when determining if it's a good idea to pump thousands, 2,000 needles into the waterways, the playgrounds, and where our children play. Thank you.
Thanks for coming. I know that was not easy. Appreciate you raising this issue.
Thank you so much. I'm so sorry that happened to you.
And, yeah, I'd like to know what happens.
Elizabeth Black, 4340 North 13th Street. In our pretend scenario where each of you council members dug an irrigation ditch, the Yates, Brockett, and Nagel ditches are junior with the shortest water seasons, just May and June. Less water means less options, and there's only two options for these water-challenged farmers. Nagel has chosen the small grains option. She grows 200 acres of barley for Coors with her ditch water. She also grows 400 acres of dryland wheat in a wheat fallow rotation where her fields are bare 3/4 of the time, storing up moisture for her every other year wheat crop. Because there's no living root in her soil most of the time, and because she tills her bare soil several times a year to control weeds, she has some of the least healthy soil in Boulder. Yates and Brockett have chosen the grass, hay, and grazing animals option. They each run 600-acre cow-calf operations and can feed 300 cow-calf pairs in a good water year. But in a real bad water year, that might drop down to 60 pairs. They use free water others aren't using in spring to start their grass. They irrigate deeply after each hay cutting for as long as their short water season lasts, and usually get 2 or 3 cuttings. Because they have a living root in their soil all year long, because they don't till their soil, and because they have carefully managed animals on their land, they have the healthiest soil and sequester the most carbon of anyone in Boulder County. Water is life for plants, animals, soil microbes, and us. I hope these exciting episodes of As the Headgate Turns have given you a deeper appreciation of the incredible value of Boulder's ag water portfolio, not just its monetary value, but mostly its life-giving value. Thank you.
Elizabeth?
Cindy has a question for you.
Is there any way you can send us the whole presentation?
Yeah, I'll put it together all in one. Do you want pictures with it?
Sure.
Okay, I'll email it to you. Yeah. Some of you missed some of the episodes, so you can catch up that way.
Thank you very much.
Very much.
Oh, really?
Eric Maxfield.
Good evening. I'm Eric Maxfield. I'm the chair of the Boulder Shelter for the Homeless Board. And I'm here tonight with a message of gratitude for shared success. The shelter has reflected, especially in the past few years, about its reason for being, and it's changed its mission as a result of that reflection. And the reason the shelter is there and the staff do what they do is to care for the most vulnerable among us, and that includes those who are homeless for a long time, chronically homeless. And the radical step that the shelter took with the support of the city and Homeless Solutions for Boulder County was to think not only about providing a shelter of a roof, but providing a home for those who are the most vulnerable among us. And as a result, to provide a foundation that leads to stability, to hope, to opportunity. Part of the reason I'm here is that about 2 years ago, the shelter set a goal of 50 supported housing outcomes and achieved that goal. And a year ago, we set a goal of 100 supported housing placements. And we're very hopeful that in the next week or so that we'll have our final numbers and accomplishments that are shared accomplishments with the city staff, county staff, other service providers, of which there are very many, to make a very happy report about those outcomes. So thank you also for being focused on evidence, collecting evidence, and relying on that evidence in your decision-making. Thanks.
Sir?
Yes.
So I just want to say, Mr. Maxfield, thank you for coming, and thank you for doing what you do for the community, because it has become a much more robust program, I think. The focus on exits that we have now, the focus on data collection and the sharing of that data broadly with the entire community, I think those have been big monumental steps forward compared to the simpler emergency sheltering model. And so we have to have that emergency sheltering piece, but having the whole ladder into supportive housing is really important. So thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, appreciate it. Katie? And then Anna.
Good evening, Council, and thank you for the chance to speak with you again. My name is Katie Farnan. I am a resident of Boulder, and I'm here about BI Incorporated. We received an email this past Friday from Vice President Jock Waldo of BI informing us that BI will cease any further communications with our coalition of community members and immigrant advocates. Mr. Waldo implied in an email to us that continuing to communicate with us threatens the safety of their employees and their families. Accountability and oversight is not mandatory for BI. No one with power or influence is demanding or even requesting at this point that they, a private operation, respond to questions raised about how they treat LGBTQ clients, how they treat clients with young children at check-ins, how they treat clients who experience ongoing physical pain wearing these unnecessary, high-maintenance, costly, and lucrative electronic monitors on their ankles. Our coalition laid out 12 questions related to the way BI trains its case managers and handles oversight, and we gave that to them after our August 8th meeting. These questions were a starting point from the community, our community. The city has this document, BI has this document, but no one at this point is talking about this document except for us, and we have been told that we're a threat. BI is a Boulder-based company and a member of the Boulder community, and they hold the sole nationwide ICE contract for electronic monitoring of immigrants. And the city of Boulder is a sanctuary city, and it has the choice to remain tangentially involved in this issue, or it can commit to investigating and becoming fully informed on the issue, and then can step in to help us in the community to get our questions answered. And that is what we ask. We ask and we appeal to the council for help. Thank you.
Thank you. Anna? And then Carolyn Usher.
Good evening, City Council. My name is Anna Seeger. I'm here because I care about immigrants and our supposed status as a sanctuary city. BI, which is headquartered in Boulder, is part of the for-profit prison and immigrant detention system that's thrived under the racist and nationalist policies of the Trump administration. Today, as someone else mentioned, all existing banking partners to GEO Group, of which BI is a subsidiary, will end ties with this private prison and immigrant detention industry. They are not going to renew $2.6 billion worth of credit line. This represents 8 major banks that are taking this step. So I think we, as the city of Boulder, can see that pocketbook diplomacy can be very effective. We are aware that Para invests with GEO Group, which owns BI, and we know that City of Boulder staff are within the Para system. We urge City Council to work with the Colorado Legislature to identify all the companies that are engaged in immigrant detention and assemble those companies into a list of restricted companies for Para to invest in. This is one way that you could hold BI accountable to their stated mission of treating immigrants in their care with dignity and respect. Thank you.
Thank you. Carolyn Usher.
Hi, so I came here to support Wade and give him my time, which apparently you can't do during a general session. So either I could turn this back over to Wade and he can finish saying what he wanted to say, or I can read what he wrote to you, what he wrote that he wanted to say. Would you like me to read it, or shall we let Wade?
Did Wade not finish?
He did not finish.
Yeah, let him come out.
Well, yeah, he can keep going.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much. You know, what more I had to say was just that, you know, this issue is way broader than needles. You know, like I was saying, we live in Park East for 7 years now. We started having issues with homeless when my 14-month-old was approached by a homeless man who gave him this plush toy that turned out to be a very sexually oriented plush toy. It was called Quacker the Naughty Duck. So my family stopped coming to the bus stop to meet me because groups of homeless people were doing drugs and making rude comments near the bus stop I get off, because it's by St. Andrew's Homeless Shelter. So they couldn't come to see me anymore. We double check our car doors at night because just numerous times, like even once a month, our neighbors' cars are broken into, rummaging for change, or the neighbor on the other side of us has found people smoking in his car in the morning, just hanging out. We had a friend's house the homeless walked into, and the homeless person kicked her out, and she had to call the police to get the homeless out of his house. And another day, just 2 months ago, a homeless walked into a neighbor house of ours through the back sliding glass door, and fortunately left without incident. But my wife doesn't feel safe at home anymore, so she locks the doors during the day. So I just wanted to say that this is much broader than just the needle exchange program. It's affecting us in many ways. Thank you.
Thank you again for bringing that forward. Okay, so with that, we're going to close open comment and turn to staff for responses.
So I think that we'll be talking about the BI situation later this evening, and no further comments.
So you may have noticed that two people were not here, Michael Laszlo and Nick Martin. They represent a company that is a secondhand dealer here in Boulder. As you know, item 3F is first reading of an ordinance changing our rules regarding pawnbrokers and secondhand dealers. On Friday, I was contacted by representatives of that company and two others who are interested in the ordinance. I'm going to ask CAC to delay second reading so I can spend some time talking to the businesses. We did send out an email to all of the secondhand dealers in Boulder, but they just got to me on Friday. No fault. I think it's best if we explore the impact on the businesses before we go forward with this. So I'm going to ask CAC on Monday to delay second reading. It may be on to the next council, if that's okay.
Yeah.
So let me say something real quick. Hey, for the folks who are talking about BI who are leaving, just remind your group that they can watch the discussions on Channel 8. So we'll be having it late, and you might want to be at home for it.
Aaron.
But I just want to follow up a little bit from the very affecting testimony from Mr. Green about his child encountering that needle in the park and getting pricked by it. Of course, it'd be one of the worst nightmares for any parent. I mean, I understand I don't have any criticism of the Works program, because I think you have to go with the evidence that it reduces the amount of needle litter in the community. But I mean, I know we do a fair amount, a lot, and more than we used to keep our public spaces clean. But do we, I'm sure we still have some room for improvement. And from his testimony, perhaps that's an area of town, I don't know if we get out there all the time. I know we have a focus in the downtown and the Boulder Creek corridor. So are there opportunities maybe for us to work on this problem from a kind of public safety cleanup standpoint?
So we devote significant resources to cleanup, and we try to identify places where we continually find not just syringes, but just campsites or trash that people have left behind, and we focus on those areas. I personally do not know which areas they are. Many of them are in the municipal area. I understand that the resident who spoke lives in a different part of town. So I don't know if that's an area that we focus on. We certainly can make sure that ServPro or whoever our contractor is focuses there, as well as our park staff. So we're happy to do that. The thing is that there are so many public places in this town that are open to any member of the public to be, and we don't have enough staff, and we can never have enough money to have enough staff to be constantly monitoring every person that walks into every public space to make sure that they don't litter. So
Yeah.
that's our problem.
Certainly, and understood that we can't do that. And what I'm just wondering is if maybe there's a pocket of litter and activity out in that part of town that we're not aware of and maybe aren't.
And we will definitely look into that.
Great, thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you for that. Lisa?
Yeah, and I was just going to follow up with Aaron and see if, I mean, I'm sure Mr. Green was correct in people walking into houses and stuff like that. I'm just wondering if we could patrol a little bit more or do something so that people aren't just using people's cars to smoke in or sleep in or coming into their houses and things like that. That's pretty outrageous. And I think, and it's an unfortunate reality, people do probably need to lock their doors in the daytime. But I think having these kinds of incidents it's not acceptable, and whatever we can do to deter that kind of behavior would be great.
Great, thank you.
So I will say that I have been over near the Park East neighborhood where I think we're talking about, and there is a problem there. I mean, it's a very clear area of congregation, and we have received other emails about encampments over there. I think the police have gone and visited those encampments, but I do think that that's an area that needs as much focus perhaps as downtown, because it's near an area where I see a lot of them congregate, people who appear to be homeless, so.
Thanks for that.
Cindy?
I just wanted to add that I think the police say the best line of defense is locking things, the cars, the windows, the doors, and that's been true for a long time, decades, that I have been getting that message in this community. And so maybe, again, we can do some outreach that way and just advise people that that's what our police say is the safest thing for them to do.
Thank you, that's true.
Okay.
I had a comment about,
oh, go ahead.
So to Ms. Siegel's comment about Section 16 at Rocky Flats being incorporated into the wildlife refuge in exchange for not speaking about Jefferson Parkway, that's not true at all. And it was decided early on, before Section 16 was even in consideration, that the place to speak about Jefferson Parkway issues is at the Jefferson Parkway Highway Authority and not at Rocky Flats Stewardship Council, or, yeah, that's what we call ourselves. So anyway, there are two different, the two boards address very different issues.
Okay, and as noted earlier, we'll depending on how the evening flow goes, we will get to BI later, the discussion about BI later tonight. Okay, anything else? Okay, as always, thank you to the public for their input.
Your consent, your consent agenda tonight is items A through H.
Great. I move the consent agenda.
Second.
Any discussion? It's pretty straightforward. The one thing I'll just note is that we included in this consent agenda are resolutions in support of the three measures the council placed on the ballot, which went through public processes, but which have to do with the middle income down payment assistance program, which have to do with the open space tax, a continuation of an existing tax to go to open space with the first year towards Long's Garden, and vaping, sorry, and to put a tax, a 40% tax on vaping products. So those are the three that we are putting a resolution support on. And then there's also a statewide measure, which is Proposition CC, which has to do with debrucing the entire state with regards to Tabor. I don't know if anybody wanted to speak to that.
Can I just?
Yep.
Because I was the one who requested
Yeah.
we bring that forward. Just a quick little bit more on that,
Yeah.
that if that is successful, that it would allow us to retain, the state to retain a little over $300 million in revenue next year to be divided equally between transportation, K through 12 education, and higher education, all of which areas are critically underfunded in our state. And the year after that, there'd be even a little bit more. So I think, assuming we pass this, I'd urge our citizens to support that measure on their ballot this fall.
Yep, and I would add that there's no increase of taxes or tax rate. This is simply retaining surpluses that are being generated by this really positive economy right now, and we should invest in our schools with that money. So no new taxes. This is just the ability to keep the surplus. Many, many districts and cities across the state have adopted things like this.
And invest in schools and transportation.
Right.
Okay, any more to say?
I do have a process. Once we're done voting on it, I have a process question. Once we're done voting on the consent, I have a process question.
Okay.
It's a show of hands.
All those in favor of the consent agenda? It is unanimous. Sam?
So when did we want to talk about the sidewalks, biking maps?
In the budget.
So we decided to do it in the budget.
Thank you. Okay.
Speaking of which.
And your first public hearing tonight is the 2020 budget.
So before I turn it over to Katie, I just want to say a few things. So we tried to make the budget presentation as streamlined as we possibly could. But as you know from reading your packet, we're going to be pausing a couple of times in this presentation. First, to talk more about the homeless services with some data around that we had been requesting. There'll also be a special section about Folsom Street and the unfortunate bike accident that occurred there most recently. And then we'll also be discussing briefly bikes and sidewalks as part of this presentation as well. And then finally, I want to say that we've got a huge number of people in the audience tonight. These are our great staff members, department directors, and finance staff that did the yeoman's work for this budget, along with Katie Doling and the team from finance. And I want to thank them for all the great work they did and for the amazing collaboration that we've had this year in the budget presentation. So let me turn it over to Katie.
Thank you, Jane. So you highlighted the bottom portion of our presentation. Additionally, we're going to provide a few slides around the 2020 budget, both in the revenues and in our expenditures. Briefly review the 2020 to 2025 capital improvement program, and then jump into my colleagues around homelessness solutions and the Folsom bike lanes, and then finally end with general questions around the 2020 budget. Again, we have all of the slides presented at the September 10th study session and back pocket if you do want to revisit any of those. So the 2020 recommended budget is based upon projected citywide revenues of about $360 million. You'll see our three largest revenue sources are sales and use tax, utility rates, and property taxes. These three funding sources combined equal over 71% of our total revenues. Other revenues that are indicated in yellow include license, permits, development fees, and rents. And then our other taxes here include franchise, accommodation, or admission taxes. Switching into the general fund, you'll notice that property tax and sales tax is a key portion to the revenues within the general fund, but we also do have a diverse tax structure supporting the general fund. I want to note here, cost allocation is payments from other funds for services provided by internal staff members like finance, IT, HR, so that they don't have to individually have all of those staff within each fund. And so taking cost allocation and putting its originating fund source proves that you increase sales and use tax, kind of the source of it, property tax, and then you pick up some utility rate revenue that gets transferred from those funds into general fund to support our effort.
Katie, question. Yeah. Are the allocations broken out?
Can you say a little bit more? Allocations of?
The cost allocations that come into the general fund.
Yeah, we have a chart each year that indicates what departments pay for their portion of cost allocation, if that's what you're asking. I can provide it during second reading.
Is that on a certain page, or is that readily available?
So it is on a certain page. Let me get to that. If you look in the citywide sources and uses, we have a transfers section that would highlight from the fund their portion of cost allocation, and it begins on I keep jumping to Tom's department on the page because it's right before it. Begins on page 54.
Thank you very much.
You'll notice under the purpose, it'll say cost allocation, and you can kind of run down those lists.
Is this in our budget?
In the budget book. Yep.
55?
Thank you.
Yeah. All right, moving on to the 2020 recommended budget. The total budget is $369 million. You can see that the city provides several services to the community, public safety and public works being the 56% of the total budget. You can see the public works includes utilities, which is about 21% of that 39%, but it also supports transportation, development, and support services. And then the light blue, we have general governance, which is considered our city attorney's office, clerk, city manager's office, and communication, and then internal services, again, such as finance, HR, and IT in that kind of royal blue color. The general fund budget is just over $160 million. Again, it provides a lot of funding for a variety of community goals, like climate, human services, library, parks, and also supports essential services that don't have dedicated funding sources like police and fire. So the 2020 recommended budget totals about $369 million and represents a 4.3% increase over 2019, including all funds. The primary factor of this increase over 2019 is an increase in about $15 million of CIP funding, which does fluctuate. And so the proposed operating budget of about $288 million represents a modest 1.8% increase. Moving on to the capital improvement program, the 2020 CIP is 85.
Can you speak in the, I can't hear you.
Yeah.
So maybe you could push your mic up. Yeah.
The 2020 CIP is $85.6 million, and looking over the span of 6 years, it's about $565 million, spanning 145 discrete projects. So we do a lot of capital improvements within the city, and most importantly, the capital projects that we do is taking care of what we have. So you'll notice that over 82% of funding for our 6-year CIP goes to capital maintenance and taking care of our existing assets. So again, we highlighted these council initiatives a lot in September 10th study session, but we're happy to answer any questions on this or anything else. But for the time being, we're going to move on to the highlighting a little bit more information around housing opportunities for people experiencing homelessness and turn it over to our Housing and Human Services Director.
Hi, Kurt Fernhauer, Director of Housing and Human Services. Are you going to move the slides for me?
That.
Okay, cool. So one of the questions that City Council ask about the budget specifically and how the budget relates to it is the transition that will be occurring over this next year at our 30th Street location, which has been known as previously as Rob's Music, the services that are provided there. So currently on the left-hand side of your slide, you'll see the 3 services that are offered at the previous Rob's Music on 30th Street. The first is navigation, which we call Path to Home. It also has 50 beds associated with it. Those are for individuals that are here for, or in the system for a short time and given real support to move into housing or even to prevent housing in some circumstances. Coordinated entry, that's the focus point where every homeless individual would come to receive any services within the city. It's a countywide system. And then severe weather shelter, which is 72 beds. That is also in that location, obviously open during severe weather. So on the right side, you'll see where these services are going. So navigation and Path to Home will be shifting to the Boulder Shelter with those 50 beds, and I'll talk shortly about how that transition is going to occur. Coordinated entry, we have a couple locations that we're looking at right now. This is a relatively small footprint. It's a couple of offices and a waiting room, and we're looking at both some city and county facilities for this. Severe weather shelter, we're exploring 2 different locations for that right now. That wouldn't be opening until a year from now.
Are those city-owned locations or private? Or?
One city and one is nonprofit, yeah. So some of the actions that we need to take, and this is aligned with the strategy that was adopted by you as a council in 2017. The first on the left there is creating a more of an emphasis on navigation and diversion services. There's currently an RFP out through the county to provide navigation or diversion services throughout the county, so including Boulder and Longmont. And on the right, increasing housing opportunities. As you heard earlier from the focus, that's the thread that runs through our entire strategy. So the additional 36 permanent supportive housing vouchers, that's a program that's run in between the shelter and Boulder Housing Partners. Rapid rehousing, that would be a partnership with Bridge House to facilitate housing for some of their graduates. And there's 70 units under construction right now in the city of permanent supportive housing in various developments around the city that will be completed in 2020 and made available for these and other vouchers. As well, Boulder County has added on an additional 123 vouchers. So this is really sort of a group effort under the Boulder County initiative. As I mentioned earlier, we're looking for a different location for severe weather shelter. And what we'll be doing is consolidating services and actually saving resources from by moving navigation to the Boulder shelter. We'll be taking these resources and reinvesting them into housing, which you will have seen in your budget. So this is a summary of that. So in 2019, we've added an additional 18 vouchers with the BSH and BHP program. In 2020, we'll be doubling that with another 18. And then the 16 are the rapid rehousing support for Bridge House. And if you remember, when you approved the strategy in 2017, you also approved an amount of sort of a set aside of $1.9 million, which we've been using to support various aspects of the strategy each year. So in 2020, there would be $585,000 that would, from that 1.9, that would support a new location for severe weather shelter, and the operations, as well as the lease for the first quarter at Rob's Music.
We have a question.
Yes.
Go ahead and finish. And then.
Okay, I'm almost done. So this is a slide that just shows you how someone goes through the system. So at the upper left, an individual, they will have choices whether they want to engage with severe weather shelter or if they want to go through coordinated entry. By going through coordinated entry, there would be an assessment of that individual, and they would first possibly go to diversion services, depending on their situation, and that's really focused on individuals that are either from outside of the community or even individuals in our community that are at risk of becoming homeless or who are newly homeless, who we don't want to actually get into the system. And it's similar to our EFA Keep Families Housed program in supporting people from becoming homeless. The diversion services, the navigation services or Path to Home, that's the other step they can take on the bottom right. Longmont has similar programs through their Hope and Our Center programs. And then on the upper left are those who have more disabilities or are more chronically homeless. They would go to Boulder Shelter, where they would be surrounded by case managers for a housing-focused solution as well. So this is a sort of a trend graph to show what's happening at the shelter. So the trend shows that the number of beds being used each night is reducing. In August of this year, there was an average of 50 beds vacant each month. What this shows is that we're going in the right direction, but we're not there yet. We continually have to house individuals out of the shelter to create enough capacity to have both the shelter and Path to Home services in one location. So this is my last slide. So this is sort of a summary of the housing focus. So over this last year, 97 individuals have been housed through the Builder Shelter and BHP program. Last year we were averaging, I think a year ago we were averaging 2 or 3 individuals a month. Now we're up to 7.5 individuals a month. And July and August saw a real spike of 32 individuals being housed over 2 months. That's an individual every other day. And that's why there was a celebration at the shelter today of actually the real work that's being done there. And then the diversion services, there's currently an RFP that's out right now. It's been out for a couple of weeks for the county to provide those services both in Boulder and in Longmont. The navigation services under Bridge House, there's expanded funding for that, in particular to help individuals who prevent them from becoming homeless, or those who have a quicker fix or less hurdles from becoming housed. So that's the summary of that transition that will occur over the next year.
Aaron.
Great, thanks very much for that presentation. It's very thorough, and it's exciting, the housing successes that we've been seeing. That's fantastic, and I appreciate the continued focus on housing for folks. Can you go back? I have a few questions, I'm afraid. So actually the next one just, it's talking about, so navigation is kind of where my main question is. So you're talking about, here it says expansion of Bridge House services and housing. Where is the expansion happening?
So the expansion is of the services, as well as the funding to support those services. So it's not adding more beds, it's not adding more square footage. It's really about the services that are provided through that, and the funding to make that more successful.
Meaning that there would be more wraparound services associated with navigation?
Yeah,
than there were in the
or
past?
things like a rent deposit, or helping with a month's rent to keep someone housed. We didn't have enough of those resources previously.
That's great. So, but navigation in general, that has been happening at Path to Home. And
That's correct.
I see you're still using Path to Home as a program, but the actual physical location would be going away. So would Path to Home be being run as a separate program within the shelter's building?
That's correct.
And is Bridge House going in and providing that, or how's that working?
So that, I believe that's part of the RFP. I'm looking at, yes, it is. That is part of the RFP. So they will be competing for that, to continue that service.
TBD based on the RFP?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So thanks. And so can you go to the graph of the numbers of beds? So there you go, this one. So which is a great trend line. And so in August, it looks like there was actually the capacity to fit the Path to Home services. But of course, that 1 month is very different from all those other months, right?
Absolutely, yep.
So it looks like right now we're not quite there.
That's correct.
What would we do? Would we simply not have the same amount of capacity, or would we have some kind of overflow opportunities?
So our plan and our commitment is to have enough capacity. And we think with the housing vouchers and the units that will be coming available over this next year, we'll be able to get to a point where that 50 will be in place every month. However, the reality is we don't have enough shelter for everyone that comes to our community. We have a fixed, whatever system we have, even our current system before this transition, we also have a fixed capacity of shelter. And one of the things that we're doing this year in particular that I think is an improvement over last year is, while we started it last year, I think there's much better coordination and planning between Bridge House and the shelter. Last year, it was very rare for us to go over the capacity. I think we only did it 2 days out of the entire year. However, in some nights, we were over capacity at one location, and we were under capacity at another location. So this year, we're really working on better coordination between the two programs to prevent that from happening. The advantage of having it in one location is we wouldn't have that challenge any longer.
Right, more efficient. And so I appreciate all those answers, but it would remain, though, that we would be reducing the overall capacity by 50, right? And so now we're housing people more quickly. So
that's correct.
So we should have less need. But what I'm wondering is, since we're reducing bed capacity fairly dramatically, would we have an overflow option of some kind as we continue to transition towards housing?
Yeah, so currently we don't have an overflow program or overflow capacity with our current program. It's really a combination of severe weather shelter on those particular nights and the fixed capacity we have of 160 beds at the shelter and the 50 at Navigation. So you're correct that the 160 would be the maximum capacity. Right now it's 210. But we're going to be housing a lot more than 50 individuals over this period.
Okay, so it sounds like not quite is sort of the answer. Is that
that's correct?
Right. So I guess maybe we can talk about that as maybe a.
But you're also changing the standard, yeah?
That's correct, and that could have some impact. So if you, in your packet, you would have read that the services for individuals that have been here for 6 months or less is more focused and more abbreviated. For those who have been part of our community for longer than 6 months, even if they've been homeless for a day, the services would be more comprehensive, particularly around housing and wraparound services.
I have one last question, if I can just finish out. And I'll be done. So the last thing was, so the Path to Home then is going to get operated out of the shelter.
That's correct.
Now, currently, Path to Home at the 30th Street site has some day services available, correct? But currently, the shelter does not offer day services. Is that also correct?
Yes.
Are we going to add any day services?
Yeah, so that navigation would be occurring during the day at the shelter.
And so is that going to be available just if you have an appointment or as needed, or do we know yet?
Well, I assume it's going to be as it is now. The navigation works throughout the day.
Okay, great. Thank you. I appreciate the good answers to all those questions.
Sure.
So I would like to go back to the diversion services discussion for a moment. What is that going to look like? Where is it going to be hosted, and who is going to staff it?
So again, that's part of the RFP as well, the diversion services. It very well, it sort of makes sense to have it aligned with coordinated entry and have it in the same location. So it's very likely that diversion services and coordinated entry would either be in a city or county facility.
Got it. And so the diversion services is intended to have a lot less support than Path to Home. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And Path to Home has, I think, would let people stay in beds for a couple of weeks while they oriented them to different ways to. And what will happen with people in diversion services? So they've been here less than 6 months, but it's better if they're in a bed than on the street.
That's correct.
So
that would be for typically a shorter period of time. If it's longer, then it probably turns into navigation. But the idea, it's for individuals who have less barriers to housing, or they can be reconnected with their network or family.
I'm sorry to interrupt, but just because they're here for 3 months doesn't necessarily mean they have less barriers or challenges.
That's correct.
So if they've been here less than 6 months, but they have a chronic condition of some kind, will they then be referred to either Path to Home or a shelter bed?
They could be in a shelter bed if one is available for them, but it would really be prioritized for those in navigation and the housing-focused shelter.
All right, well, the cracks I'm worried about here a little bit, that it's different than Aaron's concern, but it's similar in a way, because in the wintertime, those folks who have been here 3 months, who have a chronic condition, they're going to need to be sheltered somewhere. And if the shelter is in fact at capacity, we need to have some kind of plan for that. I do appreciate that we're now sorting more by vulnerability than we ever have been, and that's appropriate. But I worry that this less than 6 months issue might catch some people up who would be in danger in severe weather. So we don't need to solve it at first reading of the budget, but I would like to come back to it at some point and make sure that we have a good plan for next winter, because this winter is still the old plan.
That's, well, until January.
Till January?
Yep.
Oh, I thought it was all the way through the whole shelter.
No. All the physical systems will be in place through this whole year. That's correct.
The whole sheltering season.
Yeah, the diversion services, that RFP will be beginning in January.
Thank you.
Yep.
And can I ask one little question? And so, so we're talking about the budget tonight, but are we going to be talking about this larger system of services? When would be the next time that we'll talk about this as you're working through the RFP and such?
It would probably make sense like we did it this year in January or earlier in the calendar year.
Okay, so we could talk about the kind of system of services at that time.
That's correct.
Great, thank you.
Any other questions on this? Okay, thank you, Kurt.
Great, so now I'm going to hand it over to our interim co-director, Bill Cowan.
Good evening, Interim Transportation Director Bill Cowan. I'm joined by my colleague Kathleen Brackey, also Interim Transportation Director and Go Boulder Manager, presenting tonight on these transportation topics. So on September 20th, there was a crash involving a motor vehicle and a bike that resulted in serious injury to the cyclist. That crash has prompted questions about when and what type of improvements might occur on the Folsom Corridor, and correspondingly whether this budget might be an opportunity to advance that. We provided a memorandum that included some information about this item to you yesterday, included information about the crash, so I won't go into detail on that unless you need me to. Clearly, the treatments that are in place on Folsom right now are not the permanent treatments intended for that corridor. The flexible bollards are what was put in place through the initial Folsom Corridor project, and the city's low-stress network shows this corridor as having separated bicycle facilities. So it would be the intention that there would be separated bicycle facilities on this corridor in the future. One of the things that we learned through the original Folsom project was the value of a really good, robust public process. And we have since used that lesson to good benefit on a number of other corridor projects in the city, including Canyon, Arapahoe, 30th, and Colorado. And we believe we have a really good strategy for evaluating these corridors and bringing forward good corridor plans as a result. Next slide. You might recall this from a couple of weeks ago when we were looking at the Transportation Master Plan. This is a list of corridors that we identified next to be studied. You'll see that the Folsom Corridor from Colorado to Iris is on that list. It would be our intention to work with our Transportation Advisory Board and prioritize this list of projects to determine what the next one that we should be working on would be. And that's an action that we'll take unless we get different direction from you this evening. Slide. Just a reminder that this is the process that we use and other staff in the city use to make decisions, and it would be our intention again to use this process unless directed otherwise. Next slide. This is an example of a couple of separated bike facilities. The live picture from Austin is something that just places a concrete barrier in between the existing bike lane and the roadway. This would be a less expensive alternative, but carries with it some maintenance challenges in terms of snow removal and street sweeping. Not just difficulty in doing them, but challenges in causing that to occur quickly that results in service level impacts across the rest of the system.
Did you say less expensive?
That would be less expensive
Than what?
than the other alternative, the drawing, which is
Which is raised, okay. Gotcha.
where the bicycle lane is elevated and at the same level as the sidewalk. That is a design much more consistent with what we've been planning for corridors like 30th and Arapahoe. Also easier to maintain because the bike lane and the sidewalk are on the same level and can be plowed by a larger vehicle, but more expensive to build.
Hey, sorry to, but don't we have smaller machines that would fit in the lane on the left, or no?
We are in the process of purchasing a smaller machine to plow snow, but that smaller machine is something that will need to be transported to the site and then parked and then maneuvered and then brought back onto the truck. So it's simply less efficient to plow that way. And so the people involved in that would be tied up on the corridor longer than they would be if it were plowed a different way.
Not to get us off, but I'm just curious, obviously, there's this sort of larger, whatever we decide as a general approach, I mean, there's an ROI that goes with, hey, if you do this generally in a lot of places around the city, maybe you go faster, maybe you have to buy a couple more plowing machines versus the other. Are we
It's
gonna,
funding, yeah.
Are we gonna kind of look at those two approaches, the ROI of kind of going this route versus the raised route, the raised bike lanes everywhere?
Well, to date, we've been preferring the raised facility, but were we to begin developing plans that resulted in the other type of facility, then we would need to expand the fleet of those vehicles and expand the staff if we were going to maintain the same service level.
Well, I'll be off council in a few weeks. But it seems to me to have a general sense of, if we could go a lot faster if we did the lane on the left. Here's the financial implications of doing that versus taking 20 years to get to raised lanes.
Yeah.
But maybe it's a longer facility. I don't know. But it seems to me that having a general sense of that would be very helpful as we plan ahead and decide to prioritize some of these Vision Zero treatments.
Okay.
That's maybe one person's thought, but
Good point.
No, I totally.
do people generally agree? Okay. We have a lot of I didn't see whose hand is next.
I don't.
Okay, Cindy and then Sam.
Well, I just wanted to say I really agree with you. It's not we need to move on this, and I think that is exceedingly important to show both our residents and visitors that we are serious about this and that making bikes as safe as we can within the shortest time allowable. I mean, there are just too many things happening too frequently now. I opened the paper the other day and there were 4 things on one page about bicycle accidents.
Well, at least to know the financial implications of not doing something. Yeah.
And just to clarify, we wouldn't describe either one of these as a quick or short-term solution. The less expensive option, just in the section of Folsom that we're talking about, is north of $5 million. And it would be more expensive to build the other alternative.
So, and bollards are something that are brought up all of the time. How expensive are those? And what I hear is that they would be harmful to automobiles? I mean, really?
Any kind of physical obstruction, whether it be a bollard or a concrete barrier, that would not be something that we would recommend because it would.
Hang on.
Because it would guarantee that any vehicle that lost control and came into that would be at risk for the driver and the passengers. And that would happen every single time that happened, not just when a vehicle and a cyclist happened to be there at the same time.
Me too.
That it would not be consistent with our Vision Zero goals to create a harmful situation for people driving.
So I have a question to follow up on that, if that's all right. So we use Jersey blocks all over the city for construction projects. Jersey blocks are an effective way to protect bicyclists behind them, and it's an effective way to protect the motorists. The motorists are in a vehicle, not always, but likely has airbags in this day and age, likely has seatbelts, likely has crumple zones in the front of the car. And so, you know, I don't know if Jersey blocks would have protected that biker on Folsom because they were near a driveway.
Right.
But they might have been beyond the driveway, given the path that the car took, and giving them every opportunity so that a passed out driver didn't crash into them and send them to the hospital with life-threatening injuries seems worth talking about. And I don't see Jersey blocks as being very expensive. They have the advantage that you can move them. You know, you can move them in response to community feedback. You can move them in response to, we finally get the money to do this and put in, you know, the ultimate solution that goes in. But in the meantime, we're protecting cyclists. So I look at Vision Zero as, yes, you'd like no one to die in a crash in Boulder every year. That's the goal. But who's more likely to die between a car crashing into a Jersey block and skimming along it and a car running over a bicyclist? You're much more likely to get a fatality when the bicyclist gets hit. I understand staff being gun shy on this because we did move faster on Folsom and we, you know, paid a price for that. So I want us to be deliberate, but I really think that in this case, you know, what we have is plastic. And whether we get to this or this in the long run, it won't happen anytime soon. But putting Jersey blocks down along something that's already got a buffer in it seems like a pretty no regrets move. It's not pretty. It's not like planters and bollards, which I think we do ultimately want there. But until we get there, until we've done the process that you pointed out, isn't there a way where we can look at the 5 first steps and say, we know all of these because we've already put in a lane, it's already buffered, we know there's a problem, we just saw somebody get hit there, and is there something we can do about it? So I'm sorry to rant, but this issue was shocking to me to see what happened to that person.
So there's two things that you mentioned that merit some response. First, I'll say, you asked who would be more likely to be killed in those different type of accidents, or crashes. 3 of the last 4 fatal crashes that we've had in the city of Boulder have been somebody in a car hitting a fixed object.
Hitting what?
Hitting a fixed object, hitting a signal pole, hitting a car, right? So it is absolutely true that a person driving a car and stopping abruptly when they hit something puts them at great risk. And our statistics would suggest more so than the likelihood that a car hits a cyclist and kills them, simply by the fact that hasn't happened with that frequency. And then the second thing I would say is the concrete barriers, the Type 7 barricades, their value comes in deflecting motor vehicles. So if you're driving alongside them, and you hit them, you'll bounce off, and that's exactly how they get used. In a situation like this, where the road is curved, and you leave, you would smash into them at a different angle, and you would stop abruptly. So we wouldn't recommend using them in this situation.
Because of the curve.
Because of the curvature.
Okay, we have Lisa and then City.
So I was not going to bring up Jersey blocks, but basically the same thing. So on Norwood, we've put great big boulders all along, and there's other treatment where we've put great big boulders. So why have we done that in one or several places, and we're not recommending that at this point?
The design speed for a street like Norwood is substantially lower than an arterial road where we will be building these types of facilities.
But that's like 30 miles an hour on Folsom, I think. That's what the speed limit is. And what would be, I mean, I guess I would really like to work this out, because I feel as a bicyclist, or any bicyclist, is far more exposed than anybody in a car. And while your statistics may be correct, maybe that's because there's more drivers in cars than there are bicyclists on the street. But one of our goals is to get people out of their cars and to feel safer in riding their bikes or walking. And that's not going to happen if we don't make them feel safer. And so when you have accidents like we had on Folsom the other day, And that was, I guess, the person went unconscious or something like that. That was a medical emergency. That's incredibly alarming for people who are thinking about riding, let alone those of us who ride all the time and are comfortable. Anyway, so I guess I would like to try some kind of mixture of slowing down speeds, going down to 25 on our arterials. I know TAB recommended on our residential streets to go down to 20 miles an hour, which I would, so anyway, I would like staff, if it's possible at all, to look at a mixture of things where this is not going to get there right away.
Right. So can I interrupt? So from a process perspective, we obviously have a lot more we want to say about this, but we are we're talking about our budget, so.
And I have one more slide.
Oh, okay.
Sorry.
So we're not going to solve this tonight. We're just going to figure out how we want to process-wise address it with regards to the budget, and maybe y'all are going to have to tackle this early on in the new council, because clearly there's more here. Oh,
Let's not take it down the road, though.
Okay, well, let's see what the options are.
Right, so in our memorandum, we described two options that we perceived for council. The first is that we would continue with this process the way that we have intended through our transportation master plan. We would prioritize these corridors in consultation with our Transportation Advisory Board. We would do the short-term improvements on the corridor that we've planned for, and then we would plan for a public process on the highest priority corridor when funding for that is available. And as far as the 2020 budget goes, that is not funded. So there is no funding for a corridor study in 2020. Option two, if you were to say to our staff, if you were to direct us that the Folsom corridor is the highest priority corridor and we should go to work on that, then we would want to engage in some level of public process, and that would be scalable depending upon the level that you wanted us to engage in. A full public process similar to the ones that we've used in other corridor projects would be on the order of $500,000. And that is also unfunded. And then we would construct the improvements that came from that public process. Again, if it were the less expensive separated bike lanes, that would be $5 million. That is also not funded. So as you think about the budget, if you're inclined to allocate additional monies to transportation, we think what would be most advantageous would be to give us additional dollars to develop the corridor, whether it be this corridor or the highest priority corridor that's determined in our consultation with TAB.
Right, because frankly, Folsom, when we looked at the crash data, was not necessarily the highest priority.
And there would be a variety of things that we would use to prioritize. Crashes would certainly be one of them. Its place and proposed facilities through the low-stress network, its presence of local and regional transit service, and then opportunistic things like whether we would be resurfacing the road and would be out there anyway doing improvements. That would all fit into that prioritization we would anticipate.
Okay, let us pause here. We have people in line. Did you, it was Cindy, then Mary, and then let us figure out how we want to proceed.
So I just wanted to say that I think using the automobiles as having the fatal accidents because they're hitting immovable objects against bicycles, which are hit by automobiles, is an apples and oranges argument. And that Folsom corridor is one of the most highly used. 13th Street may have the markings on it, but it's not used like that one. University students, people going back and forth to work. And to leave it unprotected and to have these things keep happening, I think is really irresponsible for us.
Okay, but keep in mind, and then we're going to Mary, that somebody passing out and crossing over both lanes and hitting a bike is a pretty freak accident, and it's probably not this, as tragic as that is probably not the standard to which we should, I'm just going to throw that out there. That's,
I just wanted, didn't that just happen on 47th Street, though?
Oh, it just happened on Foothills.
At Foothills, that's what I mean.
I'm just saying, we can't, I just want to,
Sure, we want data,
just
not
saying-
anecdotes, but I would
Right.
just say that you pointed out this doesn't happen very often, but
just
we've just had it happen twice in a
Yes.
month.
okay, what I meant is, we're not going to, if our safety standard is to keep people from passing out and crossing over lanes and hitting the other thing, we can't build our way out of that problem, is all I'm saying. I didn't mean to start that.
anticipate it.
Right, but,
Well,
I was going to say, we have enough crashes with people just making left-hand turn lanes that we're trying to solve for as well.
true. Wait, so somewhere in here, there's the enforcement of traffic things that are happening as well.
Yes. Okay, I have Mary and then Aaron, and then we will see how we can proceed.
So it seems to me, so thanks for that presentation and for pulling together all this information in such a short time. It seems to me that following the transportation master plan that we just approved a couple of weeks ago is the right thing to do, and to let our Transportation Advisory Board, who is going to take a look at this, knowing what has just happened, and make recommendations on, as I understand it, they will be the ones that will be prioritizing the corridors, is that correct?
Well, they're an advisory board, so they will advise us on developing a prioritization. Yeah.
Okay, so we could just wait for them to prioritize these, because to make the recommendations, they will be looking at the data. They will be hopefully making a decision based on more dangerous corridors based on the data. So I would say that we continue on that process. The questions I have to do with corridor studies, and that sounds like that's something that is unfunded right now. So that's probably what we could do tonight at the budget, is to fund a corridor plan. And so what is the range of a cost for a corridor plan?
So if we were to do a corridor plan just for this section of Folsom, that's estimated at about $250,000. If we were to do a corridor plan for the entirety of Folsom, we think that would be $500,000. There are economies of scale. And it would be in that range for any other corridor as well.
So $200,000 to $500,000.
$250,000 to $500,000.
We just did one for 30th, right?
30th, we just did 30th in Colorado, just did one for Arapahoe, and just did one for Canyon.
Okay.
And the costs for those were
But I meant, are those
considered
teed
in
up?
those.
Those are teed up, I guess.
Correct.
So that's what we could do tonight, is allocate 250 to 500 for a corridor plan or corridor plans.
And,
So-
or actually act on one that we've completed.
That could be it too. But, so that's one point. And then the other point I wanted to make is we also talked about in the transportation master plan discussion was about lowering speed limits. So that's something easy that we could do along this corridor for now. Is that a correct statement?
Well, it would certainly be easier to lower the speed limit. I wouldn't recommend that you do that because I don't believe it would have any tangible result. So what I would recommend that we do is what we discussed last time, which is that we study all of the information that we have on the effectiveness of speed limit reductions and what's necessary in order to cause somebody to go slower on a roadway, that we bring that information back to you so that you can make an informed policy decision about what our speed limit should be.
Okay, thank you.
So we have Aaron and then Sam.
So thanks for all that, Bill. So I guess what I've heard from folks here was a desire for something cheaper and simpler than the $5 million, right? And so I certainly know other communities do fixed forms of protection that are not the more expensive ones. And do you feel like those just in general are ineffective at increasing safety, or is there something specific about this area that's different?
Something like a parking block or something like that? Is that what you're?
Yeah, well, I mean, I've seen permanent bollards, for example, in places, or intermittent concrete barriers, or when I people send me things or I look at articles, I see a variety of fixed protection that it's at a lower level than what you're showing is the more expensive one.
So there certainly would be many things that we could do that would make the corridor look better, right? There certainly are things that are more aesthetic than the bollards that we have out there, but that would not provide any additional physical deterrent to a vehicle going through. So we wouldn't recommend that. There's
So like a
certainly
fixed bollard, like that were steel.
Well,
cedars,
again,
maybe.
it is either something that will break away and not impede them, or it won't break away and will stop them abruptly. And a device that stops them abruptly, in our opinion, would be much less safe than not having that there.
Okay, so I guess I can stop delving into the technical details, but I'll just thank you for that. I would love for there to be something permanent and cheaper that would increase safety. I'm not hearing an option here, and so I trust your expertise.
And the only other thing, the only other thing that I didn't mention was things like parking blocks are basically.
Tire runs up against.
Yeah. So I mean, those are relatively inexpensive. That's actually what we put in place on the baseline corridor when we put that out there. The challenge with devices like that is no matter how clever you are at trying to affix them, when a vehicle hits them, they are dislodged. And so those devices were ending up back in the bike lane, they were ending up in the travel lane, and there was a lot of frustration from the community, and those devices were removed, which is why we would recommend something much more durable, like the devices or the treatments I've shown you.
Okay.
So can I just offer a comment then?
Yep.
So if we had a great, cheaper, permanent option, I would absolutely advocate for us going forward on that, but I
On
agree with.
Folsom? Or
Yeah, if we had the option.
I meant, on what geography are you speaking about?
Well, we don't have the option at all, so I'm not going to weigh in. So, but I'll agree with Mary in terms of, it seems like we probably should keep on track with our master plan and go with option one and look to staff and TAB for future innovations that can help with safety in these areas.
Okay, I have Sam and then Bob, and then we are moving on.
So I'll agree with Mary that we should keep going. The only reason that I brought up Folsom for jumping the queue is because it's already separated. We've already done the 4 to 3 lane conversion. It is teed up for some kind of protection in just the part that's already been marked. And that curve is dangerous for sure. It's dangerous on both sides. And on the inside, cars cut it off, right? There's plastic that kind of makes it a little more difficult for them to do that, but the paint always gets worn away. And before it was buffered, the paint was always worn away on the curve on the inside, and that's just an indication of the cars cutting off the inside of that curve. So jersey blocks along that part actually might have some beneficial protective for both the motorist and the bike. But that being said, I think Mary's right. I think we need to go on with this per the public process. But it is just a shame that we've had 2 severe bike auto accidents in 2 days, and they have 2 different root causes, but they're both bad outcomes for the cyclist.
Bob.
So at about 12:30 in the afternoon on September 20th, my wife came home covered with blood, and that's because she was the first person on the scene of that accident, and she rendered aid before the rescue squad and the police arrived. And she said, and she used to work in an emergency room, and she said she'd seen a lot of horrific accidents over years. This is one of the most horrible situations she's ever seen. So with that said, I think I do agree with Mary and Zan that each individual accident is in and of itself horrific and regrettable. But we can't react anecdotally. We have to be scientific about these things, as cold as that might sound. And so I think we do need to stay the course. I think we need to apply the transportation master plan. I think we need to defer to our transportation advisory board. But I also agree with Sam that if we have corridors that are already set up for some adjustments, they may jump the queue. In other words, it can't be purely data-driven. We may have situations where a corridor that has fewer accidents might make sense simply because it's already partway down the path.
we will certainly carry that viewpoint from the both of you forward to the Transportation Advisory Board.
Well, and I think we're going to try to sum up for all of us, not just these guys. I think everybody, are most people agreeing with Mary that we just passed a TMP, let's go through the process and prioritize, but with a few caveats, one of which is, can we put an asterisk by the things that have already gone through the process? Can we try to speed up the treatment? And I also think, based on what comes out of the TAB and this process, is let's prioritize some of these corridor treatments in our CIP. Let's get on with them, I think is probably a sentiment as well. Does that capture it? I do feel, because I want to make sure I wasn't misheard, I think these accidents are horrific. The only reason I said we can't do anecdotal, I meant is we should pick the places, we should prioritize the ones where we're getting the most accidents, that's all. And if Folsom's it, by all means. Or if it's a dangerous curve, and I think that's different. What I meant is people trying to keep our streets safe from somebody passing out and going out of their lane is a whole nother thing. But protecting a dangerous curve that routinely has problems, now that should be higher on the list. So I just wanted to make sure I was clear.
Just one thing, since during the Transportation Master Plan update, it came out, I chaired the first Transportation Master Plan. 30 years ago, we were celebrating the other night, 30 years. And so part of this is the frustration. It was the thing that put the multimodal plan on the streets here and off the streets. So it's with some frustration, I think, not just for me, but for the community to see us keep talking about more studies and doing more of this and more of that. So I think acting would be the best way we can do that, such as you have mentioned, Dan, but that we give the Transportation Advisory Board the chance to say, this is what we want to do now, and we find the funding and we back it up.
I have a process question to follow up with if we're done.
Okay.
So there was one other thing I sent out in that hotline, which was about sidewalks and the definition, and is that something we're going to talk about here?
Be appropriate to address that now? Yeah.
Yeah, let's do that right now.
That slide.
So I think thank you very much. While she's pulling that up. So the question is, how do we limit bicycle riding on sidewalks? What is that based on, and is that the right way to do it? So.
But wait a minute.
Is that the question?
Well, the question is, I think why don't you make your proposal? I think we were talking about a knot of 5 to make it better than it is.
Right. Well,
are you going to explain what it is? Because we're going to have.
I'm happy to explain what it is, but I'm also happy to just say we agree that the way in which it is done currently is extremely unusual and ought to be done differently.
Okay, and I mean, I don't even know where this map lives. I went into the Muni Code online, and I could not find this illustration. Now, the definition that produced this is in there.
Right.
But not this. And when you look at this, which I'd never seen before, that enormous red area to the east probably mostly doesn't need to be red. I mean, I think the areas where we want to avoid conflict is where there's lots of people concentrated, right? And the definition was made that that's in business districts. But, you know, I ride on 55th on the sidewalk every day because it is scary to be in those bike lanes. And so anyway, we don't need to litigate it here. I just think it's something that could be done for not much money, could go through the TAB process, and we could talk about it and improve the situation. So that's all.
If I could offer a little bit of information.
Yes.
So not long after I came to work here, this question arose, and I don't know, maybe 15 years ago or so. And we started a process to try and change this. And it was a tremendously controversial process. There are a considerable number of people in the community at that time very concerned about bikes riding on sidewalks in conflict with pedestrians, and that we might change that. So I do not offer that to suggest we shouldn't change the rules, because again, the rules are basically based on zoning, and 15 zoning areas. It's a very unusual way to set a restriction. But I would simply offer that it will be it's likely to be a very controversial process. It will not be a simple thing.
Well, it may well be. And I think the controversy is going to center around where people spend the most time on foot. And so there's no doubt that I think that restrictions downtown make perfect sense. But there are places out east where I spend a lot of my time where there's not many people walking because they're not very friendly sidewalk areas. And so anyway, the sidewalks are mostly empty during the day, and they make, on Arapahoe, if you need to be on the south side for some reason, you don't have any choice.
Yeah,
So-
right? Just wanted full disclosure.
Yeah.
Right, so here's where we're at. You agree that they don't quite make sense, but fixing them will not be without controversy. Okay, and the question before us is, in the budget scenario, well, actually, this one is, do we want a 9 to 5 to put it on the work plan, knowing we're telling the next council what to do? That's the question.
I think we wait for the next council.
Yeah, that's fine.
And the other thing that I just wanted to remind everyone of, and I'm sure Bill is aware of this, that in addition to zoning areas having seen change since this map was created, there's also a lot of different types of transportation modes, like e-bikes, and we're talking about e-scooters, and I think e-things. And so we need to be aware that that presents other challenges as well. So it's not going to be a straightforward process, I don't think. So I do think that we need to wait for the next council.
And I'll just note that we are keeping a list, and by we, I mean Jane, of things that we would like. Some things we're going to tie a bow on this council, some things we're getting partway done and handing off, and other things go on the things you might want to consider to the new council. And so maybe that goes on the third column. Okay, Aaron?
Yeah, so
are you
clearly this will take longer than this council has, but I'll tee it up for them. Just one quick thought. There are places here that have, like in those red areas, that have bike lanes and good facilities, and places that don't at all. And so that could be a simpler distinction to make when and if the next council gets to it. Is actually, if you have no alternative but to be on the sidewalk, you can be on the sidewalk.
Okay. Maybe we'll leave that.
Unless you have an e-bike.
E-bikes can't ride in traffic either.
They go fast.
Oh, no, mine.
Okay, whoa, okay, let's not litigate e-bikes here. Okay, so we'll put that on the list of things that the new council may want to take up, and you may be forewarned. Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, Bill.
We are going to turn back to the budget.
All right, and I just have 2 slides for you. So next steps for tonight, we are doing the first reading and public hearing. On October 15th, we'll have the second reading and public hearing. In addition, on your consent agenda, you will have first reading and adoption of your special districts budgets for 2020. So staff proposes the following motion language. I also wanted to highlight the living wage resolution, which we included in this packet as well per the direction in January. So that is in addition to what you'll be adopting tonight. And we're happy for any other questions.
Any other questions? Okay, we also want to go to a public hearing. So I'll just note, there were a lot of questions and answers provided via email, and I guess the question to council is there anything that needs, do we have any additional questions right now? Mary?
Do we have people signed up for public hearing?
We have 1. Up, and now I'll have 2. Okay, so that, but I'll just also, just so we pace ourselves, we have the public hearing on community benefit.
After Alpine Balsam.
After Alpine Balsam.
I think I'd like to see the answers and then bring it up.
Okay, and we can also, since there was a lot of email traffic with questions and answers, we can also provide, if we're going to propose anything before the next hearing.
Yeah, I would be happy, I put out a few questions, and so I would be happy to wait and get those answers back.
Most of them have arrived via email.
Yes, and we have the additional information of the breakdown of the municipal east entry doors if you'd like to discuss that
I
tonight.
don't care. I mean, we can look at that.
Well, I guess, so
I think we need to.
to look at it now?
Yes, and, I mean, we can do it after the public hearing, but I can share with you why I think we need to.
Anything that's going to provoke feedback on the budget, I think, is fair game. If anything that we're doing just because it's interesting and the.
No, this is not because.
Okay, well, no, but some stuff was very interesting, but doesn't, I'm just saying. Okay, let's hear from our two publics, and then we're going to, our two publics. Travis.
Hello, council members. My name's Travis Cully. It's been a long time since I've been here. I am a bicyclist myself, and I wanted to simply say, in the little time that I have, that not a dollar nor penny should be spent on informing cyclists that they need to be in traffic. Putting bicyclists into public harm, or into harm's way, is really my first concern. If there's other ways in which we can look at Folsom particularly, and in more economical strategies for doing so, I did not hear on this council the most important option, which was traffic abatement. We do hear about maybe slowing down slowing down the overall traffic, but I think that we need to consider removing a lane of traffic north and south on Folsom, and here's why. I was myself hit in 2001 at the intersection of Walnut and Folsom, which is a two-lane opportunity there for traffic, for car traffic. And the passing car stopped, and I was hit by the right side lane. It was a young driver, 16. He was inebriated. He had been smoking cannabis. His mother came and rescued him. She bought me a new front wheel. It was just a thing we tried to avoid. We avoided even making a public record for it. We did not make a police statement. And I don't understand why Folsom needs two lanes at all, or ever. I believe that car traffic is a 20th century phenomenon. And we're going to have a multimodal transportation system, at least our next council will, that is going to have to be bearing on us. I have a lot to say, and I hope I get your ear. I was a courier in Boulder for 4 years, and so I'm real familiar with the flow of traffic, right? I was a courier in Chicago for 10 years, and so I know the differences between these cities now. There are very few lifts, elevators in downtown Boulder compared to Chicago. Lots of elevators in Chicago. You can get in an elevator that will go past another elevator, express elevators in Chicago. Here, there are very few. And if we look at how car traffic operates and its behavior, the first two opportunities that it has to pass other traffic are not, I don't even know if you'd call them arterials. You'd call them, these are the main streets. But Canyon and Folsom are the first two opportunities that anybody has to pass. Now, this is maybe a reason why, in a future circumstance, we need to give a lane north and south to bicycle and pedestrian traffic.
Thank you, Travis.
Thank you.
And then Lynn Siegel.
Lynn Siegel, Mountain Heights. We got budget problems. We gave away Maxwell Street to 311, $1 million. We could have spent $20,000 to $30,000 for some legal assistance to eminent domain, which we'd cared for that portion of that street going into that private property of the developer, and we gave it away. This is a problem. You know what it costs to make a penny? 1.4 cents. Why do we have pennies? Tomorrow we could have no pennies. We need the developer to pay. You know, we'll go slower in Boulder, but you know why we'll go slower? Because grow, 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 more and more people, more intersections between the car and the bicyclist. The developer needs to pay. Long time ago, at the risk of stating the obvious. And I hate to do that because I know you're all very bright people. But when am I going to see a change? I've been coming up here for 30-some years. The level of service around here is getting friggin' ridiculous. Slow, stopped everywhere. I'm weaving around in between cars, going through, you know, the middle of traffic with my bike because it's so stopped. It's friggin' ridiculous. We cannot grow our way out of this. Transit-oriented development is very expensive. Housing, yes, people don't have cars as much, but we have big transportation demands. As Cohen can say, we have ruts, you know, we have potholes, we're doing fix-it jobs when we should be doing major jobs on all of our roadways. We're allowing 311 on the wildlife-urban interface, and we're dragging half of the mountain down for 304 parking spaces. Right at the base of Mount Sanitas. That's tearing up our friggin' transportation infrastructure. We've got national infrastructure issues. You know, Flint, Michigan, like, yeah. Let's really think deep about this issue. Follow the Boulder Valley Master Plan, 15-minute neighborhoods.
Thank you, Lynn. Okay, with that, we're going to close the public hearing.
I'll turn to Mary. Oh, well, I have a question. I wasn't here for the TMP, and a question that somebody brought up, and it brought up Lynn's testimony just now on 311. Who pays? Do we charge people who are developing? So I'm asking you, Bill. Do we charge developers for their impacts on our streets? So we have two large development proposals right now that are demolishing quite a bit and are going to drive from west to east. So who pays for those improvements? Does the is that in their permit fee, or is it the taxpayer who pays for it? So for example, at 311, it's estimated we're going to have 20,000 truckloads of demolished material going across the street. Who is paying for that?
So I'm going to see if there's anyone from Development Services that wants to answer this instead. I'll let them.
Chris is jumping.
So you go first.
Okay.
Sorry, it's just
So yeah, that assessment occurs through the Planning and Development Services process, not through transportation. So what I'm telling you, I only know anecdotally from kind of being around a long time. It's my understanding that when a developer, or when a development comes in, they are assessed a development excise tax. And those funds are used collectively in a variety of different areas, transportation and other departments, to then fund improvements that are associated with development impacts across the city. Transportation has an excise tax fund that we use, that we try and allocate to improvements that we think are associated with development impacts, and other departments are the same.
Right, and I was going through, and thank you for being brave and taking this question first, but I was going through our packet today, and in one of the appendices, it was talking about our permit fees, and you know, it had library and how everything was allocated. Yeah. But I didn't see anything for allocation of street repair. And so it just raised the question, you know, who pays for that? Yeah.
So for instance, if there were a redevelopment and a lot of truck traffic on the street going to it were to damage the street, there is an assessment that is done on that. Again, it is my understanding, there's an assessment that is done after every redevelopment by the right-of-way inspector to determine if there was impacts to the street and whether that is something that could be billed back to the developer. That's my understanding.
Okay, I won't belabor the issue, it's just I don't know how the developer then would know what that assessment would be and be able to calculate it in his total costs, so.
Well, I think the assumption is that they're not going to damage our streets, that they'll,
But 20,000 trucks will, yeah. Okay. Thank you, Bill, for taking that.
All right, Mary, you wanted to raise an issue?
Well, I guess it's a question for Lisa.
Oh.
Or I guess Katie was going to present on the municipal doors.
Yeah, so we were asked earlier today to provide more of a breakdown of what isn't included in the $700,000 estimate, and I do want to stress estimate right now, and I'm going to let Michelle Crane from our Facilities and Asset Management team talk a little bit more, as she's the lead project manager for this proposed project.
Good evening, Michelle Crane with City Facilities. So what our estimate is prepared for and the budget that we have is for a new exterior vestibule to the municipal building. It's a two-door, again, exterior vestibule as opposed to an interior. We investigated doing an interior solution versus an exterior. And we proceeded with the exterior because we didn't want to take that valuable space that we use inside the lobby. So what's included in this estimate is a lot of costs now for foundation and exterior work, as well as the floodproofing that would be included in this type of renovation. So we're looking at structural glass for this, and we also...
Structural what?
Structural glass. So we were looking at a glass vestibule solution. So another key consideration in this is a landmarked building. And so we know that we're going to have to put some time into our design phase to get this through and to work with our landmarks board. And so we didn't really want to shortchange that design effort and what may come out of what we end up having to do to create this new entry. So we did use structural glass as a solution, but we are having some contingency for additional floodproofing. When we get into a lot of times into the development review process, we find we have extra requirements that we have to get into, and we've really only done an initial concept design for this. So those are some of the considerations that built up the cost. So you see the site and demo work, but a lot of that is that glass vestibule. The exterior work is new foundation, new slab, because it's all exterior work that we have to kind of demo and excavate for. And then we want to make sure that we actually connect this new entry, because we're talking about, a brand new entry to our main municipal building. We want to make a good presence and connect that to Broadway, to the surrounding sidewalks. So that's a lot of the exterior work and exterior landscaping that's included in that. And really, it's those numbers that build up to that $700,000 estimate. We are carrying a contingency in this because, again, we've done kind of an early concept design, and so we don't want to shortchange what we might get into as we get further into a design phase.
Right, but it seems still pretty inflated, and I understand what you're saying, but I guess I would like to see you come back with something a little bit reduced that isn't at $700,000. And we're talking about a square footage of less than 100 square feet?
It would likely be more than that, because we have to, between
Well, whatever, but a very small square footage. And so, I mean, you could build a pretty nice house for $700,000. So it just seems pretty inflated, I'll just say that. And I guess I would like it to come back at somewhat a reduced amount. And I guess I'd like to see design permits and insurance broken down as well.
We can do that. I mean, we have the breakdowns for this estimate, even more granular than this.
That would be great.
I think to really come back with a more refined cost estimate, we will have to get further into a design and really vet some of these historic landmark issues and the flood issues, so.
Great. Mary?
So this is a question for Lisa. Would you be open to doing 3 corridor plans for the price of a door?
What? I didn't hear you.
Would you be open to doing 3 corridor plans for the price of a door?
Well,
I mean, this will pay for 3 corridor plans.
yeah,
and
the other question, though, is, and why I brought this up, has to do with the situation that we've put probably close to $2 million into our Sister City Plaza in terms of constructing it, in terms of adding benches, landscaping, and all of that. And that's an investment we did over 12 years ago. Today, that's hardly used by anybody, except for people who camp there and leave it a mess. And so it's like, you know, we've developed this beautiful place, and nobody wants to come visit it because it is not well maintained by either the city. I don't know if we need to have more patrols by the police. I don't know what needs to happen in order to activate that space. But I would like staff to come back with some kind of a activation plan on what you're going to do to make the Sister City Plaza the type of place Tom Eldridge, his vision, and to make it the type of place that we're proud that we put $2 million in, and that it's a place that visitors from outside of the city of Boulder want to come to and visit, and that our workers in the municipal building might want to go out and have their lunch. And right now, it's a dead zone. And so somehow, I want to have a response on, and this isn't just to you, Michelle, and I appreciate how you've worked with all this, but I want to have some kind of a response, and I guess I can only ask Jane, for, you know, how are you going to patrol the area better? How are you going to clean that site up? How are you going to make it a more welcoming place so that the taxpayers of Boulder feel like that investment has been a good investment, and it should be something that we're not just sweeping under the rug and ignoring because it's not an activated place?
We can work on that. We cannot get that back to you by second reading of this ordinance. Currently, our staff does clean that area, and we do provide landscape maintenance in that area. Again, it's a public space. Anybody can be there, and we patrol it. I know the police walk through frequently, so we'll have to do some thinking about how to perhaps hire private security guards to stand there, or extra police officers. I'm not really sure what it will be, but in the next 2 weeks, we cannot have that information back.
Well, before I leave in November, I'd like to know how you're going to activate the site.
We will do our best. I cannot promise that that can happen in a month's time.
Right, but when you have the scene that's happening right now, that's when we come to work and there's human feces at the door that we enter in the back door, and there's human feces all over the place. So it's not being taken care of the way it needs to be taken care of, and I appreciate that staff members and people have to pick that up, but if it was a little more taken care of, maybe we wouldn't, and visitors to this building wouldn't have to step over feces when they come into it.
Okay. In terms of things that, I have a queue. Were you done? I have
Well,
a queue.
I put a suggestion on the table, so I don't know if people want to respond to that or not.
Okay. What? All right, we have Cindy, Sam, Aaron. Bob.
Shall I jump in? I'm also, the cost is really high, but I think Lisa makes a really good point about prior investments that have been made in this area. Plus, it leads right over to the tea house, which was our first Sister City gift, and it would be very nice to show our sister cities, give them a welcoming aspect. And the connection between this building and that one, and a door that would go that way with the tiles that are in the garden, I think would be a really nice, again, a connection that would be a good one, beneficial for all of us. And Mary, whether or not we trade up these corridors, we still haven't talked about this 20% contingency fund in the budget that we're moving towards. And maybe something like this, I keep, trying to spend this money. Something like that could either go towards the corridor studies or something, and I would hope as well that this price could be brought down, and I don't know if it can be. I'm seeing the no, but that we would invest on prior investments in this area.
Sam.
So I'm going to agree with Cindy on the following point. When we look at things like public safety, and I'm going to come to Vision Zero in a little bit, I am willing to sacrifice a little bit of money that's in our reserves for doing some of those things. So I don't have an opinion yet about the trading off of the doors for corridor studies. I'll probably have that developed by the second reading, but I still think it's important to properly fund the safety efforts and the corridor development studies efforts, kind of regardless of whether we're going to take the doors down or off. But Jane, this has been a persistent kind of discussion point that I brought up, and I personally would prefer to see us proceeding on TDM stuff, and not TDM, sorry, TMP projects, and getting the worst crash corridors protected sooner, even if that means taking some money out of what was going to go into the reserves. So I have some questions I'd like to ask really quickly about that. Would you rather start with Vision Zero or the general fund capital budget? So I'll just start page 54. I was looking at the transfers that Cindy had brought up, and if I look at those, I see that there's now $11 million that's going into the governmental capital fund, and I think that's the bulk for the 2020. That's the bulk of the change in the interfund transfers. Does that look right, Katie?
Yeah, so that's exactly right. And you're going to see this fund come up during the second ATB. It's something we created this year as we were starting to create a more robust general fund capital program, kind of separated. It's still considered a general governmental fund, but kind of separated out from our traditional operations of general fund and track our capital projects more consistently using this fund mechanism. And so we're going to be transferring monies this year for those projects, but this is really the bulk of IT capital funding, facilities and assets funding, and then our 5% goal of our general fund capital that we've been building up, all being set aside into this fund so that we don't lose sight of it.
So is this itself going to be the 5% fund?
Yes.
This is the 5%.
So each year you'll see a transfer from the general fund to the governmental capital fund. It's easier on us, and it seems more convoluted for you, but it really helps us keep track.
Okay, and where's that money coming from? Is that just coming from the general fund to go into the government capital fund? Or?
That's correct.
Okay, so these are general fund dollars that have been taken out of other places they could go. They're being set aside for capital projects.
Mm-hmm. And they've historically been there. So we have had an IT capital fund within the general fund for years at $1 million plus. We've had FAM dollars for facility maintenance backlog that's always been appropriated through the general fund as well. And it's just simply setting it aside into a different source.
Okay, so let's talk about the capital reserves then. So does each department have a target of 20% reserves within the department budget?
No.
Okay, so the general fund has a target of 20%, and the general fund separate from this governmental capital fund. So somewhere in a bank account is 20% of $130 million.
Will be 20%.
Well, maybe.
Yeah.
And then in dedicated funds like open space and some of the library, do those also have a 20% reserve?
No, what you're going to see, and it's in the appendix section, and I won't recite what they are right now because I don't know all of them off the top of my head, but it varies depending on what type of fund you are. So if you're largely an operating fund.
Do you have a page we can look at? Just bookmark?
So I'll talk while I look at this. So if you're in an operating fund, you'll likely want to hold more reserves versus a capital fund where the individual capital projects have contingency dollars built into the project. Or if you're a heavy user where if you're down for a day, it costs millions of dollars like utilities, they have 25% actually. So it really kind of varies, but you'll start on 290 and see the different percent targets. They're largely 10%, 15% or above, and increase up to 25%.
290?
290, thank you, of the budget book.
And so the 20% is what's in the budget, and 28.9 million is how much that is for the general fund? Am I reading that right on page
Correct.
290?
Mhm.
So I'll just put out there, Mary, that 1% not going from 19 to 20 looks to me like that would be about $1.5 million.
That's correct.
So just pointing out there are other pots of money that we can be talking about here. I know that staff really wants to get to this target. I want to get people protected, so.
So I have a question about Vision Zero. I'm a little confused. I mean, so we're talking about corridor plans is one thing, and that's a capital, those are capital expenses. In the unfunded needs that Katie sent this morning, thank you, Katie, there is 1.3 million under Vision Zero, but it is an operating cost. It is not a one-time cost.
And I've been trying to back this out as well, so maybe we can have transportation up, because I thought I heard something like 250,000 was the budget under the TMP for Vision Zero for the coming year. And I was able to find a transportation engineer in here for 130,000 for Vision Zero. So how much is the Vision Zero budget for 2020?
So I'm going to let Bill answer that, and I'm also going to go back to the unfunded needs and clarify that it isn't necessarily an operating cost, but it's an ongoing cost to bring up the level of need to where we would be achieving the TMP at $1.3 million annually. So it could very well go to capital projects as well.
Right.
So it's a combination of potentially ongoing and capital? Is that what I'm hearing?
The 1.3.
The 1.3?
Could be used.
Either way?
Either way.
Yeah.
But elements of that would be maintenance of green pavement markings or improvements to traffic signals, that sort of thing, which would usually be more of an ongoing cost than a capital cost. So the question was what the budget is for 2020.
For Vision Zero.
For Vision Zero.
And Bill, can you speak more into the mic, please?
Apologize. And we talked a little bit about this last time. I'd start by saying there's two ways to look at budgeting for Vision Zero. And one is that much of the money that we spend in the transportation division is associated with Vision Zero. A lot of the things that we do from a maintenance perspective, most of the capital projects all have elements that are tied to Vision Zero. The corridor plans that we talked about, the millions of dollars that are committed to building those corridors are building separated bike lanes that are associated with Vision Zero. And so those are dollars that you'll find under a different heading, but are tied to Vision Zero. We do have a budget that is specific to Vision Zero implementation. It used to be a budget called Innovation, and we repurposed it to Vision Zero. That has this past year was $200,000, and then council added another $200,000 through the adjustment to base. It goes back to $200,000 in 2020. I believe we've added $85,000 to that, and then have added a Vision Zero engineer position that we estimate to be $130,000. And that would, again, fund smaller Vision Zero implementation projects like adding in the traffic signal heads to provide protected phasing, or being the matching funds associated with hazard elimination program projects that would construct slightly larger projects like rebuilding the traffic signal. We would anticipate using that money to rebuild the traffic signal at Folsom and Pine, for instance. Does that answer your question?
Well, I tried to track the math, so I got up to 285,000 for dedicated Vision Zero, if I followed that right.
And then 130 for the...
So the engineer's on top of that. The engineer position is on top of
that.
285.
Correct.
Okay.
If I got the 85 right.
Yes, that's in the unfunded,
Yeah.
that's in the chart.
It's in what, Mary?
It's in the unfunded needs chart that we got this morning.
And so you're,
And it's shown as 7% of
Yeah.
the total, so that's 7% of the 1.3.
So in addition to the 85 that's shown there and the 130, there's a base of 200,000.
okay. What's the 1.3 million that's unfunded? Like,
That's the Vision Zero. That's the, what Bill was answering at the beginning of this questioning, which was, that is a combination of potentially capital, potentially maintenance. Yeah.
Unfunded
But it's
need.
an unfunded need.
Yeah.
So I followed that. I was just trying to make sure I understood what the needs were. And so that's the mashup of the operational and capital. And so we're going to be funded at 285 plus 130. So 385, 410 or so this year. Is that right?
Yeah.
For Vision Zero stuff. Okay.
Assuming this is approved, yes.
Okay. Thank you.
Aaron?
So do you have a slide on the transportation essential services? Is that what that little grayed out thing is, Katie?
I have it from what we displayed what we have displayed last year, or on September 10th. Feels like last year.
Could you bring that up, please? Great. So this is the proposed increase amount, right, in the current budget. And I was looking through, do I remember, do I have it right, that's like 100,000 for transportation maintenance, 350 for median, and the rest for snow and ice? Do you have that exact number?
Yep. It's a total of 600,000, $150,000 increasing the snow and ice program, 350,000 for median and right-of-way landscaping, and 100,000 for increased pavement maintenance focus, predominantly pothole and minor street reconstruction.
Great, thank you. And can you explain that that's a lot more median maintenance than it is street repair?
Yep.
And I know we've gotten complaints about our median maintenance, and I appreciate stepping up to do that a little more. But do you have why so much more for that than street repair?
Sure. So at the end of last year and at the start of this year, as we were getting a lot of complaints about the status of our medians, we went through a process with a local community group that was interested in this and helped lay out a plan for how we could effectively maintain our medians. And again, maintaining our medians is difficult. We have a lot of them, and the fact that we do not use pesticides makes the cost about 4 times as much,
yeah.
right? So we had to come up with that plan for how often we would maintain certain corridors, and each corridor was classified into 4 different categories with a different level of service. That plan that we ultimately developed with that group sums up to this amount. We were able to fund its implementation this year through some one-time funding that we received, but this is what is necessary in order to keep that going in perpetuity.
Gotcha. So it was that revised plan, that it's the implementation dollars. Thanks for that explanation.
Yeah.
So I'll just make a couple points here. Lisa, I really appreciate your looking out for the Sister City Plaza and that up there. I'd like where you were going with Jane in terms of ways to clean that up and activate it better. Personally, I don't think I can support the $700,000 for a door to do that. So I don't feel like that's the way to get there. It's a lot of money. So I would support some additional, services approach, some operating approach to try to get things in a little better shape over on that side. But I would really rather see the money from that $700,000 in the budget that's currently allocated towards the door to go towards. I would probably put it towards transportation-related things, and particularly ones that focused on safety. I don't know, Mary, to your point, I don't know that funding 3 corridor plans is necessarily the way that we should probably just direct it, because we've completed corridor plans that are unfunded, right? So, I mean, I think we want to move forward with our corridor plans, but I'm just doing 3 of them, I don't know.
No, that's fine. It was
Yeah.
just easy math.
Okay, thank you. So, but anyway, but if it's something that we could put towards transportation funding, particularly safety-related, and I will make a pitch for definitely increasing street repair and maintenance funds, both the pothole kind of version, but also, like Mary, we talked about before, about keeping in better shape proactively. So I'd love to see us do a little better in that area. And I do feel like that ties into our safety desires as well. I was just biking the other day on 30th Street, which we all know has very narrow bike lanes and feels very unsafe. And then in the middle of the narrow 30th Street bike lanes, I was hitting potholes, and boy, did that feel scary and unsafe. So better pavement maintenance plays into our other safety things as well. So I'll put in a plug for going in that direction. And I don't know, maybe I appreciate they were doing better in our medians, but maybe that's not 350,000 more, maybe it's 250,000 more, and we get a little better street repair. I don't know.
Can I ask a question? You said that in the last 2 years, or maybe in the last year, we picked up 7 acres of additional medians? How did we do that?
My understanding is that's through the new projects that we developed, like, for instance, the Diagonal Corridor, where we reconstructed the street and built new landscaped medians in there.
There's a lot of them there.
And there's a lot.
Yeah.
Is it all necessarily medians, or is some of it maybe on the sides, or is it really all medians?
I think it's predominantly medians. Generally, the landscaping to the side of the road is the property owner's responsibility.
I think we should use lots of compost and turn them into pollinator gardens.
Yep.
Just saying. I know that's not a
They
simple.
still require maintenance, though.
What?
Certainly a part of what.
Pollinator perennials
I know,
still
but
require maintenance.
we might as well be getting multiple values out of all the money you spend on maintenance.
We're certainly considering not doing quite so much landscaping in our future projects, given the cost.
We have Bob and then Lisa. Oh, have you, and then Cindy.
So I'll try to touch on what Mary said, what Sam said, and what Aaron said. First of all, I agree with Mary that the next $700,000 we spend is probably not for the doors, as much as I would like to beautify that, and I think there are probably less expensive ways to activate that plaza and make it cleaner and safer. Then moving on to where Sam was, I'm not sure that if we have $700,000 that gets freed up by the doors, and then 1.5 million in the reserves, I would spend the 700,000 first. We may go to the reserves next, but I want to make sure we separate those two. So do we have $700,000 in needs for transportation, which is where I would put it? Do we have $2.2 million in transportation needs, or we have some number in between? So let's start with the 700,000, and then if that's not quite enough, then we can talk about the reserves or maybe some other budgets. So I think that's all. I want to agree with what Aaron said too. Potholes are a safety issue for those of us who ride bikes and scooters. So while the medians, it would be nice to have them look nice. That's a nice to have, not a gotta have. We have people that drive cars and scooters and bikes and walk, and the potholes and the road condition I think is a safety issue, as Aaron said, and I would prioritize that over beautification of medians. You guys can figure out where that balance is, but I think having more than half of this money we may be offering to you shouldn't be for beautification of medians.
Lisa.
So I'll take it to economic vitality, and who wants to answer my questions? So right now, we have something like almost $12.3 million allocated in this year's budget for economic vitality. And can that be broken down into specifically what is that going towards?
Good evening, Council. Yvette Bowden, Director of Community Vitality, which includes economic vitality, but it also includes other things. I'm pleased to help you clarify what those things are. The Community Vitality Department also includes the entire parking and access efforts of the city. Parking and access. So it, in conjunction with the districts, is responsible of working with our partners in transportation and improving the access initiatives of the city.
And what's the district?
All of the districts. So it's BJAD,
All of the individual.
Correct.
Improvement districts.
Right, and we, although the districts are paying for a large portion of the infrastructure upkeep, the portions that are in your budget relate to the work that we do to enforce and to parking-related citations, and to run the program that deals with the revenue-generating infrastructure in your kiosks. There's a portion of your budget that's around capital, $1.2 million to replace the kiosks that we have. I want to point to that first so that we understand those are general fund assets. Those are not owned by Community Vitality, but we do run the program. Right now, just for example, I believe we have in excess of 4, maybe 6 different types of kiosks that we run across the city. With this capital infusion, we would be looking to replace all of that infrastructure. There's a couple reasons why. One is we want to move to one set of infrastructure. This equipment is over 12 years old. They no longer make parts for it, and they've put us on notice about that. And right now, if we take out one of those kiosks, it's costing us roughly $25,000 a month to just repair these kiosks across the city. Replacing the kiosks will allow us to continue to work with transportation in improving curbside management. It will also aid us in contributing more effectively to the general fund and, frankly, the access of people visiting these corridors and the city. We'll be on one technology, which we have benchmarked against the rest of the community, and we will reduce the overall number of kiosks, so
Right.
reducing maintenance. On the operations side, let me talk about economic.
Okay, I was just going to say, and I really appreciate this, but I was just looking at the time, and if this could just be put in a document, that would be better, because then
I would
think
be
everybody
remiss
could-
for the rest of Economic Vitality, though, if I didn't point out the other work that we do.
Okay.
We just finished a citywide retail study to go forward in addressing what you are asking for in support of small and local businesses. We need to continue that work. I will be happy to supply a couple of pages or even a page that highlights exactly how we'd like to contribute to those efforts that are beyond the districts and affect the city citywide. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much.
I have a question.
Okay.
So where does the money go that you get for the citations from the parking?
Citation revenue from parking goes to the general fund.
And how much is that annually?
I don't have that figure in front of me, but Katie, do you?
I don't either, but I'll have my staff pull it up and send me a message and let you know.
And the kiosks, are you talking about what we all, I think of as a kiosk, are those round things that have all those papers all over them?
No.
No,
Or are
these are
they the
the, I'm
things
sorry, the Cali Pay stations. And when we replace them, also in line with council direction, we'll be going to a paperless model that people can use their phone. They can get paper if they want to, but they will not have to walk back to their cars anymore, and you will be able to pay through your phone. We've seen an increase of that as we've added apps, and this would put us on the same infrastructure as CU is moving to. So we're all trying to get to the same data, same access points.
So in those, that's going to be a $1.2 million cost, you say, replacing them all?
Correct. And we'll be reducing the total number of kiosks as well.
And the citywide retail study. Thank you.
Thank you.
And if you just get back with the amount that.
Will do.
Okay, so from a process point of view, we have 3 other big things to do tonight. So I guess the question is, there's been some proposals. Do we want to fine-tune those right now, or how do we want to proceed? We have some folks have weighed in on the doors, and some folks have weighed in on potholes, and maybe taking more money, or the 1.5, spending some of that on Vision Zero. Those are the 3 things I have heard.
Corridor studies.
That's what I meant by Vision Zero.
Vision Zero, okay.
Isn't that, I mean, or whatever.
I heard
Or implement.
transportation. I heard transportation and focus on Vision Zero.
Yeah, I think more broadly, because it may be implementing one that we've already done, as opposed to doing another study.
If that's the case, fine. But whatever it takes to get through the process that is described in the master plan, get that started and moving, and make sure there's enough funding so that we don't have a bunch of unfunded needs, so we get to the end of a corridor study and there's no money to do the work.
Implementation. So, I mean, I would suggest that we hold in reserve, and no pun intended, the 1.5 million to implement some of these corridors. I mean, we've done the corridor studies, correct?
On some we have, some we haven't.
Arapahoe, Folsom, Canyon, and 30th? Oh, in Colorado. And so I would want to see movement on those corridors in conjunction with our transportation master plan and with our TAB board. So that'll.
Right, we definitely want to do that. A thing that I think I need to tell you is that if we take 1% of the reserves to focus on our transportation master plan, the actual implementation of the corridor studies is far more money than $1.5 million. And so that's one of the things that we're going to be working on in 2020 and that the TMP brought forward is how do we fund the doing of some of the many things that we need to do to improve our transportation system. So the reserves, I don't think are going to solve that problem, but they can help us with maintenance and with studies, but not necessarily with construction of major projects. I just want to warn you about that.
Well, maybe we could get started on one. I think the emails that we get, the feedback that we get, I think a lot in this community are frustrated that we do studies and we're not getting implementation.
Aaron?
Yeah, so I just want to offer a caution about using reserve funding for capital projects. I mean, I don't know that that's a good practice. And the number, as Jane says, the numbers are not comparable to each other, right? Like the whole total of the reserves would build us couple miles of one of those corridors, you know, right? So, and so I think we want to be careful about that. I mean, I don't know how much we want to finish tonight.
Well, that's what. Yeah.
Right, so I'm fine with making final decisions next time, but I just want to, I would probably support letting the reserves finish their climb to 20% and then being able to say, we did that, and congratulations and hooray.
Okay, all right, so we're not going to solve this tonight, so we're just dealing with process.
We're not going to solve this tonight, but I have to make a comment, which is what Lynn brought up when she spoke, of the two people that spoke for the budget session, about development needs to pay. These new medians, the new miles of them, I picked up just a paper off my floor this morning, and it's talking, this is Parks and Rec. New residential units are increasing and new neighborhoods are being built that require the department to increase parkland provisions through development of new neighborhood parks, ball fields, blah, blah, you know, on and on and on. So as long as we have the kind of growth that we are experiencing, we're always going to be looking for the money for it unless we start putting the costs by those who are creating them. These medians, for example, if the development, if there is median maintenance to be had, it should be the new development that creates it, that takes care of it. Why does it come back on us? Why does it come back on the taxpayer every time? So that's all. Okay, Lynn, thank you.
So from a process standpoint, so that you don't need to go to a third reading, it would be helpful to know if there's any net additions to where we could create two ordinances to move forward for October 15th. So if it's simply a reallocation of $700,000 or any dollar amount within the general fund to a different purpose, that's totally fine. But if there is a desire to have a ordinance that appropriates 1% of reserves or something else that is in your mind, it would be helpful to know that now, and we can create that ordinance for you to see on October 15th. Or you could go to third reading as well.
Okay. Is that what you are proposing, is to appropriate 1% of the reserves?
I'm proposing that I go think about it and look at the CIP for transportation, just to understand what's already coming. But I look back at transportation operations, and I see areas that would have Vision Zero impacts in there, like maintenance, you know, and so I'm going to go think about it. I'm just putting out, as I always do, that for me, that's fair game. I haven't made a decision about the doors. I'm going to think about it and, you know, talk with other people about their opinions about that. But that, to me, is the pot of money to look at things for safety.
Okay. Bob?
I was just going to make a process suggestion. It might be helpful if we took a quick straw poll on the doors, because that might affect your thinking, Sam, because if you knew that you had $700,000 to start with, that might affect your thinking on the rest of it. So I just wondered if we could at least bottom that out tonight.
Yeah, but we don't have Mirabai here either, so.
When is second reading? Is it the 15th?
Second reading is the 15th, and we do have time for third reading, would be October 29th.
We will have two, I'll just point out, Zan will be gone and Mary will be gone.
Late. Mary will be late, not gone.
Well,
Depends on travel.
Yeah, depends. Late to gone, somewhere in there.
So we will have a 6-person council. And so it might be good to bottom the doors out. Well, there's these folks and then Mirabai can weigh in and we can figure it out, but.
Right. I mean, it looks like we're going to have a third reading.
Okay, wait, so you're saying bottom it out now?
I'm agreeing with Bob.
Oh.
Because this is the fullest council we're going to have.
Oh, well, it's not like we can, I'm going to email you my thoughts. Okay, are people prepared to straw poll the doors? I guess, did we figure out whether there's any lesser amount? I mean, I know we discussed it, but was that
Well, if Michelle
definitively?
said she could come back with something.
Okay,
I want to say that the information that Michelle gave us about the doors is accurate information with the information that we have. I don't think we can reduce it, and I want to give you an example of something. A couple of years ago, we started talking about North Boulder Library, and we're suggesting that it would be about $6 million. But in order to fund some other things, we reduced the amount in the community culture and safety tax to $5 million. It's coming in at over $6 million, and so we need to find money for it. The doors obviously are a lot less, but the information we've given you is accurate, and trying to say, oh, let's reduce it by half, we're not going to get the doors that we want. It won't happen. So I just want you to know that.
Okay, no, that's helpful.
Well, but I would also want Jane to come back and let us know how that area is going to be activated and what that cost is going to be.
Yeah, so we need to move on. I'd rather not vote tonight, but I guess I can if people want.
Well, you don't want to, well, if people don't want to straw poll, that's fine. We can kick the can down the road. It's also kind of a three-way decision, right? Because it's doors versus transportation versus reserves, right? In other words, if folks agreed not to fund the doors, that's the first $700,000 you have. In other words, are you going to take $700,000 out of the reserves to pay for the doors? That's really a question. Because if you want to take $1.5 million out of the reserves and fund the doors, you're really taking $700,000 out of the reserves for the doors.
No.
Well, you are, because you're prioritizing.
But everything in the budget, you're also prioritizing. So
But these are the only three things on the table.
Well, I would add, if you want, I think Jane just said something
second, third.
about the library. And so if we need extra funding for the library, then that should be on the table as well.
Okay, so I think everybody needs to go do their homework based on this conversation. There's a few things that we put on the table, and collect your thoughts. I think to the extent that people want to propose anything more specific, we should. Like you mentioned potholes, we need to get a firmer sense on if we were going to increase Vision Zero, by how much and exactly for kind of what, knowing it's not going to go directly into capital. So I guess everybody needs to kind of sharpen their pencils.
Do we need information from staff that we can speak to now?
Yeah, and I did bring up the airport and the question of that right now, this year, we have $5.8+ million allocated for needs in the airport, and Katie was kind enough to write and let me know that 5.4 was for federal and state grants, so that we could continue at least another 20 years in an airport-type use. Well, Katie didn't put it that way.
Did not.
But that's basically what it is building more infrastructure, improving the runway. The runway has a lifespan of 20 years, something like that. And I think why would we, and that it serves less than 100 residents in the city of Boulder. So I will write some more. There's other things about the airport that I would like to have council consider. I know just saying no to the federal government and because of the monies that we've taken. I think if we put that up for sale, very easily developers would come in and buy that for the $100 million that we have taken from the FAA. And that would be basically much less than $1 million per acre. So, and what I'm proposing is that we do affordable housing for lower and middle income. It's an area that is underutilized. It's out of the floodplain, and it has incredible views, and it's completely surrounded by the city, and it's in Area 1. So it's something that I think we should consider pretty seriously before taking any additional money from the federal or state government.
Okay, I'm not.
So, well, can I ask, Lisa, are you proposing changing the budget this year, or are you just talking about potential future changes?
No, I'm proposing that we don't accept this $5.4 million from the federal and state governments.
So for the benefit of council, because I did just write to Lisa back to her individual question, if we do not accept this, we're at default of our technical term of all the money that we previously
Grant assurances.
Thank you, and would owe over $100 million back to the Federal Aviation Administration.
I mean, I think the bottom line is that there's an airport out there, and we've agreed, we've made assurances to the federal government that we're going to run an airport according to FAA standards, and that includes repairing the runway when it's time to repair the runway. And most of that money is coming from the federal government or from the state, and the money that we're allocating to it is the money that's generated in revenues from the airport, so it's not any general fund dollars. So if we were to not rebuild the runway and be in default of running the airport according to FAA standards, I hate to use the term, but I think it would be legal exposure for the city.
So the question I have is, well, what happens if all the plane owners didn't show up and they decided to go to Longmont or Jeffco, which are real airports and operate as real airports?
So Lisa, I don't think anybody, I appreciate
Anyway,
this, but I don't
just
think anybody's
bringing it
following
up,
you
but
there.
you asked, did you want?
Well, no, but I don't think you have support on council for this proposal. So I don't know, I understand that you have championed it, and I appreciate it.
And I'm going to continue to write my emails.
No, that's fine, but I meant for tonight. Okay, so we're gonna.
Can I ask a process question? Well, I hate to just like not do something tonight. Can we put at least some boundaries about the things that we're going to talk about next time? Because if we just say like, okay, we'll just talk about this on October 15th, and then 5 new things pop up on October 15th, that would be frustrating. Can we at least talk about what we're going to talk about?
Yeah, we did.
Okay, so.
So let's,
Okay, I just
so
want to be.
Vision
well,
Zero,
new things
it's
have
more
come
money
up,
for
so.
pavement, it's the doors, and you're gonna email us about airport, but I don't think.
And possibly adding to the library.
So here's what I captured: community doors, library, transportation issues, meaning potholes and Vision Zero, and then reserves. The question about where the money comes from, and that's the doors and the reserves.
Okay, so that's the 4 topic, and for the library, the 1-sentence explanation of what might be proposed is?
Fill the shortfall?
Just fill the shortfall. Okay.
And Katie said that if there was any allocation, that we didn't need an ordinance for that, correct?
If you don't change the base budget that's proposed right now, the general fund at $160 million, you don't need to go to third reading. So if you're just moving dollars around from one purpose to another, if you want to keep everything as it is and add a dollar amount above that to go to something else, that would require a second ordinance. That would be helpful to know now, but we could also go to third reading.
Let's just make sure I follow that. If we, any of these 4 things, if we keep the net budget amount the same, we don't have to go to third reading?
You can adopt on October 15th.
And that includes if we move reserves around. If we do
If you want to appropriate the reserves, actually budget for them, that would require a second, like, an increase to the budget. If you just want to say, hey, can you, instead of the 20%, similar to what we did for homelessness, just create a line of 1% for transportation or whatever, $1.5 million, just within the reserve, so we could have a future discussion, that would not require an additional or a revised appropriation.
So when you say future discussion, you mean about the uses of those funds?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, everybody good? So we're going to limit it to that. What do you want to say?
I guess I have a further question. I wasn't able to get this together as a proposal, but one of the things in reading, as you all know, we have found money last year from the Convention and Visitor Bureau budget. And in looking at the ordinance that created that, so I'm wondering if we move money from that, reallocate money that comes in there, it's tax money, there's a certain amount that's brought in. If we reallocate that from the CVB budget over to something in the city budget, does that need an ordinance?
That would not change the appropriation so long as the dollar amounts.
Okay, so I will write something about that and send it to council and hotline in terms of numbers, because.
And so, if I understand the question right, we could reallocate that and it wouldn't require a third reading?
Correct.
Right.
I just comment, you can obviously propose anything you want, but the first $100,000 to go out the door out of CVB will be grants to local organizations. And I'll give you the most recent grants that were made to local organizations. Boulder Open Studios, $10,000. First Bite Boulder, $10,000. Flatirons Food Film Festival, $8,000. Hearing Boulder by Boulder Philharmonic, $10,000, go on and on. So you just be aware of the fact that CVB cuts will come out of the community.
So, and that was the first 100,000, right? So as we know, I last year showed that chart of where this budget has gone over the past years. As we get more hotel rooms, it seems they should be paying a fair share of the impacts. So, which is something that I will put in there. The other thing is the arts are crying, as is the library, for more funding. And it seems that if things are going to the arts, they ought to go through our council-appointed Arts Commission rather than through a board that has really no total oversight from the council.
The next $75,000 is the Chautauqua Access Management Plan.
Which this.
Okay, all right, so you're going to propose something, that's cool.
And can we get that information?
Absolutely.
Okay, and you'll send it out. So let's try to front-load this, so in the next week, any specific proposals, but we're kind of we are limiting it to what we just identified. Okay, we good? Mm-hmm. So with that, we're just going to pass this on first reading?
Sure.
All those in favor?
You would need a motion.
Oh, I'm
I
sorry.
move to pass the budget.
Second.
And all associated items.
Yes.
And also what?
All associated items. All those in favor? It is unanimous.
No, it's not. I'm going to
Oh.
vote no.
Oh, okay.
Budget one. No.
Okay. Sorry, did you get that?
Who was the second?
Aaron?
Either way.
Either way.
Okay.
It's going down in history.
Thank you very much.
Thanks to the many, many staff for being here for our discussion.
This
Appreciate
is
you
a
coming out.
fascinating page.
You guys say something, everybody's leaving.
It's
Is
the
this
one I
our-
was just looking at.
dashboard?
Yeah, it's our dashboard for Vision Zero. I mean, it just bugs me that they're so worried about the auto drivers when they have thousands more crashes, literally thousands more crashes, and often fewer fatalities. You know?
No.
I know, right? Now we got the easy stuff. So, we don't have time for everything.
Sure. Given that, the thing that really jumped out at me in the transportation master was the increase related.
Can we do an agenda check?
Yeah.
So
Okay.
that combined with stuff that we see really makes me
Okay, so what, let's just pause and do a reality check here on our agenda. We're a full-on, well, we're about 40 minutes behind.
I say we plow ahead. Don't have much time left.
Okay, hang on. So we have Alpine Balsam, we have community benefits, although right now we hardly have anybody signed up. We have 0 signed up. So much for our first reading. And then BI, but we, at some point, we are going to let the police chief know whether or not we're actually going to get to it. So,
Yeah, and we had this meeting going till 12:10, and we're 45 minutes behind. Like, I'm not up till a 1 a.m. meeting.
I think we overestimated on community benefit. Oops, sorry. I think we overestimated on community benefit.
Because it's a simple topic?
No, but there's no more, we don't have a lot of people signed up. I think we expected we might have a lot of people testifying.
Everybody? Yeah, okay, I will probably leave at a certain point so that I can function for the rest of the week. I can't do 1 a.m., I'm sorry.
Okay.
So if you can finish without me if you have to.
okay. Let's check in again after Alpine Balsam.
Great.
Whoever's announcing this issue.
Your second item is a motion to adopt the Alpine Balsam Area Plan.
And I'm sorry, we already had public testimony on this, so we're not taking it again on this item tonight.
Thank you, council members. As Mayor Jones just mentioned, yes, this is a continuation of your September 24th meeting, where we began the adoption process of, or consideration of adoption for the Alpine Balsam Area Plan. The public hearing and staff presentation was back on September 24th. Then the planning board did deliberate on September 24th and has approved the plan unanimously with no changes. So the plan that is before you tonight is the plan that is the same as what you saw on September 24th. And so the purpose of the meeting tonight is for council to deliberate and consider action on the Alpine Balsam Area Plan. And with that, we're happy to answer any questions that you have.
Can you put up? Okay, I was going to say a map.
We can put up a map.
Well, yeah. How about this? Can you give us the 2-minute summary for the benefit of the public? If we approve this tonight, what we are approving? Can you just sum that up? Whoever wants to do that?
Yes. And as you recall, we walked through each of the blocks of the city-owned property. So again, the purpose of the area plans is to provide direction for land use and improvements, for areas of opportunity and change, and it goes beyond the city-owned properties. The full planning, the full area plan encompasses a planning area boundary and study beyond just the city-owned properties. However, based on the direction that the council provided in August, we are proposing, the plan includes only land use changes for the city-owned properties within the area. However, there are urban design strategies as well as a connections plan and access and mobility strategy for the wider area, and outlining goals and objectives and really a vision for the supportive of the neighborhood center for this. And so the plan describes redevelopment for the city-owned site that includes renovation of the medical pavilion for the city service center, and various types of housing and affordable housing on most of the rest of the blocks, flood mitigation along Balsam. We also discussed the flex, or the possibility of continuing to explore inclusion of the county facilities here on that southern portion of the center block, and included criteria for that. And if it wasn't the county services there, it would be housing. Is that?
I think so. And with this goes, I just want to be crystal clear.
Of course.
The height map.
Yes.
Yep.
And could you refresh my memory, if we did not use the site that's been proposed perhaps for county use, how many housing units would there be, or up to, how
We
many?
have kind of a rough estimate of up to about 90 houses.
Yeah, that's what I thought. Thank you.
Section.
And the connections plan as well, right, as part of it.
Yeah, I was going to mention the connections plan, Aaron, so that was good. Also, just to be clear for people watching it, we are not changing any of the land uses, which had been talked about earlier in the surrounding properties. So in particular, just to reiterate on the shopping centers, we're not changing land use, and we have said in writing that if development proposals come in from them, we're likely to start a landmarks process. So just to be clear, another thing that we have said is we are not using North Boulder Park for any kind of flood detention. It was decided just to have the floodwaters move down because the choke points are actually further east. So I just wanted to make clear a few of the things that we have heard concerns about that we're not moving forward with. And we can have more conversation about it after the public hearing.
There's no more public.
There is no public.
There
I'm
isn't a
sorry,
public
that's right.
hearing.
So we're having it. And then, I guess the one other thing, I just want to, just so that everybody's clear, do you have, we passed this tonight, say for example, and then the next step for when the public would be asked for more opinions, can you just sum up that as well?
Right. We've outlined our next steps as to get more specific about the implementation plan. We know that there are a lot of steps that will require a lot of phasing. And so we will be developing the implementation plan. We'll be working, hosting, facilitating the working group with Boulder County to further understand the potential for relocation at Alpine Balsam, and then getting more specific about the potential zoning changes and analysis that would come forth for that.
And then at some point, what it all looks like.
Yes, and that will become, I think that's part of our next steps as well with the implementation plan, is to dig a little deeper with the area plan and produce some material, some information for the community so that there's some more information about what folks can expect.
And so eventually we'd have a site review, right, for what the exact shape of the development would be, right? And one of the things that we hear concerns from folks about is parking. I was emailing with somebody today, and the amount of parking required or allowed would be tied to the specifics of the site review and the requirements then of the transportation demand management plan. Is that fair to say? Like if it went towards, say, fewer units, the TDM plan wouldn't have to be as aggressive, probably, whereas if it went to a little bit more in the range, then you'd have to implement some more aggressive TDM. Is that likely?
So we did specify in the access and mobility strategy a parking requirement ratio for units, and that included a description of a range of TDM options. And so part of that strategy is to use the existing parking structure. So I think, as you say, if there were fewer units, we'd have more parking available within the structure. But the strategy outlines a robust strategy to be able to meet our mode share and climate goals.
I appreciate that. I guess what I mean is that there are options, but it's when we would, at the time of site review, that we drill down to the requirements, right? Because you do a traffic plan and you do a parking study, and then if there's any gap that was found, then you would be required to implement some of those additional TDM strategies.
That's correct.
Yeah.
Can I just follow up on? Yeah. So on Aaron's question, wouldn't there be a TDM also if it was all office use? So say that county came in and they have a huge amount of people who drive at their Iverson Broadway site. I think 80% of those people drive. Wouldn't that also require some kind of a TDM in order to figure out parking?
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah, so as each portion of the the site will come in for its actual development project through site review, that's when we'd get into the nitty-gritty detail of how we'll achieve the TDM and mobility visions articulated in the plan.
So can I ask a couple more questions since I wasn't here last
Yes.
week? Okay, so I watched from the Hot Springs, the council meeting, and I was impressed with Paul Saporito's presentation, his PowerPoint, and that would come up in the site review, is that correct? How that would actually be executed?
There's probably two pieces. One is in the next steps as we craft zoning, thinking about what are the ways that we write zoning districts to allow different types of development, and then as individual development proposals come in, that's where building forms such as the ones that Mr. Saporito described could be potentially achieved.
Okay, and then there was some discussion about height, and there's actually footage versus floors. Can you expand upon that a little bit?
Yeah, and the planning board talked about that at length in their deliberations as well. So right now, the way our zoning code works is for each of the zoning districts, there's a base height. And then when you go above that base height, you can go up to the maximum in the charter, which is 55 feet. And it's either base height of zoning or maximum zoning height. There isn't really anything right now in our regulatory mechanism in between. So what we wrote in the area plan was the in-between. How do we make sure that maybe the building can go above 35 feet, but it's because we want a pitched roof on it?
Right.
So the easiest way to describe that is using stories rather than height. And so that's what the height map in the area plan describes, that vision. So that then as we write zoning and development projects come in, we make sure that we achieve that vision of varied roof forms and a variation of height across the site.
Okay, so there was some discussion of not going above 45 feet, I think, by the planning board, and that was to allow for articulation of different roof types, if I heard that correctly. And then there was some discussion about some of the parcels would stay at 35 feet, and they would be 3 stories.
Yes, so there was some discussion around 45 feet. There is no reference in the plan to 45 feet. During the planning board deliberation, and I will look to Kalani if I get any of this right, because I'm trying to remember exactly the way you said it, but it's best not to actually tie to a specific height measurement, because we don't know, based on that specific development project, that proposal, does it need 45 or is it 46 based on roof pitch or a parapet wall or whatever the form is. So what we're doing in the area plan is describing the intent. We want a 3-story building in this area. We want, maybe it's a 4-story building but with a pitched roof in this area, or whatever the different geographic areas are. The westernmost side of the site closest to North Boulder Park is the area where we don't envision buildings would go over 35 feet.
Okay. And then I had a question about, and I had brought it up, I guess, back in early August or in August when I was here. We talked about possible, I can't ever say the word, but VUNERs in part of the site. Is that in part of the plan now, or is it contemplated, or are those all streets with cars?
So I think we were not specific enough at this stage, especially for that 11th Street connection. There's a possibility that it can be more pedestrian, bike, car sharing. We'd like to not specify that specifically at this point, because we need to do a little more work on where do the deliveries go, what is the curbside management, what's the ADA access, some of those things to make sure. But I think that the intention is that all of these connections would prioritize bike and pedestrian access and safety.
Great, thank you.
Okay, we have Bob, Sam, then Cindy.
I have 2 questions and a comment. I stepped out of the room. I think you guys were talking about the numbers, so I just want to make sure I heard them right. Assuming the county goes into the to the site, the range right now we're talking about on housing is 120 to 170. Is that correct? If the county's there.
Yeah, you're saying with the county there?
With the county there is 121.
I believe that is correct.
Bunch up the street then.
And then that number will then get, yeah, no, I agree with that, Zan. I just was focusing on the site. And then
What did you say is the number?
120 to 170 is what the plan says?
It's on page 8 of the plan.
Yeah.
Just wanted to be clear on what that number was if the county was there. And then that number gets bottomed out through those 4 bullet points you have on that slide that's up on the screen, the implementation plan, the decision obviously with the county, then the regulatory changes on land use and zoning, which will dictate density. So we'll have an opportunity, community will have an opportunity to talk about numbers and density at that point in time. And then, of course, finally, we're not even sure who would build that housing. So there'd be concept plan and site plan. Those would all involve community engagement as well. Is that right? So there's going to be 2 or 3 or 4 steps of community engagement as we kind of figure out where we are in that 120 to 170 housing units range. Is that my understanding correct?
Correct.
That'll happen over the course of 2-ish years, maybe 3-ish years, 2 to 3 years. Okay, great. And then back to the parking point. Well, I understand the staff is recommending that we be on the aggressive end of parking and mode sharing. I assume that as we sort out over the next 2 to 3 years, the type of housing that might be in that 120 to 170 range, the type of housing could have some impact on the number of parking spaces. So for example, if it's a lot of senior housing, seniors have a different driving pattern and car ownership pattern than young families, for example. Or if we have some permanent supportive housing in there, that could also affect both traffic and parking. Is that correct? And
That's
so
correct.
we don't, number one, we don't know how many units are going to go there. And number 2 is we don't know what kind of units are going to go there, which in turn is going to affect our parking density and our parking spaces. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, great. And then finally, this is a comment. I'm not proposing a change. I just want to make a record here. I'm not super thrilled about the parenthetical. I'm on page 14 of the plan, and it's the little green box that talks about the 5 criteria for deciding whether the county will be on the site. And I'm fine with the criteria generally, but criteria number 3 says the county's parking needs can be met by, in other words, we wouldn't do this unless the county's parking needs can be met by shared use of the existing owned parking structure. And if there was a period there, I would be just fine, but then it goes on to say, with an additional level of parking added.
Yeah.
And I just want to make sure that we're all clear that by adopting this plan, we're not saying that we're going to add an additional level of parking, whether the county needs it or not. I understand the county may want us to do that, and that could be a topic for discussion, but I don't want anybody to take away the approval, from the approval of this plan, that we're committing to build another level on the parking garage for the county or for anybody else for that matter.
And Bob, that's correct. That I think you're right that the way the wording isn't clear in this. The intent in the plan is adding an additional level to the city-owned parking garage is a maybe. And those decisions need to be made as we finalize the mix of uses on the site in discussion with the county, or if it's not the county and it's housing, what kind of housing, therefore we know how much parking is needed. So we don't want to add more parking than we need, but we want to retain that option, essentially a tool in the toolbox, if in case we do need it. So I think the discussion here is on the record, so we can make sure that that's clear as we go forward.
Great, thanks.
Well, we could even propose an amendment tonight. I would add one word, with an additional level of parking potentially added. And so if we made it with that one amendment, we would.
If folks are fine amending the plan, I'd be happy.
Except for we have to take it back to the planning.
Yeah,
board.
exactly.
If you do add that word, it'll have to go back to the planning board for
I'm fine
consideration.
with, as long as we had a discussion, it's on the record that we're not committing to.
Just say, this is how council interprets that sentence.
Yep.
And the planning board did something very similar under the discussion of criterion number 5, where the word parking there is referenced. They were worried. I'm also on page 14 in the green box of the county criteria. Criterion number 5, where it references parking. This is about how do we share costs. parking was also interpreted to include the parking structure. I think there was potentially a concern of then, well, who's going to have to pay if we add to the parking structure? So I think similar to the planning board, I think we can count this discussion as that clarity.
Great, thanks.
Okay.
Well,
I just wanted to talk a little bit about process again. So we've had a couple of people talk about the next steps that we'll go through. Because what we did at 30th and Pearl could look a lot like this process by the time we get down to the end of the bullets that are on the screen here, where our housing department works with Boulder Housing Partners or some other developer to lay out how the blocks will tessellate and what will go there and what's the best final mix, and any other cool things like affordable commercial or, you know, other kinds of services. So that process, beyond what's shown here, worked really well at Pollard. It was like an 18-month phase of the process where the city worked with semi-private and private developers to make sure that we got what we wanted out of it. So I think we kind of have a model to go through that will get us to a really nice use that will serve lots of city interests broadly. So I just wanted to point out there's another kind of phase, and the partners that are mentioned there in the last bullet, those become really important. You know, choosing the right partner and having that conceptual phase before it gets to site plan review and before it gets to concept plans be, you know, another level of granularity, I guess. And engagement, right.
Yes. Cindy.
So I had a question about the density. Bob said with the county offices there, there'd be 120 to 170 units, that range. But then if the county isn't there, you'd have to add in 90, correct? And so it would be from 100 and, it'd be 260 on the outer end.
That's right.
Is that correct?
210 to 260.
Yeah, I don't
Yep.
have that with me.
Yep.
So that density is something that we've heard a lot about in terms of it being, is that the same, well, my question would be, is that the same kind of density in the Holiday neighborhood? On this, for that number of units on this amount of land?
The portion on the west block is similar, but the housing and the prototypes described for the center block and then the mixed use along Broadway, as we've described, is a little bit higher in order to facilitate the affordable housing projects and a higher yield and affordable housing.
The differently abled sort of, all of those different kinds of housing units.
Many different kinds.
Yeah.
And the height, again, would be higher on the east side of the site than the other?
Correct. As we walked through in previous meetings, we have the the highest heights along Broadway, the 4 stories on the east block. And then for the center block, it's 3 stories along Balsam, and then 4 stories along Alpine.
And I guess, since this is following the budget, how is this going to be paid for? I mean, is this is a lot of money here. I remember when we first started with this, at least since I've been on the council, Bob was asking questions about how much the pavilion was going to cost, as opposed to what construction costs out east. So did we get responses for that?
So are you asking specifically on the pavilion renovation, or are you asking?
Specifically on the pavilion renovation?
Correct. So the pavilion renovation is in the capital improvements program, and there is a plan that we presented back in August for how that could be financed over time, and that can be built into the city budget, so we would not have to go find additional revenues to achieve that.
So it's just plain old tax money that you're saying is going to build that at that, yeah?
Yeah, it would be
So-
for general government services, customer services, and so it would be from the general fund.
Okay, so what are we going to do? Are we going to vote on whether or not we do this? And I mean, can I make a comment, or shall I wait?
Yeah, we're making comments.
Okay, so I have some problems with the density at 260 if the county doesn't go there. I think that's just really, really high for this area, regardless of Broadway being there. And if you add the city offices, there's going to be a lot of transportation, a lot more, in addition to the housing. Further, I would rather see an added parking deck with housing for occupants there, rather than have the neighborhoods become the parking lots, because that really isn't what we should be, again, pushing off development onto existing neighborhoods. And a lot of our historic districts have it's just bumper to bumper parking all day long. So that's my thought. Those are my comments.
Lisa?
So we're talking about cars, and when you have, I guess, and I don't know if this has really been discussed, but if you have city offices plus county offices plus a fifth story of parking, then has there been any estimate in terms of number of trips per day?
Correct, yes. And we had a traffic study and traffic impact study done, and provided that, I think back in June when we first looked at options, all of the scenarios, I think we actually have that down in the slide deck. All of the scenarios, either city offices plus housing or city and county plus housing, generated fewer trips than were generated by the hospital use back when it was existing, and therefore that traffic, very different times of day and different patterns, but can be accommodated within our network. The study also recommended a few changes to potentially either signal times or some changes to lanes to accommodate any foreseeable more traffic impacts.
So thank you for that. So it would also depend on the type of housing that you were going to have too. So as Bob said, seniors tend not to drive so much. If we had housing for people with disabilities, if we had transitional type housing, there's a lot of housing types that the people who live there don't use a car necessarily or own a car necessarily, or could use a car share or something like that by option. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And I guess I just want to weigh in that, so you have a mix of voices here, that I certainly don't want to see a fifth story of parking on the structure, on the existing parking structure. I think that would have implications with regard to view corridors and just the massing at that site. And I question whether it would really be necessary. But also, I would hope that that we can leverage as much affordable housing at this site, because I think that was one of the initial purposes of why we purchased this site. It was my understanding, or my recollection, was that it was to consolidate some of our city offices and also to use for affordable housing. And so I would be hoping that we could leverage as much affordable housing at this site. I think it's, as I was talking to Bob today, it's the ideal neighborhood to do this in, given all of the uses. And I put out a hotline earlier this week that pointed out all of the different types of shops and services that are there. And I can't think of another neighborhood that has all of those services so close to this site. So those are just my comments.
Yeah, well, my comments, I want to appreciate staff for the process that you've run around this. You know, we have landed on a recommendation in the area plan that's in the middle of the spectrum of options that we looked at. So we took and we've narrowed down. I think the adaptive reuse of 2 buildings on the site is a very positive thing. We talk about wanting to do that, and yes, some parts of the hospital will come down, but we've taken 2 buildings and turned them into functional city office buildings, which I think is very useful. I think the plan has lots of elements that are very good for guiding the future councils and developers who will be here, having the height map, having the criteria for discussions with the county, having building prototypes. I mean, I'm not a fan of all the building prototype pictures that are in there, but generally speaking, the shapes and the way height and intensity steps down from Broadway back to 9th, that's something that we heard routinely. We took off some things, which I know as professional planners, you're probably disappointed that we took off some of the land use changes, but that was something where it was very confusing for the public to digest what the implications of those were. So we narrowed to the site that we're going to control. And I think it can be like 30th and Pearl. I said that before, so I won't belabor the point. But if we do a good job here, we can end up with the kind of grouping of uses together that we want. And the transit frequency on Broadway is about the highest of anywhere in the city at this point, except for the actual downtown bus station itself. So I think there's a lot of potential for this to meet the goals that we've set as a city. It's not going to be without needing to have good public engagement at each one of the steps where we refine and refine more. But I think it's a compromise, and it's a compromise that hopefully can serve everybody well as we proceed through the process. So thanks for doing this.
Mary, then Aaron, then Bob.
So in a month from today, I will have lived in this neighborhood for 30 years.
Happy anniversary.
Ever since you were 4, huh?
Exactly. No, I was born there. And so I've seen a lot of changes, but I think that this neighborhood has continually improved throughout those 30 years. I don't live in Newlands. I live on the other side of the tracks in what one former neighbor once termed it as Archie Bunker's neighborhood. But I think I've seen the traffic that went up and down on the hospital. I've seen the parking demand on the streets increase. You know, it's been at a pace that has been, I guess, tolerable. And you just live with it, and it just is what it is, change. So all of that said, I do think that a lot of the parking challenges that are currently in the neighborhood, and this is my, just based on anecdotal observation, it is from downtown workers who park there and then pull their bikes out from the back and ride over downtown. I don't know why I'm rambling about that, but I will make my comments. I'm going to start with just agreeing with Sam that this is a compromise plan. I think that the removal of not changing the land uses outside of the city property is the biggest compromise. I think it does 2 things. I think it's makes it poor planning, and I think that we will live to regret it because it's the same thing that happened at Junior Academy, a single parcel area plan. And so we've lived to regret that one and not have included the hospital there when we knew all along that that was going to happen, and we didn't include it. And so now we have a poorly planned area up there. And so I think we're going to end up with a poorly planned area here. I just want to say that. But it is a compromise. And I think we didn't go with the highest density that could have gone there, and we didn't go with the lowest density. And so that's what you call a compromise. And I think our community needs to start learning about compromise a little bit more, because if we don't, we're going to be just as badly divided as on the federal level. So that's one thing. I just think that the divisiveness needs to be healed by learning how to compromise. I don't support the county going there, to Lisa's points. I would like to see housing for people that doesn't put a demand on transportation, people with disabilities, permanent supportive housing. We got an amazing letter from Julie Van Domelen today, making a case for why it should be 50% AMI and under. And so that's one of the reasons that I don't support the county going there, is because what's going to happen is we're going to go through a long, long planning process over at Ireson Broadway. And as time goes by, there's going to be cost escalations on all of that housing. So it's going to be a long, long time before we see that housing. So the sooner we build the housing at this site, the less it will cost us. And so that's why I would like to see us just say no, to quote Nancy Reagan. Anyway, those are my comments. That was that was when I moved into this neighborhood. But anyway, all of that said, I do think that what we've ended up with is something that we can work with. I would like, as we move forward, to see some form-based code on the city parcels, just so that it better defines it. I think that as we move forward, I think we should probably do a process committee for that city parcel, a process subcommittee, because every time that we've done that, we end up with a kind of a happy ending. And I would like to see us have a happy ending at the city parcel. So that's all I'm going to say.
Aaron.
Thanks, Mary. I guess now that we're done with open space process subcommittee, you got room for another one?
Yeah.
And step up. Yeah, so thanks. I'll agree with my colleagues, particularly the comments that Sam and Lisa and Mary have said, although I will say continue to be open to the discussion with the county and see how that goes, but only if we get more housing out of it in the long term, thinking about it as a long-term project. But because I think, I do think we're going in a good direction here, and I do want to echo what people have said about compromise, that it is neither the high density nor the low density version, and it is not the whole neighborhood, it is just the site. And so I feel like we've landed in a very reasonable place. And I support us continuing with the rough number of units that we're talking about here with a couple bedrock principles, and one of those is our desperate need for affordable housing here in our community. And if we go with this number of units, we will get definitely substantially more affordable housing than if we went with, say, half the number of units, or 40% or something like that. So that to me has always been a core of my support for this this project all the way along. And then just also to make the point that, as people have pointed out, this is a great place in terms of transit and its location and its walkability, its bikeability, and just keeping in mind that connection between good, sustainable land use and our fight against climate change, and creating more neighborhoods where people can live car light or car free and with a lower carbon footprint. So I'm excited about the potential for that there. And just to call it a couple things, just to belabor a point, that I do appreciate how the taller buildings are where the taller buildings are currently, so that anything really over 3 stories is either on the very east side or on the south side facing the commercial district. And I think staff has done a really good job of coming up with a plan that's lower to the west and to the north, and that 100-foot buffer with the neighborhoods to the north, which will serve the flood conveyance and transportation function, but also give a nice big buffer for the single-family neighborhood to the north, I think is really, really well done. So I think we're in a good place here, and I look forward to voting yes on this plan in a couple minutes.
Bob?
I, too, am going to vote yes on this plan in a couple of minutes. I want to say just a couple of things. First of all, I do want to compliment staff. I know it's a lot of work went into the area plan, and although we're only adopting parts of that area plan outside the site now, none of that work is wasted. Please don't throw it away. Keep it, because I think we'll be revisiting some of that down the road, maybe when we do the comp plan midterm review or at some appropriate time. So I think it was all great work, and I think while we're approving some of it now and deferring some of it later, that's not a reflection on the quality of the work or quality of the engagement. So thank you. Secondly, I think I was one of the holdouts, maybe the only holdout, on the use of the pavilion building for city offices. I've gotten to a happy place. Thanks to Michelle Crane, who's spent time with me at the Deschambault Tea House walking me through the numbers. So I'm good there. And anybody who still has lingering questions about whether that makes sense economically, I would encourage you to sit down with Michelle, maybe at the Deschambault Tea House, and she can walk you through them. So thank you for your patience and getting me to a good place there. I agree with what's been said. This is a compromise. We could have put more housing and more density in there. We could have put less housing and less density in there. 120 to 170 with the county feels about right. It feels like a good middle ground to me. And I do want to point out that that's only if we arrange an exchange with the county of some sort at Iris and Broadway. And the number one criteria says to do that, we would have to achieve materially more housing, and preferably with a higher percentage of affordable housing at that area. So we're only going to go 120 to 170 at Alpine Balsam if we can get lots of great housing up in my neighborhood at Iris and Broadway. And if we can't, then we'll put that housing at Alpine Balsam. I do share the concern that Cindy raised about the density in that 2 acres where the county building will go. 45 units an acre feels awful darn dense to me. I'm not going to say that is the wrong number. I guess I have to be convinced that that makes sense at that site. So it may not ultimately be 90 added on to the 127. But as we talked about, we've got 3 or 4 steps or 5 steps or 6 steps in this process over the next 2 or 3 years. So we're going to have a lot of time to talk about whether 90 is the right number for that. And I do agree with Mary that we need to bottom out the county decision quickly. I'll keep an open mind about it, but I think staff has told us that you really need that decision from us in the next 6 to 9 months because it affects all the rest of the site as far as infrastructure. Sam and I are on the process committee for that, and we're scheduling our first meeting with the county, I think, at the end of this month. So that process will be kicked off in a few weeks. And I agree, Mary, that we do need to make that decision quickly. We can't let that languish. We need to know one way or the other. And so I'm supporting this. So the final thing I'll say about this, what a perfect neighborhood, right? You got a giant park to the west. You've got a wonderful, beloved commercial shopping center to the east. You're 5 blocks away from Pearl Street. You're 3 blocks away from the best museum in town. And
in the state, at least.
And I would like to see this new neighborhood branded the ideal neighborhood.
Gosh.
Cindy and then Lisa.
That's a hard one to follow. I sometimes call the ideal store there the not-so-ideal store. Yeah. Just because it's changed so much from being the wonderful, overstocked, and unslick and shiny place that it was back in the day. So I am not going to support this. I do want to thank staff for the really great job. I think the staff has done a good job. Yeoman's work over there. But I really am concerned about this being an established neighborhood. Holiday took its name from a drive-in theater, right? It was built on basically emptiness up there in North Boulder. This is being stacked into an already existing place, and I do think it's too dense. I would feel more comfortable if it had the Holiday type without sacrificing the different uses, because I think the affordable is very important with also a different group of people, including those who don't have houses at all. But the transportation as well, we got an email from a woman who lives in North Boulder who was talking about the intersection at Iris and Broadway. I've talked about the one at Balsam and Broadway. I was up at the university to the Wolf Law on a day or so ago, and to get off of Broadway into Regent Drive was stacked up there. And what happens is that you no longer have 2 lanes of traffic, you only have 1. And it's a dangerous situation. So this is, regardless of what the traffic engineers say, this traffic is not going to go away. People aren't going to get, if we could fix RTD, we might do better. But I also spoke with Mirabai earlier this afternoon, and she indicated she also would not support this vote at these kinds of densities. So that's 2 of us.
Lisa.
So I will end that this was a compromise. We didn't get everything we wanted to have done, but I agree with Bob that you should keep the work you have already done for the area plan. And that's useful work to move forward. I think you will need to do an area plan, just need a little more time and more process. I certainly am not in support of deconstructing the hospital. I still think it's an extravagant cost. But I do think that this is a good place for housing. And I've already spoken about the uses. I just want to highlight what Mary said, that we need to get this housing and county use figured out. I am adamantly against the county being here because they are, we've been in conversations with them and they have yet to make up their mind. And they still are looking at a number of other sites. And I think the longer, if we get into their delay, then it will just increase the cost of housing significantly. I think when you think about housing types, you can have all types of housing types. So I guess I'm not so married to the number of units. I really liked what Paul Saporito had to say last week, that, and I've said this all along in this process, that, and I've said this to Kalani a lot, we should build to the form and not so much to the number of units. And I think when we talk about number of units or low, medium, or high, it just initially gets people already up in hackles. And I think it's really unnecessary. And it's the form that's the most important. And I would hope that we do housing here, and that some of the significant number of these units would be available to be for sale, so that there could be some ownership in there, even if it's permanently affordable. And I would like it to be as much permanently affordable as possible, but I would certainly like to see for sale component in there. And I think I've already stated that I'm not interested in additional parking, and I think that's a cost that is far beyond what our future needs, and I think we can spend our money more wisely on things other than cars. Thanks. But I do want to thank the staff who went through this very long process, and you got beat up a little bit, and but as we say, planning is a contact sport, and I wish we would be a little less, I wish we could compromise a little more and see beyond what our immediate needs are and more kind of what the community needs are, and I think that's really important, and I thank staff for hanging in there as much as you did and still being here. So thank you for your work. It was outstanding.
So I would like to make a motion to adopt the Alpine Balsam Area Plan included in attachment A of the September 24th, 2019 memo.
Second.
And it has already been said, but just a couple other points I would like to tack on here, which is, I think this, well, thank you to staff for this planning process. I know it's not easy, but you guys have done a good job. And I think this is a chance for us to do some really exciting, creative redevelopment in the middle of our city, create some amazing public spaces to exceed everyone's expectation about the quality of the community, the little neighborhoods, sub-neighborhood that can be created. And I hope that the next steps from here on out get more joyful and creative and interesting, because I think there's an appetite in the public to really to dig in on what is it going to look like. And so I think we've done the hard work. As everybody noted, it's a compromise. We've been getting a ton of emails of people that wanted more and people that wanted less. And so I feel like we have a good range here. And I guess the other thing, the other thing we have is an opportunity to create an amazing municipal campus, and potentially with the county or not, depending on how that works out. But that also is kind of a new, we could really have a 21st century campus that raises the level of our public engagement, because it's a space that brings out, that brings people together in a very collaborative and interesting and, I don't know, fun way. So I guess I think it has a lot of potential, and it's going to be much better than an empty parking lot. And the one last thing I'll just say is this is also a chance to get the transportation piece right. We're in the middle of lots of changes around transportation. We know this is an area of congestion, and so it's really important that we do a lot of public process around that. But I think we can improve the situation upon what it is. So I look forward to seeing what the rest of y'all come up with in the next few years. Anything else needs to be said?
Thank you.
Thank
Just
you.
thank you. I want to just echo all the accolades to staff.
Thank you.
And I'd also thank the community on both sides that came out and made your voices heard. And thank you for participating, and hopefully you can continue to participate, and there's a lot more steps to go.
Yeah, exactly.
And I hope we can do so collectively and constructively and really make something that's beautiful.
And just to echo that really appreciate the work that everybody's done in terms of engagement, and the shape of the area plan has definitely changed in response to citizen feedback. It has made a difference. And while when it comes down to yes or no on this particular plan, there are kind of two sides. There's really a wide spectrum of opinions in the community about this area and what it should look like. So not everybody, it's not going to be exactly what everyone wants for sure, but I appreciate everyone's voice being involved.
Yeah, and there'll be a lot more to come. Okay, on that note, all those in favor of the plan? All those opposed? Okay. It is 7 to 1, 6 to 1. 6 to 1. Okay, thank you to all.
Yeah.
Okay, let's do a little time check here. It's 10:30. We promised that we would tell the acting chief of police whether or not to hang around, because we're going to talk about BI at the end of the night. So whatever we decide now is what we're going to live with. Is everybody listening over
I
here?
think we should let the
Okay.
chief go home.
So jump in. You say no, you say,
I would well, we may talk about it, but do we need him here for our conversation?
well, he's going to tell us about, well, that's a good question, Jane.
So Chief Weinheimer was going to talk about the off-duty policy that the police have. And so he's most knowledgeable about it. I'm not sure I could personally answer all the questions. So if you want to delve into the off-duty policy, he would be the person that would need to be here.
So we were sent a copy of the policy, correct?
Yes.
So we have the ability to reference that document, I think. So I think I have the information I need from the police side personally. That's my
Well, I guess my comment was more along the lines of Aaron's. I'm not in favor of taking it up. Chief can stay or not as he wishes. I'm just not really thrilled about taking BI up at 12 or 12:30 or 1 o'clock in the morning. That's where I'm at.
personally not up to it. You guys can do it if you want to.
Yeah.
No, and I guess I would ask CAC, who's on it right now, what the schedule looks, and if we could do that at our next meeting.
Well, it's jam-packed.
It is jam-packed. You know, another option, we could let the chief go, work through this, and if we got done in time.
Work through community benefit.
Work through community benefit, sorry, the current agenda item. If we get through it in time, like it's 11:20, we could take up BI if we want. But I'll let council decide. You know, we don't have much time left in this council. It's getting.
We stay up late tonight or we stay up late another night. That's really what it comes down to.
Yeah.
Well, okay. I'm going to make a prediction that regardless of when we discuss BI, what we're going to come up with is we need to have some criteria for when we provide this type of service. And that's not something we're going to tackle in October. So we can have a long discussion or short discussion, but I think we're going to end up at the same place, which is the 2020 council needs to establish some criteria. So if we can all.
What he just said.
So if we could all just say that we need to establish some criteria and the next council needs to take it up, then we can just take it off the schedule.
But the other thing, though, that was mentioned by one of the speakers, Anna Seeger, I believe, was about the banks. And Para is invested with them, and that this could be something on our legislative agenda. So there are those kinds of concrete steps we could take before or at least recommend for the
Okay,
next.
how about this? Let's let chief go.
And let the chief
And
go.
if we have the energy at the end, if we do this fast, community benefits faster than we allocated, we will have time.
Say a thing, right.
Okay. So, Chief, you do not need to stay.
But you can if you.
You can if you want. But
Don't stay.
But don't stay. And maybe we should have had that conversation about 2 hours ago.
What might be helpful is to follow up on what Bob just said, and I don't know if the police department has a set of criteria that you use.
We're not going to talk about
Right, we do. We do have a policy, and the policy is established by the police chief, not by the council. Period.
Right.
Let's get started.
Okay. So with that, yes, we are, thank you, but you don't have to stay, chief. All right, let's do community benefits then.
Your final public hearing is the first reading of your community benefit ordinance.
Good evening, Council. Chris Meschuk, as well as Phil Kleisler, Carl Geiler, and Charles Farrow are here as well. So community benefit has been a project that we have been working on. It became a formal work plan item starting in 2018 at the direction of Council. Prior to that, obviously, as you know, there was this large community conversation around the concepts of community benefit from Council as well as the boards. In April, Council requested to break this project into 2 phases, so we are here tonight to present the first phase, which was to have community benefit as a concept codified into the city code and to identify affordable housing as the first community benefit. So we're excited to bring that forward to you tonight. We have 2 options for you based on the hour of the evening. We can do the full staff presentation that really walks through the basic concepts, or we can do something that is much more truncated, focused directly on the recommendations. So we'll look to you for some feedback on that, and then Carl and Phil will be able to take it away.
Is one's like 5 and one's like 15? What are we talking?
Yeah.
5 or 15? So we had scheduled this as the first public hearing to really shape this. So normally we would have you do the full thing. I mean, I got energy, but I don't know if you do.
I mean, we all read the packet, and we don't have a lot of people in the audience.
And I have a full, pretty good understanding. I think some of what you would tell us about background might come out in the discussion up here. So I would opt for shorter so that we can get through the meeting.
Okay, unless anybody disagrees. Okay.
Oh, the other thing that I should mention real quick is we do have our consultant for the economic analysis available via Skype. So when we get to that discussion point, if we want to start with any of those questions, we can do that.
And they're on Pacific time, right?
They are on Pacific time.
Lucky them.
They're billing for the whole meeting, though.
You laugh.
All right.
Good evening, council members. We're talking about community benefit phase 1 tonight. So we're going to jump right into the nuts and bolts of the proposed ordinance, which is found in attachment A of your packet. I'm basically going to cover the requirements that would apply to commercial and residential projects as they relate to new affordable housing requirements for 4th and 5th stories of buildings that go above the zoning district height limit up to the maximum of 55 feet. Again, we're not talking about changing the city charter limit with this change. It's the same process that's been undergone in the city for years now, where planning board would review and act on any request to go above the zoning district height limit up to 55 feet. We'll also talk about the Appendix J map, which is the current map in the code that designates the specific areas where height modifications may be requested. And then we're going to also talk about 2 additional community benefits that we've included in these changes. We wanted to get some feedback from the council on that. So within attachment A are new site review criteria that relate to community benefit. And as it's phase 1, it focuses specifically on permanently affordable housing. So it would reclassify height modifications that add floor area above the zoning district limit in a 4th or 5th story as a height bonus. And it would make it what we call a land use intensity modification. So if you look at the site review criteria in the code today, we already have land use intensity modifications. They're pretty rare. They're specific to certain zone districts. Like Business Regional 1 allows projects to request FAR over a 2.0 FAR up to a 4.0 FAR if specific criteria are met. And we felt that the community benefit criteria were very much in that vein, and that should be added to that section of the code. So what we're recommending is really based on the input from the Kaiser Marston economist who's going to be on the line here to answer questions, and basically finding what would be supported in this project. And they found that the community benefit project would be supported. And we're looking at trying to find that middle ground of making something feasible and really trying to encourage projects to come in so that we can get more community benefit for Boulder. So as part of that analysis, they did find that there are some zoning districts that have a lower FAR that may need additional floor area to become feasible. So we do have a section of the ordinance that allows a bonus up to 0.5 for certain zones that are under a 1.0 FAR, just so they could request it. It increases the ability or feasibility of these projects. But more importantly, we have, it's been identified that the BR1 district, where we want to increase housing capacity, has a limitation on dwelling units per acre that's very limiting. And that was something that was, that came out of the prior KMA report. So we're proposing an increase in that zone up to 50%. Again, discretionary review requires planning board review at a public hearing and subject to city council call-up. So I'm going to jump into the additional affordable housing piece. So again, these requirements that are proposed in the ordinance are based on the KMA recommendation of meeting a balanced approach. It would basically increase the inclusionary housing requirements for any bonus floor area that's basically in a 4th or a 5th story, or any floor area that's above the FAR limit that I spoke of. So just starting with base area on the left, for residential projects, it's basically the requirement of 25% of the units have to be inclusionary housing units. But for the bonus area, anything in a 4th or 5th story or additional floor area, that requirement would increase to 36% for that bonus area. And if it's a for sale project, it would actually require that 50% of all the affordable housing units in the project be on the site.
So whether it's in the base or the bonus, 50%?
Correct.
Okay.
For a non-residential project, the commercial linkage fees apply, or what we call the capital facility tax would apply. So that would apply for the 3 stories below. And then when you go above the height limit in a 4th or a 5th story, that requirement would be increased by 43% based on the KMA findings. So just to give some examples of what the city would be getting for these community benefit projects, we'll start with a for sale example. So on the left, you can see a by right project would have 10 on-site units and an in lieu fee of about $700,000 cash in lieu, since there's half on the site. And then when we go to a bonus project, the 50% becomes mandatory. It's not an option. So you get 4 additional IH units, and then the in lieu fee would be about $400,000. So a total of over $1 million in cash in lieu and 14 on-site units.
And Carl, could you just clarify, right now, what does the community get when a project goes over the zoning height?
They would pay an additional cash in lieu. Do we have those numbers?
Well, right now, the fourth and/or fifth story would be subject to the existing requirements, and so that 25% inclusionary housing, the cash in lieu would be based upon that 25% requirement. And I'm looking at Kurt, who's nodding at me. So what you see here is that top right, the 3 kind of community benefits that we would see with the by right projects would be, one, we heard through the community, there's a lot of folks that want to see more on-site units rather than an in lieu fee. And so you'd see half of the affordable units on site, and then you would see the 4 additional units based on that 1 story, plus the extra $400,000 in an in lieu fee. So that's the extra that's received through.
That's the extra. So currently, it would just basically be the same thing that you would get on the right side.
I think the math is about $1 million. So instead of 700,000, you get, if that incremental 26 units was all cash in lieu, I think that comes out to about $1 million, assuming the 729 is 10 units.
Just
that's
about that.
Roughly directionally correct.
So I have a question about the left side right now. So you're showing 10 on-site units. Is that just an example if they had chosen to put 10 there?
That's just an example because they could pay just that in cash.
All cash in lieu.
That's right.
Which is the most typical thing that happens, I think, right?
This example is half on site, and so we wanted to just see what the impetus for having this was. A lot of the case studies we looked at had much larger projects that had 30 stories or so, and so we wanted to get an order of magnitude for what to expect from the program from just a 1 story, and so we made a very simple kind of case study for this.
But just to clarify, that's discretionary, that it's half on-site and then half cash in lieu in the by right project, right? It wouldn't necessarily have to do it that way. You're just providing that as an example.
Yes.
Yeah.
And so moving on to the rental example, obviously Colorado law does not permit rent control. So when a project would go to rental, there would have to be a cash in lieu option. So you can see on the left, for a by right project, again, 3 stories, it'd be about $3 million cash in lieu in this example. With the bonus floor, it'd be an additional $1.5 million for a total of $4.5 million cash in lieu. And then with the commercial example, we're talking about the commercial linkage fee. So 3 stories would get you $2.7 million as part of that, of a commercial project. And then with an additional story, you get $1.2 million additional in the linkage fee for almost $4 million in this case. So we want to make clear again that this would not expand the scope of where height modifications can occur in the city at this time, and it would not change the city charter limit of 55 feet. The example here in the diagram shows 5 stories, but when you observe, there's very few examples of 5 stories in the city. They tend to be more 4-story buildings just based on the nature of the low point and developers wanting to have higher headroom in units. But we're showing the 5-story example here. The code is written in a way that it's if a floor above the third story is partially or wholly above the height limit, and also in a fourth or fifth story, that is considered bonus floor area. But what we wanted to show on the left again is if there's a scenario where they're asking for a higher density, like in the BR1 example, if there's additional units that they get from the bonus, that may actually be on a third floor, if that's bonus floor area. So we want to make that distinction.
So, Carl, that 212, that's the pitch of the roof?
That's right.
And so would that be allowable?
Yeah, so what we're proposing is we heard this through some of the focus groups we met with, that there needed to be some more flexibility in trying to encourage more pitched roof designs rather than the flat roof designs. And also not penalizing a project that may just be 3 stories and might do a gable roof. So we proposed an exception in the code that would apply citywide that would allow someone to do a 2 to 12 pitch minimum, so we get like an actual pitch, but no taller than 10 feet above the zoning district maximum, so encouraging not flat roof buildings, basically. If it's
So it could be other pitches you could have?
Yeah, above that, just as long as it doesn't go above 10 feet above the zoning district maximum.
And Carl, if I understood correctly in reading the memo, the extra units, so the density bonus would be more necessary in those zones that are less than a 1 FAR. Is that correct?
Yeah, well, there's intensity, so the bulk, the mass and bulk. So that the KMA report was pointing out that in zones that have less than a 1.0, that it would make the projects more feasible and doable if it was around a 1.0 FAR. In terms of density, number of units per acre, that's what applies to the BR1 zone.
And are those zones that are less than 1 FAR, are they usually more industrial zones?
Quite a few of them are. Some of the industrial zones are 0.4, 0.5, and 0.6. There's also the MU1 zone, which is a 0.6. There's the BMS zone outside of the hill is 0.6. I mean, at this point, it really depends on kind of the Appendix J and where this applies, because some of these areas are not in that area anyway, but they did point out that does create a limitation for even making these projects feasible. So we did list them in here.
And was the feasibility, was there a feasibility issue with those that were higher FARs or higher?
I mean, you can ask some of these questions of the consultant after our presentation's done, but I mean, generally, I think they found that in general, most of these projects would be feasible, even some that are at 0.6, but it just makes it more feasible. You might see more community benefits come out of these projects, but it would be less likely if that level of flexibility wasn't afforded.
Okay, thank you.
So the next piece is about Appendix J, and the council will remember that we talked about this at the September study session. The last we talked about this was also the interim development regulation that established Appendix J was extended by council in June of 2018, and that was extended to May 31st, 2020. At this point, staff is not recommending any changes to the mapped locations in Appendix J. What we do have in Attachment A is actually the removal of that date in order to allow us to complete Phase 2. If the council desired to add a date, we do have an alternative ordinance on the dais where a date could be chosen. For example, to give us enough time to do kind of more economic analysis of all the different community benefit options that would be looked at in Phase 2, and also doing some sort of nexus study from a legal standpoint. We're recommending, it could be May 31st, 2021, just to give us enough time to really get through all that information. But we do want to get council's input on Appendix J. So the last we talked about this at the study session, the council felt that Appendix J should not be repealed until the end of the project, or at least until or if and when there were some results of the program that were seen on the ground. So, based on that, we're continuing to recommend that this stay in place in the land use code.
So Carl, question for you here, just on the map itself. So in our packet, you had the ordinance 8359, and I didn't see a map attached to that. And you had ordinance 8028, which had a map on the end of Appendix J. But as I see that map, it does not include downtown, because I think at the time we passed it, there was still waiting on the design guidelines, maybe?
Yeah, it's in Appendix J now. Downtown is shown.
But in the ordinance that we're passing, I guess you're referencing an existing map in the code as it stands, right?
That's right.
Okay, so that's good to understand. But in the packet, there's actually, I don't think the current Appendix J is included.
Yeah, I mean, with the original ordinance, we weren't recommending any changes to the map, so we didn't include it. But it's just basically the map that's in the land use code today.
So, but I'll ask for it in future versions because it is extremely relevant to the discussion about exactly which. So we keep talking about Appendix J, and the packet actually doesn't have the current one, so
okay,
it was confusing. All right, thank you.
We wanted to point out that we did have some discussions with design professionals, property owners, architects, and members of the chamber of these changes, and the not repealing of Appendix J was basically their largest concern. That's reflected in the letter that they sent you a couple days ago, and I think last week as well. So lastly, we were just going to talk about the 2 additional community benefits that we included in the ordinance.
Can I ask you a question about the J? If, they want it appealed because they want this to apply citywide?
That's right.
Okay.
So while we were going through our analysis, we looked at some other communities. There are case studies that are attached to the memo. There are other communities that do community benefit, in particularly the United States and Canada. A number of them do have an option for alternative community benefit, like if there's some unforeseen or unidentified public benefit that really relates to police, fire, library, human services, parks and rec, or municipal functions that a developer might, opt to, provide a project for the city. They would give them the option to ask for a height bonus on a site if they were to provide this. So we added this into the code as a level of flexibility as part of this project. We also went through the capital tax facility tax in the code, which has all the different amounts that have to be paid per square foot. And we noticed that nursing homes and assisted living facilities have a specified number, and that if we were to apply the community benefit regulations as proposed, it would require that higher amount for the 4th and 5th story. We felt that this is something that has already been kind of identified as a community benefit, and therefore that should be exempt. And that continues to be our recommendation, given the growing senior population in the city. Yeah.
Wait a minute.
Are you talking about nonprofit?
It's not specified as nonprofit, so that gets to some of the comments that came out of Planning Board and Housing Board, that they did have some concerns about it being a profit project, so.
Because, for example, 311 Mapleton, the Academy building.
And I think, we could look at this further as part of Phase 2, but we were thinking this is more, it's per bed in the tax, so we're looking at more of a, high level of care facility like a hospital. But we certainly, if there are concerns about that, we could defer this to Phase 2.
Sam and Lisa.
Well, that was my question, and so we'll just have the conversation when the time comes.
Is it yours too?
I had the same question, and I guess I would like to see a preference towards nonprofit.
All right, we'll discuss it.
Yeah.
So on September 19th, we had a discussion with Planning Board about the community benefit ordinance. In general, there were basically 4 board members at that meeting, and they all expressed support for the proposed ordinance in terms of the concept of it. but they did not recommend approval of the ordinance at this time. Some of the board members basically listed out some things that they felt should be passed on to council for things that should be considered more holistically before an ordinance gets adopted. Some of the suggestions looked at, other mechanisms outside of site review to get permanently affordable housing, maybe looking at other mechanisms beyond just height bonuses, and also adding some flexibility in the code for use of roof decks and providing access to those areas. And there was also kind of mixed support for whether or not to keep the sunset date for Appendix J. So there wasn't really agreement by the planning board. So this motion that was that was actually discussed was not passed. It was 3-1.
So what does 3-1 mean?
It was a failed motion.
Yeah, you have to have 4.
Right, so 3 voted for it.
For this, yeah, that's up on the
It's
screen.
not enough to pass.
Right.
For these bullet point items.
He spent his time on planning board.
Oh, well,
But 3 voted in
question was
favor.
unclear. Lisa?
So I had a question about the access to roof decks and what's the issue with that? Is it that sometimes you bring up a stairwell and that exceeds the height limit?
Yeah, when you get up to like 55 feet, there's some difficulty in putting any kind of floor area. You can't put floor area above that, so you'd have to have like a roof hatch. So I think they're just talking about looking at some ways where there might be more enhanced access to enable use of the roof.
I thought it had to do with the elevator.
Part of it is an elevator, because you
Depends
have
how
an
you get
elevator
up.
overrun, so you have your mechanical equipment that pulls up the elevator, but you can't actually have the elevator open onto that floor. So we'd have to obviously look and see what could be allowed by the city charter, we get above the height limit.
So this all,
You can't have a human occupying an appurtenance, basically.
yeah. Go ahead.
Well, just on that, although to have it above 55 feet you would, but you could conceivably build in flexibility like you're allowing for pitched roofs.
It would need a charter amendment.
No, for the 35. For the 30.
Oh, for the 35-foot, yeah.
Over 35, there could be some added
So you
flexibility.
could consider that.
Yeah.
So all of these bullet points look like grist for the mill for the next council to potentially, because some of them would take a significant amount of work. I guess the sunset date we'll talk about here, but.
Yeah, I would hope we can talk about the sunset date.
Yep.
So then on September 25th, Housing Advisory Board reviewed the ordinance. They passed a motion 6-1 to recommend to council to approve the ordinance in attachment A. Where there was some disagreement with the staff recommendation related to Appendix J, most of the board members felt that the sunset date that's currently set at May 1st, 2020 should not be extended further. They felt that there was some disagreement, and some felt like it could be repealed now, some felt like it could go further, but they didn't feel like it should go past the May 31st, 2020.
And didn't you just say in your opening comments that you guys would prefer maybe 2021 or 22 just in order to complete your task?
Yeah, we felt that if the council were to put a new date in there, that more time would be beneficial.
Okay.
Carl, can you explain why you need a nexus study? That confuses me a little bit, because these features, I guess they are technically like affordable housing one, is additional money that has to be paid, but we have a nexus study that already establishes like certain amounts for commercial buildings.
Well, I think right now is like the city already has a well-established construct for affordable housing requirements that, have been evaluated for years legally. But when we start going into like community benefits that have not yet been codified, like arts uses or a below market rate commercial, we don't have anything in the code right now for that. So it's kind of new territory. So that's why we felt that there needed to be a little bit more legal analysis for those types of uses.
But you could do something along the lines of what you did here and have Kaiser Marston do a study that wouldn't necessarily need to be a formal nexus study, right? Or would you want to do a nexus study so that you had protection from challenges?
That would be my preference.
Okay. All right, thank you.
Can I drill in on that? So we're talking about granting additional development potential, right? Or the option for additional development potential. Why do we have to quantify exactly what the value to people
You're
is?
charging a fee, and the Nexus study says, I'm sorry, let me get closer. The Nexus study says that it's reasonably related to the fee.
So, but if we're talking about community benefits that aren't affordable housing or a fee for affordable housing, because I assume let's say it's arts, we're not going to say, well, give us money for arts. I'm assuming that we're going to ask for actual art space.
There's still going to be a cost to the developer.
So if we found the cost to be less than the 120 per square foot for a commercial project that we had from the recent Nexus study, wouldn't that Nexus study be?
You could rely on your prior Nexus study as long as you stayed within those parameters.
Okay.
Oh, and did we do art there?
No, but the parameter being 100.
I thought we did look at art.
Yeah. There's less risk if you do that, I should say. There's always some risk that somebody's going to sue you, but I think you're on firmer ground if you're within the parameters of your existing study.
And would the criteria be that, well, I guess I'm still missing a little bit here. So that like if we required some art space, what would we have to prove that the value of that was less than what?
The benefit the developer's getting?
The benefit that they're getting. So which we've already quantified, right, in this Nexus study. So we'd have to have some sense that what we're requiring would be less than the benefit being conferred.
Or similar to.
Okay, so we need some analysis on that. Yep.
Okay, so the
Understood.
guys aren't raising their hands, but the gals are. Cindy?
Yep.
I was just going to ask about the arts as well. So we're talking bricks and mortar space rather than, in times past, people could give open space, which ended up being balconies and were proposed to be parking lots, that kind of thing. Or they could give art, but art is such a subjective.
I think our focus, based on our discussion at the study session and our discussions with the arts community, is to focus on bricks and mortar.
Which sounds much more reasonable, yeah.
I'm sorry, bricks and mortar means like studio space?
Studio spaces.
Not actual art, but actual space, okay.
Yeah. So really quick, with the Housing Advisory Board, there was also the discussion about the nursing home and assisted living. There was actually a motion to strike that from the code, but it did fail, so it was 2 to 5. But it was something that was discussed at that meeting. So really, that just moves on to our next step. So this is first reading of the proposed ordinance tonight. Second reading is set for October 15th. And hopefully at some point we get a council decision and we'd move on to phase 2. So phase 2 would be looking at the other community benefits and analyzing them. And also we're working on the updates to the site review criteria to make them more predictable, to make them better implement city policies. That's in process now. So in conclusion, we have our 2 questions for council. And just a reminder, we do have the economist on the line, hopefully, if technology is working. And if you had questions, it'd be good to kind of put it all in a block for them.
Can I ask a question before we start? Well, hang on. So, because I had a question too, but if you need us to talk to the guy right now. So let's skip anything related to the economic analysis we should ask now.
I thought it was great.
Oh.
Yeah, it was really good.
It was really well put together, super clear.
Thank you.
Wow.
How's the
I hope they were drinking wine while they were waiting.
All right, David, you're live.
Well,
can everybody hear me?
Yep.
Pleased to be here to answer your questions. Sorry I couldn't be there in person.
It's okay. Looks like we have one for you.
So thank you for hanging out with us. I have, well, my first question has to do with just the difference between, and maybe this might even be a staff question, currently outside of the Appendix J, a project could go up to 55 feet if they provide 40% affordable housing. So for the community benefit, it would be a provision of 41%. How are those different?
So the 40% is a floor area figure. So it's a substantial part of a building, which usually is done by like a BHP type project that's got some sort of tax credits or something funding it. So that's why we left that in the code, because those are the kind of projects that qualify for that. The 41% that you're citing is really 41% of the number of units that would have to be permanently affordable. That's in the KMA study.
Okay.
And another distinction there is that the 41% for this community benefit study is of the bonus, right? It's not of the whole building.
Okay, great. Thank you.
So I just want to, I did a little math on that, and it seems like it's 34% total. So if you look at one of the examples they gave us in the presentation, and you look at how much extra you get, and you do the division of all the units versus it's like 34%, so 40% is even higher.
Okay, okay. And then, so my next question has to do, and I'll ask it with an example. So the question is, how does the height interact with the floors? We received some emails where they were saying no fifth floors, and then I would try to explain that it was about a height, and then we'd get into this interaction about floors and height. And so I'm asking the question of why. One of the question is, why the conversation about floors and not height? And then the corollary question is, so if the zone limit, for example, in a place is 38 feet, and they're asking for a height exemption to 50 feet in a fourth floor, because that happened on planning board where they didn't go all the way to the 55 feet. So what happens when it's one additional floor and the height exemption is not to the 55 feet, it's to, say, 50 feet, less than the 55 feet? So how does that interact?
Maybe David can help me with this, but I think our goal was to try to keep the requirement proportional to the amount of floor area that they're adding. So obviously the more floor area and in a fourth story or potentially fifth story, there'd be a higher requirement. So if they choose not to go higher, they would not have to meet the requirement as deeply. But I think we also didn't want to penalize a project that, or if you had a 3-story building that was partially over versus a 4-story building, it gets kind of into a gray area.
Right, and so I guess my concern here is, might it cause an unintended consequence that all fourth floors would just go to 55 feet? Because why not? Yeah, because you pay the same amount for the exemption. And so if we were talking about a community benefit for height, then it wouldn't be about height, it would be about floor area.
I mean, again, we wanted to draw a distinction between 3-story and taller 4- and 5-story buildings, which have caused greater concern in the community. And remember, that anything that goes above the height limit is still going to be subject to the site review criteria. So it's, the design would get evaluated. And
okay. Let's see if I have more questions. Sorry, I'm learning how to use this thing. And I guess, so I asked that one a different way. And I asked the question earlier, and I wasn't entirely clear on the answer, so I'll ask it again. About zones that have a higher FAR, that would they be economically feasible without the change in density?
David, you want to take that one?
Yeah, so I think the point we tried to make in the study is that there's some breakpoints in terms of the FAR and how it impacts projects. So going up to a 1.0 FAR, that's something you can get to without doing structured parking. And so if you're at a 0.6 FAR in the base, and then you have a bonus that gets you up towards 1.0 FAR, that's valuable for the developer and supports community benefits in doing that. And then going above that 1.0 FAR, all the way up to a 1.5 FAR, you're transitioning the project into having to do underground parking or structured parking, and there's a cost connected with making that transition. And so in going all the way to 1.5 FAR, you have to consider, in addition to community benefits, also that extra parking cost. And so you have to consider more of a bonus in order to support both things, all the way up to 1.5 FAR, is sort of the point we're trying to make in the study.
Okay, I think I understand that. And that, so my final question is, another unintended consequence that if we're doing the community benefit only on FAR and not density, might it be possible that we would end up with just luxury condos? Because I would guess that's something that or not luxury condos, but luxury apartments, big units that pay the community benefit for the extra FAR, but we're not getting units that can provide more housing, basically.
I think, if I could respond to that, I think actually structuring it based on the FAR is actually helpful in not providing an incentive for bigger units. If you structured it around a density limit, units per acre limit, and tied the bonus to how many units per acre you could get, they could be bigger units and pay the same, right?
Okay.
And so tying it to FAR, it's scaled to how big those units are.
Okay. Thank you. I think that's all I have.
Other economic questions?
I just wanted to compliment the study report. It was very good.
Yes.
Appreciate that.
Hence the lack of questions. So we good?
Okay.
I think we're actually good.
Okay, thank you.
Other types of questions?
Well, and I don't know if this is economic or not.
No, I think we're done with economic.
Okay, but
So we can let David go then,
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
Thanks, David.
Was it sure?
Thank you, David. Good night.
my question has to do with inside the opportunity zone and outside of the opportunity zone. And
There's a moratorium right now in the
Right.
opportunity zone, right? And this was not linked to lifting the opportunity zone.
no, I understand that, but if it did get lifted,
All right, so the question is,
Can you go to the map?
no, well, this is Appendix J, and there's nothing in the opportunity zone for Appendix J.
I mean, there's Boulder Junction, Boulder Valley Regional
Oh,
Center, the portion
yeah.
by 29th Street is in Opportunity Zone, and the hospital.
what's the question?
I think what we've had some emails about was if something's going to be built with additional height in the opportunity zone, shouldn't have a higher rate
Yeah.
of benefit recapture. So shouldn't we get even more? And I mean, I think to answer that question, we would need to have somebody like Kaiser Marston who understood the rules for the benefits, the tax benefits in the Opportunity Zone, do another report like this, because I wouldn't know how to decide what's supportable.
But we didn't have that.
We did not, we do not, and we just let them go.
Well, but I think we also have an outstanding question to staff around the use table project about whether we can ask about whether a project is using Opportunity Zone funding, and could we change requirements based on the answer to that question? So I think we're waiting on an answer to that question, which I think is relevant, right? Because not everyone who develops in the Opportunity Zone would be using special funding. Do we know an answer to that yet, Chris?
Yeah, I think you keyed in on the key issue is we would need some sort of economic analysis to understand how to base a regulation on that, and specific to the affordable housing fee, then we need to make sure that it's still within the parameters of our nexus analysis. In terms of then jumping to the use table conversation, we're going to have that conversation on October 15th is when it's scheduled right now to come back for a continued second reading. There is the potential that we could look at a way to ask for a disclosure, and we can talk about that more on the 15th.
Great.
But it's nothing that we can do immediately.
Sure. So I look forward to the answer to that question in a couple weeks.
Okay, other questions of staff? Nope.
How about public
Thank
hearing?
you. Okay, let's go to the public hearing.
We have one person.
Lynn Siegel, Mountain Heights. You know, I think there's got to be some fundamental things that are changed here, because housing, well, let me put, for example, 21st and Pearl, my big concern there. You know, John Reynolds has that property that's been in a community benefit, right? And now it's changing to office. And then there's already the housing on 21st and 23rd that's high-end condos. I don't know what you need to do, but you need to do something that analyzes. I mean, having our jobs and housing imbalance can't be just ignored before you consider the dynamics of what you're doing with perceived community benefit. Because each house, even no matter how affordable it is, causes more jobs, right? Clerks in the store, grocery people, fire, police, the whole thing. The higher end jobs, well, the higher end houses create jobs in themselves. So we've got not only jobs are spiraling, but they're spiraling from the housing that you're trying to repair the jobs housing imbalance with, right? Do you understand that? Or am I just nuts? I'm seriously questioning, because it seems so intuitive. And we're just getting ourselves into a worse situation by applying more housing to solve the jobs problem without tempering the jobs first. And the community benefit, you know, 311 Mapleton, there were 5 subsidies given. The staff gave a density bonus for a year on non-residential, including non-residential housing. And then that was used for the public to testify that, oh, well, they went down in their units. They went down in their units because they never had those high units from 147 units to start down to 95. They never really had them. And then things pass like this. And then, you know, Snarf's is moved. And then John Reynolds has the guy that's living in the affordable housing space on 1857 Arapahoe that he's supporting, and yet he's got the same office space on 21st and Pearl
Lynn.
that's supporting the high-end housing there. It's just like, am I making any sense?
Yes.
Or maybe I'm not.
Okay.
Thanks.
Thank you.
Yep.
It just makes me wonder sometimes if I...
No, it's complicated. It really is. Thank you. Okay, with that, we'll close the public hearing. It was brought to my attention that we need to extend the meeting.
Second.
All those in favor? It is unanimous. Okay, so let's hop to questions for City Council. Remember, this is first reading, so we're just moving it forward. So let's start with 1.
I'm going to say yes for number 1. I mean, there's details we need to talk through, but I think staff did a fantastic job teeing this up. It is, I mean, the analysis, the economic analysis I wasn't expecting, and is fantastic. And it really supports kind of the methodology we used to get number 1 proposed. So, yep.
Yep.
Yep, everybody's nodding? Okay, 2. Yes. Aaron.
I can chime in on this one.
Yeah.
This, I thought the whole thing overall was extremely well done, but this bit actually was a little bit of a shocker for me, because I had thought that when we got to the finishing the significant first phase of affordable housing, that we would no longer limit it to attachment J areas. So I do feel like we should, well, at a minimum, not remove the expiration date, because then we have a permanent height limit in most of the city of the by right height. So at a minimum, we should not remove the expiration date. But I think it would be reasonable to have at least a couple of our other most intense districts included in this. And with the one that comes out most highly to me would be the regional business area. So the 29th Street Mall, but there's the area within a couple blocks of that that's that I think if people build projects there and they went a little taller and we got more affordable housing, I think if we think this is a good ordinance, then that seems like the kind of place that you would apply it. So I'll just put out to my council members if there's any willingness to consider an additional zone district or two that we might include in this first phase.
Well, so I have a question for staff on your first point, Aaron. It was my understanding when we put the expiration date out to May 2020 for the Appendix J, that it was based on completing the community benefits project. And since we're not completing the community benefits, we broke it into 2 phases, and this is phase 1 that would be getting done, that we would lift it when phase 2 would be done. Was that the logic?
It's kind of our sense from the study session that would be an appropriate time to really look at it again and determine if it needs to be modified or lifted.
And is that the basis for your May 2022?
We were saying May 31st, 2021.
Oh, 2021.
Do that broader analysis and maybe even making, if the council so desired, us making recommendations of expanding areas or potentially lifting it.
Yeah, I would like to leave it where the staff.
Well, are you going to? Okay, I'll go after
on
you.
this.
Okay.
So I would extend it to when staff recommends personally. So I would prefer to have a date because that's kind of the deal that we made, and I'd like to preserve that understanding between us and the community at large, which is we said once we have the project done that we would lift it. But I want staff to have as much time as staff thinks they need to do an analysis that's this good for arts and open space and all the other stuff. And I really did like the suggestion of the public facilities. So if either a private developer builds us a public facility or improves one in the process of their development, I think that should be considered as a community benefit. So I'm going to support moving the date out.
Yeah. And that's what I was supporting.
I guess I have a question about that. Does the public facilities one require a nexus study?
Well, if you're referring to the alternative community benefit piece, that doesn't require a nexus study. It's already in the proposal. Again, an applicant would have to work with the city on, what the needs are and put a proposal that we would evaluate as part of the process, and it would be considered by planning board and potentially council on a call-up.
So I guess I have a question. You also talked about revamping the site review criteria so there's clarity, and having that clear before we lifted a moratorium makes sense to me. I guess I'm going to get myself in trouble here, but affordable housing was our biggest community benefit. So I guess I feel less strongly if we wanted to lift the moratorium and add in additional benefits later in the year. I'd be open to considering that, but only if we got the other pieces in there that make it rock solid. So you get what you expect. There's no, maybe we'll build a movie theater thing going on there.
But that would be exactly a trap you could fall into.
Yes.
Well, so that's my question. So if we couldn't guarantee that, I don't think we should lift anything until we've got it locked in.
I think we've
Can I
finished
call
the
it like
project.
that?
So, yeah, so help me figure this out.
So Zan, I think your point is a good one, because if we don't wait until phase 2 finishes to lift it, the worst thing that happens is that we get a project that comes forward and gets approved that only includes affordable housing as a community benefit. Like, that's the worst case.
But that's already available. So anybody in the city can go to 40% anywhere in the city and get a height benefit, even in the current circumstance.
40%, but there, you might well could conceive of a proposal that people couldn't really make work at 40%, but they could make work at the 30% that would meet these new community benefit requirements. So that is, but my point being just that the worst outcome of letting things go forward now before phase 2 is finished is that you would only get affordable housing as a community benefit and not other things.
Well, and I thought we were mostly hoping we get affordable housing, aren't we?
Well, I think those other things are important as well. I mean, the planning board subcommittee developed a whole other schedule. It was too.
Well, they're not unimportant, but well, anyhow, I guess to me, it's like you add icing on the cake as opposed to me, the cake is the affordable. Anyhow.
So I have a question about that for staff. For those other community benefits, the city facilities, would you establish, as part of the process, establish an equivalency? So, you showed us the first slide where on the right side you have the 3 floors, on the left side you have the extra and with the cash in lieu and with the extra, all that. So would you then establish, okay, this project would be paying $4 million, therefore the equivalent city facility would be $4 million?
Yeah, there would have to be an analysis through the review that's presented from the applicant that shows that they're at a minimum equal to or greater than what the city would get through the permanently affordable requirement.
And that's within those nexus boundaries, and so that's why the additional study isn't needed.
Yeah.
Okay, where are we at? Cindy and then Bob.
I agree with Zan that the affordable housing is what we're after here. So the others, I would think would have to have exact equivalency somehow, so therefore the study. And also, I don't know if the piece with got lost or what happened to it with the nursing homes or whatever they're being called. I mean, whether or not that's going forward in this or.
I think maybe we deal with that as the next issue after
Or is that-
this down.
Yeah, I guess, is there a third
Are we
question?
Turkey?
Okay, we'll come back to nursing. Bob.
So I'll get back to the 2 points that have been raised, one on the date and one on the scope of exhibit or attachment J. I guess on attachment J, I agree with Aaron. It may not be all of BR, but I think a good part of that, the regional center would be something we should look at. I don't have a map in front of me, so I don't know what that is, but I think we would be remiss of not looking at that. The second, and this I guess is going to be more of a question for you guys, is there any reason, forget about the date, I'll come back to that in a second, is there any reason not to include RH in this? In other words, those are zoning districts that are already well situated for for tall buildings, dense buildings, lots of housing, and if what we're getting out of phase one is incremental affordable housing, isn't RH the ideal place for incremental affordable housing?
Yeah, I mean, I think there's a lot of RH zones throughout the city with different contexts. I don't think we've had the opportunity to do that full analysis to see what the implications would be, so I'm hesitant to say that that would be something we'd recommend now.
But let me just back up to pre-2015 when this whole moratorium got put in place. I mean, people were building housing in those districts disparate around the city, and we were getting, you know, inclusionary housing, either cash and lieu or on site before then. So I don't know why we'd be surprised or disappointed that somebody wants to build a taller, denser, affordable housing building in any RH district anywhere. I mean, can you point me to a district where there's RH where we say, golly gee gosh, I can't believe they filed a site review application for a 5-story building, they're gonna put a bunch of affordable housing in there. That really disappoints us.
I mean, I agree that it kind of goes back to the pre-2015 option of requesting, you know, height modifications all over the city.
But that was, I guess the point I'm trying to make is that wasn't the problem we were trying to solve before I was on council. It wasn't the dense affordable housing projects, I don't think. I think it was the commercial buildings, right? I mean, so that's, I think, the problem that you all were trying to solve when you put the moratorium in place, not that somebody was building a 5-story house with or 4 or 5-story apartment building with a bunch of affordable housing in it, or paying a big fat cash in lieu. So I don't know, I just like to throw that out there for consideration. I don't feel strongly about it. I just, as you know, Aaron opened the door on, you know, is attachment J the limit of what we should be doing here, and I just like to throw that out there. I'll stop with that. You guys can think about it. But as far as the date, I'm a little, don't take this as a criticism, because I know we're supposed to be really, really nice to you. But, you know, the moratorium got put in place sometime in 2015, even before I was on council. It was in place for 2 years because people wanted to have 2 years to work on community benefit. And then 2017 came and community benefit hadn't happened yet. So we extended it by another year so that folks could work on community benefit. And then 2018 happened and we still hadn't done it. So now we made it 2020. I just feel like we're going to fill the space. I guess I understand why we need a nexus study for some of these alternatives. So I get that. But you know, May 31, 2021 is like 20 months away. I mean, is it really going to take us 20 months to do a nexus study on some of these other things? It's just, I'm fine extending it a little beyond May, but a year beyond 8 months from now feels like a long time. And my fear is that the work won't really get started then until late 2020 or early 2021. I want to make this a priority for next year. We can always extend it. So I guess I'd like to make it sometime in 2020. I'm happy to go beyond, a little beyond May. And then if let's say we made it, I don't know, September, made it a year from now, and you guys came to us in August and say, yeah, we need a little more time. As long as you're making progress, I'd be fine with that. I may not be on council by then.
So, Aaron, and then Cindy.
Maybe just as a process suggestion, because of course it is quite late. I mean, can we consider at our next, this is first reading, right? So can we consider at second reading options around dates and whether to consider the BR and RH zones? And you all could bring us back a little more information at that time for our discussion.
I'd be fine with that. Yeah.
Can we leave it at that for tonight?
Yeah, that'd be good.
Cindy?
Maybe we should do a straw poll on what's going to be brought back. The other side of what Bob is saying is that if we set it further out, then staff can say, hey, guys, guess what? We're going to be nice to them, Bob. They're going to say, hey, guess what? You gave us plenty of time. We were able to finish it early. That's the flip side of your proposal. So
The other thing I'll say to add to that is we don't know how the next council is going to prioritize phase 2, right? So we'll have a bunch of new council members coming in with a bunch of agendas and a lot of talk about what we should prioritize first. If we set it further out and community benefit comes in the top 2 or 3, then yeah, exactly what you said could happen, but it could be number 5 or number 6 because we already got affordable housing done. So I'm for a straw poll, and I'm going to support whatever staff comes back with. If it's May of 2021, I'm fine with it.
And I am as well, so.
Me too.
Okay, but why don't you give us some options based on what you heard?
Well, he just.
Well,
I mean,
So do we want to take a
finish the discussion tonight, or we could wait a little bit?
Yeah, let's just bring it back.
Well, I would just say that staff said what they would need, and if we go with that, then
they can take
where's
it,
the harm?
they can take it off earlier if they're
Yes.
done earlier.
So
I'm fine with their schedule.
another point on number 2, just getting back to kind of answering this question, is Aaron had a really good idea that he didn't mention yet, which I think is, we're talking about, which is Diagonal Plaza. So we could consider putting Diagonal Plaza into Appendix J, and what I said to that was, that's a great idea, but I want an area plan done first, because I really don't want to move it into an area where developers can ask for the height and have 7 different landowners do 7 different things there. So I don't know that it would be here, maybe it's in phase 2, but another thing that this discussion brought up was the possibility of an area plan for Diagonal Plaza. Because that would move it pretty much automatically into Appendix J, right? Because that's what we take for what's in Appendix J is where we have area plans.
Yeah, but it's also in the opportunity zone.
We brought it, I thought we brought it out of the opportunity zone.
Well, it's in the census tract, but we brought it out of the moratorium.
It's not under a moratorium because.
Right, it's not in the moratorium, but it
that's
is
what-
in the opportunity zone.
Anyway, thanks for mentioning my great idea, Sam, I appreciate that. I think given I like the idea of the area plan, and then that's probably a process that has to come before this. So I was thinking either of advocating for the area plan at the retreat or sending an email to the council at the time and telling them they should put it on.
You both get knocked off.
No one's confident.
Yeah, you never know.
Okay.
But thanks for bringing that up.
All right, so those were just 2 questions, or is there more on the nursing home?
Well, I mean, if council wanted to keep it in the ordinance, we'd want to know, or take it out.
I guess the thing I didn't get is, what about affordable nursing homes?
Yeah,
Or reasonable?
Profit.
That's what I
I don't know if it has to be nonprofit, it just has to be affordable.
Yeah, nonprofit may not be affordable.
Well, that's actually true. But also, I mean, we're not talking about retirement communities here. We're talking about assisted living and nursing home. And there's a need for end-of-life care across all backgrounds and income levels. So,
Suggestion on that.
yeah.
Everybody dies.
Yeah.
Yeah, everyone dies. So I agree with Mary. I'm not so sure that profit, nonprofit, because there's lots of ways to get around that. But as I understand it, you guys might want to dig into this. I think there could be a Medicaid trigger. In other words, I don't know if it's they accept Medicaid patients or they accept a certain percentage of Medicaid patients. I'm not smart enough to know. But I do know there are facilities that accept Medicaid assisted living patients and some that don't. And maybe that's it. That's your trigger. Because I think what we're looking for is, well, you know what you're looking for.
Yeah.
So
Right. Is that sort of generally spoken as we want accessible nursing homes, not high-end? Is that fair? You guys,
I think so.
okay.
We can look at that.
do you need to know before October, is this, when's
I mean,
this
I
coming
think we
in?
could look to see if there's any kind of quick triggers, but if it seems like it's more complicated, it might be something we just defer to phase 2.
Be fine with
Okay.
Yep, okay. Is that good enough? What else?
Do we need a motion on first?
Do we need a motion,
night of
first
the
motion?
Alternate?
Do you want to adopt the alternative version with a date for Appendix J?
Yes.
So that,
Yep.
so just say that you're going to approve it on first reading as amended with the attachment attached to the blue piece of paper, at least to the first 2 pages of the ordinance. And the second page of the attachment has a footnote, and in the footnote, you'll put May 31st, 2021.
Yep.
Great. So I'll make a motion that we approve a first reading by title only ordinance 8359, saying the rest of what it says here, and amending ordinance 8028 by doing what the addendum says.
Second.
So setting a date for May 31st, 2021.
Yep.
So first and second.
All those in favor? It is unanimous. Okay, so 11:42. Quick discussion?
Yeah, let's just.
Okay, let me just frame this up. I think there's 3 parts to this. One is a little process about council members requesting things and how staff responded. Second is the issue that was brought up about who can have even if we want to go to the issue of standards around off-time police criteria. But the third is, I'll just throw on the table, is for at least us to put on our thinking hats and say, hey, is there any other way for us to influence BI's behavior in our city in a way that addresses the concerns we've heard?
Yep, we should talk about that.
Okay, so those are the three things before us real briefly. Did you want to speak to the first one?
I can.
Briefly, yep.
Yeah, briefly. So on August 5th, the Denver City Council had before it a motion to renew new contracts with two companies, Core Civic and the Geo Group. A council member moved to refuse to renew on the grounds that the Geo Group and the Core Civic were involved with ICE in detaining immigrants. Those two companies were providing halfway house services in Denver. So the council voted to not renew the contracts for about $10 million. And so the next day, the city got a series of emails asking whether the city had any contracts with any of those groups.
That was the Denver City Council.
Did that on August 5th. On August 6th, you received a series of emails asking whether or not the city had any contracts with either of those two companies. The city of Boulder, yes, sorry. Carr Skinner in our finance department searched the finance database going back as far as it went and could not find any evidence of any contracts such as Denver had, which was Denver paying money for services to those two companies. So Carr sent out a series of emails responding to everyone who had emailed saying, no, we've looked, we don't have any contracts with either of those companies. And the police department called and said, well, we do provide off-duty services, and it's different because we're not paying them money, they're paying us money. So I sent an email to council informing you of all of this. Aaron called me and said, I'm not comfortable with this. And we had a conversation, and I said, well, I mean, we're doing it, and so I'm a little concerned, but let me talk to the chief. So I called Chief Testa, and he and I had a conversation, and Aaron had also informed me that there was a meeting with some activists scheduled the next day at BI Inc. And so the fact that their off-duty police officers would become public the next day because people were going to be there. And I think, Suzanne, you were scheduled to be at that meeting, but you weren't able to be there. So I called Chief Testa, and we had a conversation, and I asked, Chief, could you call BI and see if they could find an alternative means of security that's not us, that's not going to create a political problem for the city? And so I was just trying to solve the problem. Chief Testa went ahead and talked to them, and they agreed to find private security. And so that was the first step, and we informed the public of that, I think that same day. So there was no direction from a council member to do anything. In fact, Aaron was very polite, as he always is, and just asked the questions and expressed his discomfort with what we were doing. I took it on myself to talk to the chief, as I would normally do, to see if we could avoid a political problem like we're facing right now. A week or so went by, and I should say Jane was on a well-deserved vacation, and I was trying very hard not to disturb Jane. So I did not call Jane on this, so she was not aware of any of these conversations. And she was only gone for a couple of days, but this happened in a very short period of time. So Jane got back. Chief Testa sat us down and said he was very concerned about setting a precedent of not providing public safety for political reasons. And he talked about how many times we have done this for, like, the Westboro Baptist Church, the Republican debates, the Black Lives Matter protest, the protest for gun rights. We protect everybody, and we do it without favor and without any political influence. And it's dangerous when you start getting in there. So we all thought, okay, that's right, and the first decision was wrong. And also, there was some expressed concern, and I don't want to get into specific security details, but the police were a little concerned that, well, no, let's not go there. In any event, we just decided on a principle it wasn't the right thing to do. So we announced that we were reversing that decision. Again, no council member contacted us. That wasn't pushed by anybody. I believe the only council members I've ever spoken about this were Aaron, and I think I may have had a brief conversation with Suzanne that same day. But that was it. So we don't generally take direction from a single council member, but you know that I often ask you for your input if somebody's upset about something, and I do try to avoid political issues on something that should be straightforward. And if there's a fault here, it's me talking to the chief and kind of convincing him to do something that was not something he wanted to do.
Okay, so any more process on, I think it's, thank you for reiterating, you don't take direction from just one or two of us, that things like this generally would come to a nod of 5.
Yes.
Okay.
Right.
Anything else on process?
Well,
Oh, sorry.
Well, if I could just, do you mind?
Well,
ahead.
well, I wanted to ask about if we don't provide protection for either liquor stores or marijuana establishments, how...
That gets to criteria. That's number 2.
Okay, all right.
So we'll go to that in a second. Anything
Well,
else
just
on process?
Thank you for explaining the sequence of events, Tom. And I appreciated you taking my call that day on that question. And I just want to just make it clear that I had concerns. I continue to have concerns. But I certainly did not tell you to do anything, nor would you have followed a direction from me as one council member,
Yeah,
right?
and I believe we made that clear on the phone call. I think I
Yeah.
said I can't just do something because you're asking me.
Because it would be, it is not appropriate for one of us to tell staff what to do, and I did not do that. But but at the same time, you work on council anyway, so just make
And
that.
it's not unusual for council members to call me and express concerns.
Yeah.
Right. Okay, yep.
Well, so I have a question on something that came up earlier, which was that the council doesn't set the rules for the police department.
Okay, so that's next.
Oh, okay.
Okay, let's go there. Let's talk about criteria.
Well, the police chief does.
Right.
So I guess along the lines of setting criteria, that's the council then setting criteria for the police department, which is, as I heard it, it's the police department's job to do that. And it seems to me that if the council starts to set the criteria for the police department, you suddenly begin to politicize the police department.
Okay. Thank you for that. Go ahead, because
So my question is, however, how it is determined that the police don't protect or don't provide protection for marijuana.
let's be real precise. Off-duty.
Off-duty, right. In this.
Because every public safety, they provide generically.
Absolutely.
Okay.
No, I'm talking about off-duty police providing security for whatever, different Boulder, different entities. But they don't provide for either, and I've read about this in the packet, why they couldn't. But nevertheless, it seems to me that in the terms of what this particular company is doing, there should be a way in which we could try to find out whether or not, can they not afford adequate other security? I mean, and this goes to process as well as our being a sanctuary city, all of the things that all of these people have spoken to us about. Okay. And how is it that the city police gets to set who it is that they do and don't protect, I suppose, which is what Mary was
speak to this at all?
So the charter says that the city manager heads the police department. It's pretty clear it's not a council responsibility, and I think for the reasons that Mary states, it's not supposed to be political.
So the city manager is different, however, from the.
Let's let the city manager speak.
Police of.
Do you want to
Chief of
say?
Police.
So the city manager would delegate that decision and that policymaking to the chief of police. This is sort of core to the council manager form of government. And so the city manager, I guess, would be the one who any blame would fall on, it's sort of the buck stops here, but in the chain of command, if you will, this police chief reports to the city manager, and I would say that the police chief sets those policies because the police chief knows better what public safety issues arise than I do, and that's why we have a police chief. So that's how that would go, but it is a policy decision for the administration of the organization.
Okay, yep.
Jane, I think later in this month, we're going to establish a police oversight board, and as I understand it, one of the things that the working group is recommending is policy recommendations to the chief And so if that is included as part of the remit for the Oversight Board, is this a policy, again, the police makes the decision, but this is a policy that, for example, the Police Oversight Board could weigh in on. They could collect information, they could consult with the cops, they could consult with whatever sources they thought appropriate, and then they could make a policy recommendation to the chief to say, I think you should do this or not do this. He could listen to them or not, as, you know, it depends on what charter we establish for them, but it seems to me this would be something they could weigh in on from a policy standpoint.
Yes.
But just as a quick kind of correction, I think what they're proposing is a hybrid auditor, monitor, and oversight board. And the way I understood it upon just kind of a quick glance of reading it was that the auditor monitor would be the one that would propose the policy changes, not the oversight board. That's how I understood it.
Okay.
Sam.
So a few things. I'm glad we're doing this in buckets right away, because there are buckets. I believe that it is fair for us to say to you, Jane, what we think about criteria, right? And we're not telling the police what to do, and you don't even have to carry this to the chief if you don't want. But I think the principle that I've thought through of why the police do not off-duty protect marijuana and alcohol businesses is they're also in parallel performing stings. So on-duty police officers are performing stings on those businesses. And so you could end up in a very weird situation where you have somebody hired from the force that's supposed to be doing the enforcement on that particular business or type of businesses. So I don't see that nexus with BI or really any other type of business that our police don't perform some kind of.
It's a conflict of interest.
Right.
Potentially with the.
It could create really odd situations for officers. And so to me, that was clear for why that's done. Now, I also think that we are a political body, right? That is what we are. We're elected. And so I think there are ways that we should think about trying to influence BI and have them hear the voice of the people from those of us who believe that they should be behaving differently. But that doesn't mean that it's fair for our police to provide unequal protection to people who ask for it, who don't meet that criteria for what would be a conflict. So I don't know how we want to proceed on the process, if we want to each tell Jane what we think, or if we want to take a recommendation vote. But regardless, I think we do have options. They just probably aren't direction to our police.
Aaron, Mary, Bob.
Yeah, Sam, I think that's a good point. And so when I was hearing the testimony from folks during open comment, so I was hearing concerns about the specific behaviors of the company, which were troubling, and also an unwillingness of folks from the company to engage with members of the community in discussion about those. Now, obviously, we can't control the actions of the company at all, right? I mean, that's not a power that we have, but I wonder if we can play a facilitator role in helping to make some of those discussions happen, because these are members of our community who are concerned about this, and it's a business in our community that we're talking about. So I'm just wondering if there's some role that we could play.
And that kind of gets to the third bucket.
Yep.
Could I just say something in this bucket, though?
Okay.
So I went back and I did a little research. And so I just want to read something, one of the things that I found. GPS ankle monitors are becoming standard equipment for immigration officials along the border. In July, Immigration and Customs Enforcement, or ICE, used about 9,300 ankle monitors at a time, 40% more than about 6 months ago. They are run by a government contractor, BI Inc., a subsidiary of the country's second largest prison company, which also operates immigration detention centers. And this article, this came out of an article that was in the LA Times, August 2nd, 2015.
2015.
2015.
It's been going on for.
Yeah, so it's been going on for a long time. I also found that the original Justice Department order to begin this practice was in 2010. So what I'm concluding, and I found several other articles that supported that from dates ranging to 2014, 2010, 2014, 2015. So this has been going on for a while. And so what I read into this is that this is a structural problem at a different level of government. This is a structural problem that is coming from a federal policy. A federal policy was set, and companies will move in to fill that void that these policies create. And I wonder what power we have as local elected officials to affect that federal policy, perhaps writing to our congressman. Perhaps that's one way. But it seems that having conversations with BI would be something that we could do, but I just wonder of their efficacy.
Okay, wait, so I have, well, Bob's next, then Cindy.
So can I go back to bucket 2?
Yep.
Okay. First, I agree with what Sam said as far as equity. That troubles me. But I am kind of curious, Tom, if you know the answer to Cindy's question. I'm just trying to be, I'm going to take the equity and the policy part of it. This is a practical question. Is there a particular reason why a company, whether it's this company or another company, would want to use our off-duty police officers for security as opposed to a private security guard company? Is there a good reason? Is it more expensive? Are they better?
I kind of wish the chief were here, because that's not what I do.
I can answer that.
Oh.
Because I asked an off-duty police officer, not at BI, but he said I said, why don't they just have regular security people here? And it was actually at Whole Foods out at Pearl.
Yep.
And he said it's because, and there was also a car parked out there. And I'd gotten reports from people asking me why this was happening. And he said it's because they are able to perform the actions of a police officer, but that private security cannot do that. So, which is a little odd since.
Well, I also think it's the legitimacy of the uniform, right?
Well, they can arrest someone. They can arrest
And they can
someone
enforce laws.
Take them in. Exactly.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying.
I was just curious if there was a practical.
Okay, so
To be clear, while they can arrest people, they can only enforce city laws, city, state, and federal laws. They cannot enforce company policies.
Right.
That are beyond the law of the land.
okay, so we're going to tie a bow on bucket 2. Yes?
So this idea that maybe we can facilitate a discussion between BI Inc. and...
Right, that's bucket 3.
Can I ask my question?
Well, yeah, but you're not helping us get to closure on number 2.
Okay, sorry.
I guess on the criteria then, do we want to say, you know what were you proposing? Because we just say, we can give her input, but basically it's up to the police, and public safety is public safety, let it go, and let's focus on bucket 3? Is that where we're at?
I just think that Jane can hear what we all have to say about the criteria and do with that what she will. And so I said something about it, others have. So I don't know, I don't think we need to do a straw poll or anything like that. I just think if people have opinions, they should state them.
Okay, does anybody else want to state anything about criteria?
Just that, I'll just agree with Sam's earlier point.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I will say reluctantly, I get the First Amendment sort of thing, which is you got to protect everybody, even if you totally disagree with them. But that makes it hard, because I do think it's at odds with our sanctuary city policy. So I do have cognitive dissonance around this. So there, which takes me, unless anybody has anything, to bucket 3 then. Oh, do you have something to say about?
I just want to agree with what you just said, and just that I have the same cognitive dissonance and difficulties with the sanctuary city, some conflicts there. But if we're denying these services to one company, what other companies might we deny it to in other circumstances?
Okay.
It's a slippery slope.
I want to go back to Lisa, unless this is bucket 2. Okay, bucket 3, take it away.
Bucket 3. So question I had about facilitating a conversation between BI and the community is people in the community were very clear that BI has basically said, we don't want to talk with you, and you're causing concern with our employees. You're making the work environment more dangerous for the employees, or something to that effect. So I don't know what we can do to force them to communicate, other than maybe we wield some power, and maybe we say, look, you're in our community, and we can't have these citizens so upset, and people are really concerned, and we do have sanctuary city, and we've adopted that policy, and we want you to sit down and talk with our citizens. So I think
So do something on that?
do
Okay, so-
something on that lines, and if they don't, then I think we should do that, but I think we should also write our federal and state legislature delegations and tell them, we can talk about this systemic problem, and we can talk about that this really goes against our grain as a community.
And
Okay, wait, we have Sam, Cindy, then Mary.
So, I mean, I feel like we can do more than just write letters to our federal officials. In our capacity as council members, we can adopt either resolutions that say these are behaviors that we would love to see not happen by companies who are doing business in Boulder. We don't have to call somebody out in particular. It's the behavior that we don't like. Other people will translate that for them, right? We want to make sure that people seeking sanctuary who are LGBT are treated as well as anyone else is. We want to see that the ankle bracelets that are put in place function. We want to see that there's not bigotry, racism, and nationalism in the treatment of these people, because BI does two things. They make equipment and they run these programs. And so I've been reading a lot about this issue as well, and I agree that it goes back much further than now, but the enforcement intensity has cranked up so much, and the family separation has cranked up so much that people are at the breaking point. So I would take a phased approach. I would do where we try and get them meeting with the citizens again by sending them a letter. I'll sign on a letter. Any council member who wanted to could sign on a letter, and we send them a letter with, 6, 7 council member signatures on it. I think they might pay attention. And then we ask that there be these meetings. If they refuse, I would be willing to bring forth a resolution talking about, specifically because we're a sanctuary city, here are the behaviors that we don't want to see going on. We don't want to see enabling behaviors go on. I mean, that's a little bit more firm and a little bit far, but if we're not directing it at a particular company, but at a set of behaviors, I think that comports with our sanctuary city principles. And so I think I would propose a few steps along this line. A few people get in contact with.
Well, let's go ahead and do it as a council.
Yeah.
Okay.
Do it rather than individuals.
It's more effective as a council.
Sure.
But I like the steps, Cindy, and then Mary.
So I think Sam's proposal is good for a first step, but this is a corporation, and as we know, corporations have no conscience, generally speaking. So,
I was going to say, they respond to public pressure.
yeah, well, yeah.
Perhaps more to the point.
So the banks, 8 major banks, one of those, I believe, is one of the city's banks. We could write them a letter and say we appreciate what they're doing by disinvesting. The para is invested in BI. We could write to, we have para in the city. Employees who are have benefits there, we could write to para, we could talk to put this on our legislative agenda to have the para addressed as well that way. So those are concrete steps that I think we can try to do to also show that there's a way that we can address this without, I'd be delighted to think that they might talk to us, but, or to the folks who want to talk to them, but.
Mary.
So there were a couple of things that I heard during the testimonies at open comment. One was that that I guess BI was not allowing attorneys to attend some of the hearings. And so that if we're going to have a resolution, we could, in generic terms, state that, that people should, or attorneys should be allowed to attend these hearings. Or, and then the other thing is that I heard was inadequate medical care.
Well,
We should include something like that.
And also just abusive behaviors. And abusive behaviors.
Are you on?
Abusive behaviors towards LGBT or children or whatever are not okay. It's not acceptable behavior.
So in terms of process, how do we want to move this body of work forward?
Well,
Resolution.
we could start with a letter to the company from the Boulder City Council. Boulder agrees. We could write a letter that we all sign that makes the request, and then we could advance a resolution subsequent to that. So we're first trying to get the groups that are most concerned access to the leadership of any companies that are behaving this way, and then we do a resolution. And I think we could do it as council. And the question arises, who writes that resolution? Do we want Carl Castillo to write it because it's about policy? You know, do one of us want to write it? I mean, what would be the best way to bring something like that forward?
Or is it human relations?
Human
Who
relations.
would help us
Sure.
with this? With this?
Extra process.
Do you have a
Well, not the commission.
suggestion, Jane?
Yeah, I would suggest that it could be done more quickly if we have Carl work on it. And then essentially send a draft to council and you guys could tweak it.
So this would be the letter, and could.
No.
That would
This
be the
would be the
resolution.
The resolution.
And the resolution.
Yeah, so the letter and the resolution both maybe.
Okay, so do you want the letter and the resolution to happen essentially simultaneously? That's not what I understood.
No, I don't think
I
that's.
think we start with the letter.
Start with the letter, but
Right.
get the resolution process moving
Right.
forward.
So the letter, and it would, obviously, there's plenty of people that came to speak to us that are somewhat organized that could help with the list of concerns.
And
Yeah, well,
go ahead.
I made because those folks had 12 items that they were concerned about, right?
Right.
So we could, request or that the company engage with those folks on those 12 concerns, right?
Right, and we have a copy of
Yeah,
that.
so that would be a good place to start. I mean, we have not necessarily vetted every single one ourselves. We say we have concerned community members who've done their homework. Please engage with them on their list of concerns.
And perhaps invite us.
And yes, I mean,
Great.
Is that the scope of the letter? Is that the scope of the request, is to request them to meet with community members on the 12 points?
that's what I would.
Yeah, and it seems like we should have, we were invited before to attend, and I wasn't able to, but it may be useful if we're going to play this role to have at least somebody do it, maybe somebody that's going to be around.
That
Oh.
eliminates RME.
No, it doesn't. Okay, well, we have another 6 weeks of this council, or.
No, I'm happy to go.
Okay, all right, so I take that back. But anyhow, that some council members be invited.
Or we could have staff, like somebody from the state attorney's office go.
I mean, we're pushing this forward as electeds. It's probably appropriate for at least one of us to be
Yeah.
present.
And I think it doesn't matter how much longer, the fact that we're a city council member, that's
enough.
how you identify, not as your name.
Fair enough, good point. Okay, so is this good enough? Do we need to, is Carl moving forward with the letter? Do we need to see it again?
No.
They'll just send us a,
Carl moving forward with the letter and the resolution, those are the two things.
but the
Right, so
resolution comes later.
We'll send around a draft letter. As soon as we can get that done, you can tweak it, and hopefully we can get it out early next week.
Okay, great. Good enough for now?
Yep.
No, that's good.
We did hammer through it, Aaron.
Yeah.
We did. I have to be in a meeting in Denver in 7 hours.
Oh.
Okay.
Oh.
Thank you all. Thank you to members for being here to bring this.
Lift.
Any process debrief?
No, I appreciated everybody sticking with it to get through this. I know it's late, but
I was a little cranky before, but we got through it.
would have made CAC much more difficult.
Yes, it would. All right, we're adjourned.
Good job, everybody.
Live from Paris, en France 24.